all the other mics. You want, here, turn yours on really quick, John. Hang on. Oh, yeah, here. Okay, go ahead. And then does it turn them all off?
Okay.
So it's going to be a battle of the fish.
We don't know what that is.
Good morning, everyone. The day is Wednesday, February 22nd. The time is 8:15 a.m. Thank you for being present bright and early this morning. And we're going to go ahead and keep going with our public testimony portion of the agenda. I have 3 second calls from yesterday to go through this morning. And then we'll get into, back into our list, beginning with testifier number 101. But first, we have a second call for George Donert. Hi, good morning, George. Good to see you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. My name is George Donert. Managing is hard. Whether you're in the field or on the board, managing is hard. Everyone wants you to do what they think is best. But managing is especially hard from the end of a 10-foot pole or a 500-mile long pole. When you're trying to conserve a fish run and you can't manage interception of your stocks, it makes the task damn near impossible. That's why I support Proposal 140. From 2007 to 2009, nearly 3 out of 5 Area M chum were from Western Alaska stocks. In 2021, over 1 million chum were caught in the June fishery. That's 600,000 Western Alaska fish. We can't know exactly where each of these fish would have spawned, but we can be certain that conservation management of Yukon and Kuskokwim fish was not applied in Area M. On the other hand, ADF&G regs explicitly prioritize protection of Chignik Area L fish from interception by the Area M fishery so that Chignik could reopen after years of closure. Quoting 5 ACC 09.360, in quotes, 80% of sockeye salmon caught in SEDM are considered to be Chignik bound, end quote. In clear language, ADF&G formally recognizes that fish traveling through parts of Area M are in fact Chignik fish, but no such protections apply to Western Alaska stocks in the Area M regulations. That's why we need Proposal 140. It will recognize that an important number of chum caught in the Area M will to be considered to be YK fish. It must also be added that the Chignik strategy and policy were very successful in conserving Chignik sockeye and allowing the Chignik fisheries to reopen. Climate change plays a big role in the Western Alaska stock die-offs, both from marine heat waves and extra warm summers inland. Our fish are stressed, and only a lucky few are making it home. We've got to live by every fish counts, both in-river migration and marine migration during these times of extreme die-off if these runs are to be saved. The state would be shirking both its legal and moral duty to not curtail interception of Western Alaska salmon in the Aleutians. At present, ADF&G has not changed the Yukon chum fishery into any type of conservation or management concern status. There's been no action from the state, even though the most productive tributaries have lost nearly 95% of their spawning population. The state of Alaska can't use lack of certainty or we need more studies to keep the status quo. Yukon fish are at far too much risk to drag feet now. We have the studies, we have the catch numbers, and we have the largest drainage in Alaska at risk of losing its salmon runs. The board must conserve our chums and share the burden among all parties. Thank you.
Excellent timing, George. Well done. Are there any board questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Second call, Myron Nanning. Hi, Myron. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Board of Fish. My name is Myron Nanning. I'm originally from the village of Hooper Bay, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify. As we all know, last summer, the whole river of the Yukon was completely shut down from the beginning of the season till the end. While a commercial fishery was being executed a known intercept fishery that catches some chum salmon that are heading to that spawning river. And our people on the Yukon, as well as the Kuskokwim and those on the coastal village areas, bear the burden of conservation that the state of Alaska is requiring to try and meet escapement goals. Why are area M fisheries still allowed to occur when we have such issues occurring in our river systems? Didn't the Board of Fish members take an oath of office to uphold the Constitution of the state of Alaska, which includes sustained yield? Even the employees within the Alaska Department of Fish and Game and the commissioner took that oath. Are we going to see something happening this year? Are we going to continue to have the burden of conservation placed on our Yukon, Kuskokwim, and coastal people in AYK? I think the burden of conservation has to be shared to continue to rebuild fish stocks or salmon stocks in the river systems, because it's also affecting all the fish stocks that go up into those rivers. And with the oath that you took, I want you to participate in the conservation and the burden of conservation that has been placed on our people. Area M fishermen should also support the burden of conservation. I don't support any proposal that proposes to increase fishing opportunity and time for Area M, because we have no room to negotiate on behalf of our people on the Kuskokwim and the Yukon, as well as the coastal villages. There's no room. We cannot bargain our culture and livelihood away because state of Alaska is not taking the responsibility to protect the resources that our people survive on. You have to take action that protects that salmon resource. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about not doing anything. We anticipate from Western Alaska that the Board of Fish, as well as the Commissioner and the state of Alaska, will take its responsibility seriously and try to ensure that salmon escapement is met.
Thank you, Myron.
So with that, thank you very much.
Are there any questions from the board? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you for being here. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
So Myron, what do you see as the solution in Area M? Do you have a preferred alternative that you're seeing on the table to resolve the issue of what you're seeing as unacceptable levels of intercept?
In the past, for quite some time, there were some delayed openings of area and fisheries that saw some return of salmon to the Yukon and the Kuskokwim. And they opened later, on, like I believe on June 10th, to allow for that fisheries salmon stocks to go up to their spawning grounds. But I propose, I know it probably wouldn't get beyond there, but I would recommend that June 20th be the opening for area and fisheries to allow more salmon stocks to return to the river systems.
Thank you, Myron.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Second call, Virgil Porter. Virgil here this morning? Okay, that brings brings us to testifier number 101, Travis Ball with the Nushagak AC. Hi, Travis. Welcome. After Travis, we'll have Tyler Wooding, Chris Clemens, Pat Cosbrook, and Shannon Carroll.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members. My name is Travis Ball. I'm the representative for the village of Aleutian, Alaska, and I serve on the Nushagak AC and currently am vice chair of that AC. Just here to talk about a few proposals that we kind of went over in our meetings before this. And so with that, I'll start it. Proposition 105 and 106, we kind of put those together, the Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan. BBNA staff and the Nushagak AC members were very concerned for the drastic changes, especially how it affects subsistence with the lower June escapement goals. We had the Kodiak ADF&G on the line at our meeting, and we asked them to share any information with us to support or justify this change, and they were not willing at all to give us any information. So, with that being said, like we kind of felt like we were back where we started our Bristol Bay meeting and trying to make decisions and policy changes without, going through the public process. And drastic changes like that, at very short notice and minimal information. We were unanimously in support of the Chignik Intertribal Coalition and the Chignik AC, and we oppose 105 and 106. Proposition 122 and Proposal 122 and 124 were kind of together also, have to do with the Cinder River. 122 amend fishing seasons to allow more commercial fishing times by allowing fishing periods in the Cinder River, and 124 amend fishing season, fishing periods, and gear to allow more commercial fishing time to all Area M gear types in the Cinder River. So first off, I'd like to help the board understand this is a very small run. We're talking 90 to 100,000 run, and the excess escapement that they use for their justification is pretty minuscule, talking 20, 30,000 extra fish that have gone up that river. We felt the WASP study shows most of the catch in that district are Bristol Bay fish, and up to 80% are Ugashic-bound fish. And Ugashics had escapement issues in the past several years, not recent, but in prior years. And we're seeing stock concerns all over Western Alaska. And we don't believe that the expansion of districts, particularly in the Cinder River, would be prudent at this time. Proposition 124, amend fishing season, went over that. Proposition 125, amend closed waters to change the boundary line in the outer port hiding section. We were opposed to that, 0 to 10. Half mile can make a huge difference in a commercial fishery. It's the Nushagak AC's position that OPH, outer port Hayden, should never have been opened in 2007. Proposition 126, we supported that 10-0. Amend closed waters and Northern District Salmon Fishery Management Plan to reduce commercial salmon fishing time and area in the outer port Hayden section. The Nushagak AC supports terminal fisheries and management. And we also have chum and king salmon concerns within our, in Bristol Bay. We have a chum run in the Nushagak. It's the only chum run in Bristol Bay, and we're seeing declines in that too right now, along with our king salmon. And the king salmon's across the board in Bristol Bay. It's not just the Nushagak. Let's see, Proposition 128. We support that 9-0. Amend gillnet specifications, operation, reduce commercial salmon harvest in the North Peninsula using gillnet depth reduction. So again, king salmon are concerned there also. They've had restrictions on sport fish there in recent years. Shallower nets may help, as it's scientifically proven kings run deeper than sockeye. There have been king restrictions, oh, I said that. Anyway, we felt that minimizing commercial impacts could help. The AC moved to amend the Proposition 128 to keep net depth at 29 meshes used in Nelson Lagoon from the beginning of the season with no change to the regulation during the coho season. The amendment carried 9-0. We also believe it could help Bristol Bay kings if shallower nets were used outside of Nelson Lagoon. Proposition 132, amend the Southern District Mainland Salmon Management Plan to reflect changes to Chignik River sockeye salmon escapement goals. The Nushkak AC shares Chignik's concern that fishing the Area M Southeast District Mainland could be triggered earlier by the reduced escapement goals in the Chignik and is likely to be detrimental to all Chignik stakeholders. We oppose that 0 to 10. And then last, I got Proposition 140. I know we've heard a lot about this one. It's known that this is a mixed stock fishery. We feel this could also help the Nushkak chum and king salmon escapements. Nushkak chums, the only chum run in Bristol Bay, are so poor right now, they are on track to become a stock concern for us also. When you think of Proposition 140, understand this is a mixed stock intercept fishery. All terminal fisheries from this mixed stock are bearing all the burden for conservation. All the burden for conservation. Whether it's commercial, sport, subsistence, or all the above. All, ALL, user groups need to share the burden of conservation, not just the terminal fishery. The Nushkak AC would encourage the board to be overly cautious expanding any fisheries during this board cycle. We have stock of concerns all over Western Alaska, and expanding mixed stock intercept fisheries at this time would not be prudent. Also, with all these stocks of concern, we encourage the board to share the burden of conservation with all user groups, not just the terminal fisher user groups, when making decisions this board cycle. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis. Mr. Wood.
Travis, I want you to put your AC hat on. I can keep it on, I should say.
Sure.
And I'm very interested in the process issue that you raised on 105 and 106.
Yes.
How much time do you feel that the ACs would need to be able to participate fully on any particular issue coming in front of this body, particularly 105? Would a 60-day lapse be sufficient, or would it be less or more for the AC to be able to study, examine, and come back with a report?
That's a good question, through the chair. I hate to speak for them. Big decisions like this have a lot of impacts on our fisheries, and so it's nice to have the time and be able to peer review some of these studies that they base their decisions off of. I'm not sure how much time, to be honest with you. That'd probably be a good question for them.
For who?
The Chignik AC.
Oh, I'm not talking just about any particular one AC. I'm talking about as a process.
As a process, usually we've got, 6 to 12 months would be realistic, in my opinion, so that, that would seem like you could kind of vet the whole process and vet the whole decision-making process and get public comment, It takes a while to get public comment out.
That's what I'm trying to get a feel of. So if you come up with a time frame, or if anyone else in ACs comes up with a suggestion, I'd be anxious to hear it. I am anticipating putting a motion on the floor on dealing with that issue.
Excellent.
Any other questions for the AC rep? All right, Travis, if you'd like to give your personal testimony, please do so.
Yeah, I just put that in there in case I needed the time. I didn't think I did, but I'm done. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank
Have a
you for your
wonderful day.
service on the AC, and thanks for being here. Tyler Wooding? Good morning, Tyler.
Good morning. Please reference RC 25. Hello, Madam Chair and the board. My name is Tyler Wooding. I started fishing in Area M with my dad when I was 10 years old. I have been a permit holder for the past 14 years, and my family has been fishing in Area M for the past 5 decades, starting with my grandpa. I'm opposed of restricting time in the South Unimak and Shumagon Island June fishery. Recent results of the genetic sampling done in 2022 of chums caught in the June fishery show that 96,000 coastal western Alaska or CWAC summer chums were harvested out of the total June catch of 544,000. It is important to note that the stock grouping includes chums bound for Bristol Bay, the Kuskokwim, Yukon rivers, as well as chum systems in the Northern Sound. It is responsible to assume that a significant portion of these CWAC chums harvested in the June fishery are bound for river systems also in Bristol Bay. The percentage of harvest represented by the stock groupings was significantly lower than found in the WASP study, and the presence of Asian origin chums was higher. Referencing RC 25, it shows the WASP chum harvest rates for coastal western Alaska and Bristol Bay from an average of 21% in 2007 to 2009. In the same years, the South Peninsula June fishery had a harvest rate as low as 2.1% to 6.9% at an average in those 3 years at 4.2%. In ADF&G's recent preliminary South Peninsula harvest report for 2022, its CWAC harvest rates are very in line with the WASP rates. Therefore, the South Peninsula June fishery has very little impact on CWAC chums. In RC 25, page 2, it shows the stock compositions from the 2007 and 2009 WASP study. The blue represents CWAC chums. The June stock composition in that study show an average of 57% coastal western Alaskan chums. In the most recent study also on RC 25, page 2, the genetic sampling of the stock composition in the June fishery of CWAC was 17.7%. The major difference in that graph is in the WASP years from 07-09, we had an average of 25% Asian chums. Last year, the South Peninsula had 58% Asian chum composition, resulting that there was far more Asian chums than CWAC chums caught in the South Peninsula last year. In conclusion, Proposal 140 would bring our area to regulations that existed from 2001 to 2003. These regulations were the most restrictive in the history of our June fishery. I believe the South Peninsula June fishery has very little impact on the coastal western Alaska chum runs based on the most recent stock compositions and harvest rates. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you for being
Thank you.
here. Chris Clemens. Hi, Chris.
Hello, Madam Chair, board members. My name is Chris Clemens. I'm an Area M permit holder and a camp board member. I was born in the state where I named Kodiak with my father. I currently live in Seward, Alaska with my lovely wife and 5-month-old daughter. I'm here to oppose Proposal 128 and to give you a couple stories why you should do so. Proposal 128 would reduce our gill nets from 70 meshes deep to 45 meshes deep. In July 2018, there was a storm in which 4 vessels were blown aground: the Flipper, the Seacomber, the Transit, and the Bronco Star. Fortunately, 3 of the 4 vessels were able to think fast, and with the help of nearby fishermen, they were able to work together and make a harrowing escape. However, one didn't make it, the Bronco Star. Even with other vessels assisting, she was unable to free herself from the grip of the surf and therefore was abandoned and never seen again. In 2022, A similar scenario with the Svet, the Zapad, and the Freelancer. With only a light westerly of 15 knots, all three vessels were pulled into the surf at the same time. Nearby fishermen rushed to the scene and were able to pull the three boats and crew to safety. Just another example of the treacherous environment we deal with. All four of these skippers and crew were seasoned veterans, and some among us today at this meeting. If you don't oppose Proposal 128, instances like these will be much more common. Due to the shallow nets, a 70 mesh net acts much better as a sea anchor and helps in assisting larger vessels like mine and many that participate in the fishery from drifting ashore in strong onshore winds and swell. On a side note, Proposal 128 is so poorly written. It says our nets are 200 feet long and all totaled up would equal 100 miles of net, not allowing fish to return to their native rivers. By my calculations, 137 nets at 200 feet would equal 5.1 miles. The number they were grasping for would be 137 nets at 200 fathoms, which would equal close to 31.1 miles, just under a third of the 100-mile accusation. All written mistakes aside, for Proposal 128 makes the Arium fleet less efficient, which could have a potential to get surplus fish upriver, resulting in long-term negative impacts to local rivers. It would cost the Arium fleet around $2 million with an impossible deadline to meet. But most of all, it presents a major safety risk. Thank you for your time, and please vote to oppose Proposal 128.
Thank you, Chris. Any board questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Patrick Cosbrook. Morning, Patrick. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Patrick Cosbrook. Generations of my family have lived in Perryville since the village was established in 1912. We've sustained our families and community on salmon in the Chignik area since that time. Our people have sustained using salmon for thousands of years. Historically, my family would put up 300 fish away in the winter for winter consumption. We would gather at our summer fish camp and smoke and salt salmon. This would happen in late May and early June. With the bad salmon returns, things have drastically changed for our family. Over the years, we have not made the trip to Chignik for our subsistence needs because of the bad returns. What we used to do in a day or two of fishing now takes us half the summer on the beaches of Perryville. I do not support Proposals 105 and 132, as there are too many unknowns as to what they may do and jeopardize our already depressed fishery. Now is not the time to be trying something new. We have been waiting for an action plan that will show exactly how we are going to rebuild our runs. We didn't get that this week. We got an experimental plan that doesn't use the same information that developed this fishery over the past 60 years. We can't start experimenting now. I'm here to ask that you don't accept this plan as is. It needs more work by the department and needs to be reviewed by other experts, and especially needs to be reviewed by the public in advisory committees. The best action you can take today is to pass Proposal 106 and 109. I also support Proposal 140. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Any questions from the board? Thank you for your testimony today. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Shannon Carroll. Following Shannon Carroll will be Luke Fanning, Glenn Gardner Jr., Jack Walsh, and Sarah Dishkin. Hi, Shannon. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Shannon Carroll. I'm testifying today on behalf of Trident Seafoods. Trident operates shore-based processing facilities in False Pass and Sandpoint. These plants primarily serve fleets in Area M, but also serve fleets in Chignik and Bristol Bay. Their viability is directly tied to fishing access in the Area M fisheries, however. I'm testifying today in support of the adaptive measures developed by the Seine fleet, as I believe these measures are the most effective and responsive way to incentivize chum avoidance year over year. I do want to start, however, by acknowledging that the food security issues and cultural loss that is ongoing in Western Alaska is devastating, and the struggles of the tribes and groups in the region are dire. Trident is committed to minimizing our impact on Western Alaska chum and are fully supportive of the adaptive measures that were first initiated by the Seine fleet in 2022. Last year, we supported these efforts by working to expedite communication of chum numbers to the fleet, waiving confidentiality protections with ADF&G, and agreeing to not buy fish from fleet that did not abide by the voluntary agreement. This year, the fleet has strengthened that agreement through a written contract, and we believe enhance its effectiveness through an online portal that will provide real-time data. For this season, we've committed to providing more timely preliminary information from our tenders, and again agreed to waive confidentiality and enforce the agreement with our fleet. I do want to note that we're limited from working as a group with other processors, so we're working with our team to develop a contract that we can sign with fleet that would be binding and enforceable on Trident's fleet. I know you guys have heard a lot of testimony, so I'll just close here, noting that, again, that I think the voluntary measures put forward by fleet are really the best way to be responsive, and that it's really impressive that the fleet was able to come together as a group and voluntarily agree to come up with something that was adaptive and responsive. I would also just close by note, I'm happy to take any questions, but I submitted RC 16, which details the chum pool that Trident employs. We've employed it for a couple of decades, and I'd be happy to take questions on that. Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Do you believe that an annual review coming in front of this board of the results of such a voluntary program or adaptive program, whatever term you want to use, would be helpful to keeping the plan in place?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, I certainly first just would say that we would support something like that. I think it would be most helpful in just allowing the public and the board to understand what's going on and to review the effectiveness of it. So I think that would be helpful, and I think it would probably have some impact on its viability.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Mitchell, then Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Shannon, for your testimony. How many boats did Trident not buy from that weren't participating in the stand-down?
Through the chair, we did not have any of our vessels that did not abide by, that did not violate the voluntary agreements. We did not have to enforce it.
Oh, okay, so this was just something that you intended to do, but you actually didn't have any boats that were not participating in the stand-down? Through
the chair, yes. It was something that we communicated to fleet that we were expecting them to commit to this voluntary agreement and that we wouldn't provide a market if they could not. And that's the same thing that we'll be doing for this year.
Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you, Shannon. Plan is good. It's good to have the plan. I haven't heard any triggers, numbers, percentages. Is that in anything that's been developed so far?
Through the chair, I don't have the trigger numbers yet either, but I can tell you that is something that the fleet is working on and will be included in the contract that we have with our fleet. So I think that's something that's in process, and I'm sure that there's some Area M representatives from the fleet that can speak more to that. I think Charlotte Levy, Kylie Thompson will be able to speak to that more eloquently than I can.
I understand the answer to that, but this board is going to have to reckon not with a voluntary program necessarily, but something that's going to be set a little harder. Do you think we're going to have that in front of us in the next day or two?
I will talk to Charlotte and Kylie and see what we can do to get back to you. I understand your question. Thanks.
I have a quick question for you, Shannon. So I think that the voluntary actions of the fleet are commendable, but let me ask you this. I mean, kind of dovetailing off of Mr. Heimbach's question, what do you think might be the threats to the effectiveness of a voluntary program?
I think if there's a cap in place or there's really restrictive time and area closures, that's going to make it much harder for the fleet to come to a voluntary agreement. I think making sure that they have the flexibility to respond and move to incidences of chum on the ground is the biggest key to success.
Let me ask you this a different way too. So let's just say that there's a voluntary program in place. I mean, what could be threatening to maintaining that, that spirit of collaboration?
Through the chair, well, one, I think it's clear that ADF&G has the in-season authority to take action if they feel that the voluntary agreement is not met or being adhered to, or if it's not being effective in the way that it was in 2022. I also think the fact that there's intense public and board pressure on this fleet on a seemingly annual basis makes it very significant. I mean, all of us feel that, and that's why we're at the table today. It took a lot. It was costly to both fleet and processors and communities to adhere to this last year, and we did so because of that pressure.
Thank you. Appreciate your being here. Thank you for your testimony. Luke Fanning. Hi, Luke. Good to see you again. Turn your mic on there. Hit the button. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Luke Fanning. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Aleutian Pribilof Island Community Development Association, also known as APICTA. We serve the residents of 6 communities in the Aleutian Pribilof region, including False Pass and Nelson Lagoon. I'm here today to express support for continued voluntary measures as the most appropriate pathway to minimizing chum salmon interactions in the Area M fishery. The chum salmon collapse in Western Alaska and the impacts to food security, culture, and livelihoods is incredibly concerning. From our understanding, these declines have largely been driven by warm ocean temperatures that have impacted nearshore habitat and food availability. In listening to the testimony this week, I think that most stakeholders understand we are dealing with climate-related impacts on vulnerable salmon populations, but obviously we differ on how best to craft a response to those unique conditions. APICTA's mission is to support and develop fisheries-based economies and community and economic development. Our efforts include employment creation, programs to support commercial and traditional harvesting, scholarships and vocational training, and local infrastructure projects like housing development and energy security. These programs have been critical for our communities, particularly in an era of reduced state capital budget spending. The Area M gillnet and seine fisheries have been critically important to the economic vitality of the region that we serve. As a means of economic development, APICTA built a seafood processing plant in False Pass. While we're no longer the operator of the plant, this activity continues to provide an important source of employment, a market for harvesters, and a tax base for the community. These kinds of activities remain vital to attracting new families to the community and retain the families that we have, keeping the school open and ensuring stable fuel supply for area residents. As you're well aware, conducting economic development in rural Alaska is incredibly difficult under the best of circumstances. We have tremendous respect for the challenges that fishery managers and communities face right now. We want to thank the board for carefully considering the trade-offs related to your decisions and by weighing the benefits of any action with the economic and social impact on the communities along the peninsula. Again, we support voluntary measures by the fleet, which will allow the flexibility to respond to on-the-water changes and hopefully lead to meaningful improvements in chum salmon avoidance. We think that all participants in the Area M region are taking this issue very seriously and are working hard to be responsive to the concerns coming from Western Alaska communities. Thank you.
Thanks, Luke. Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you, Mr. Fanning. I appreciate your concern about what's going on there. Can you maybe give us an explanation from your experience at the council level, how the CDQ groups view the chum interception out there and why we didn't get any motion towards maybe having some kind of safeguards for that same problem that exists out in the Bering Sea?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Heimbach. I certainly can't speak for all of the CDQ groups. I can offer some perhaps personal observations, and I think that first of all, it's my understanding that the council is looking very closely at additional measures. They may not have adopted those measures in the most recent council meetings, but they are continuing to study that. I do think that all of us as CDQ groups are very deeply concerned about the impact to chum salmon, the impact to Western Alaska communities. I can speak to our group's position. We think that it's absolutely imperative right now to continue to support the science, to make sure that the department and those that are studying these interactions have the resources that they need, and particularly to better understand the spatial and temporal relationships with regard to chum salmon harvest in both Western Alaska, the South Peninsula fishery, and in the trawl fisheries as well.
All right, thank you, Luke, appreciate your being here.
Thank you.
Glenn Gardner, Jr. After Mr. Gardner will be Jack Walsh, Sarah Dushkin, Danny Cumberledge, and Dylan Jacobson.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members.
Welcome.
Seems like yesterday I was sitting in the same chair, but here we go again. My name is Glenn Gardner Jr., and I'm here testifying on behalf of myself and the 800-plus members of the Chagin-Tayugunin tribe. I'm a fourth-generation native fisherman who has depended on Area M salmon fishery to raise my family and keep food on the table. I belong to the Chagin-Tayugunin tribe, as do many others here today. Our people have called the Chignik Islands home for thousands of years and depended on the survival on salmon. The Chagin-Tayugunin peoples have participated in this fishery, the oldest fishery in the state, from day one. Our peoples have relied on commercial fishing as their subsistence. We have learned to adapt to an ever-changing environment, and we make the best of all the situations. But with the continuing restrictions to our fisheries, it's getting harder and harder to keep the boat afloat, if you will. I started at the young age of 9, and after 51 years in this fishery, I have witnessed a whole range of good times and bad. There were years when an interest payment on a loan was just not happening. Nothing was guaranteed, but the fishery was always there to work at. Last year, the Chignik Islands took a large hit on their fishing time, which resulted in lost revenue to the fishermen and the community. With these restrictions on salmon fishing time, as well as loss of winter fishing opportunities, the community and the native population have been hit where it hurts. Reducing this fishery will result in many native families losing their livelihoods. For what benefit? I feel for our peoples to the north who are struggling, but we need to focus our attention on what is really causing this fish run to fail. Science shows there are many factors contributing to the Yukon chalk stock depression. It doesn't support closing a fishery with very little benefit to another fishery. The Chagin-Tayugunin tribe opposes Proposal 140 and any others that restrict fishing time in Area M, and supports maintaining the status quo with the voluntary program, which has shown to reduce chum catch. The current ADF&G Alaska Peninsula Management Plan has proven to be successful. The Yukon has had escapement for 18 of the past 20 years. Again, let's follow the science with sound data to ensure healthy fisheries. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Any questions from the board? Thank you for being here. Appreciate your testimony. Jack Walsh. Good morning, Jack.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. I've submitted written testimony, and it includes my opposition to some of the proposals that would impact the Area M fisheries. But to start, I'm Jack Walsh. I'm the superintendent of the Aleutian Eastboro School District and an Alaska resident for 35 years. In that time, I've become aware of the importance of the Area M fishery to the communities of Sand Point, King Cove, Akutan, False Pass, Cold Bay, and Nelson Lagoon, and also have other connections with other communities along the Aleutian Peninsula and Bristol Bay regions. These fisheries have provided our families with the bountiful fish, which is the lifeblood of our economy, our food supply, and the livelihood for generations. Besides those important aspects of the fishery, there are a significant number of our residents and businesses that support the industry, provide the infrastructure and the necessary services to process and transport these resources, and bring the fish to the world market. The region has had both years of great catches and that have been a tremendous boost, and other years that qualified as disasters because of the impact on such a large percentage of our residents and businesses. The ebb and flow of these fisheries is not unlike similar cycles affecting every part of our state's fishing industry. I've seen firsthand how my students are connected to their culture through our fisheries and subsistence. Kids I met 35 years ago have followed in the footsteps of their parents and for generations and continue in that rich tradition of the family fishing business. It's their culture, it's their heritage, and it's something that must remain. Our school district has seen dramatic changes since I first came to this district in 1987. The numbers of students and communities served by the district continues to trend downward, and a large part of that is related to employment opportunities for families and the high cost for goods and services in the region. As an area that has a large number of boats and permits owned by year-round residents and family businesses that support generations of family and community members, our fishery continues to be well-managed and committed to actions that have helped sustain the fishery. We believe that this discipline and commitment has helped this area and other fisheries throughout the state stay strong and be a viable part of our overall fisheries management plan with the state. Our borough continues to see the fishing industry as our primary source of revenue through the fish tax, and that revenue stream is a large part of the ways that our school district is supported, whether it contributes to the local requirements of the foundation formula, or it helps provide indirect support through the villages and cities where our schools exist, and the in-kind contributions each makes to support our schools and our students. Our area M fishery continues to be as necessary as ever. I hope that the board reviews their management plan and prepares for future decisions that fully consider the impact those decisions might have. While most of my message and the goal was to identify the impacts of the commercial fishing industry, but our fisheries
Mr.
also—
Walsh, your time is up.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Let me see if there's any questions for you. Thank you for your testimony today. Appreciate you being here. Sarah Dishkin. Good morning, Sarah. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Sarah Dushkin, and I am from Sandpoint, Alaska. I am here on behalf of the Shimigan Corporation. I come from a multi-general commercial and subsistence fishing family. I'm here testifying in opposition of Proposal 140 and any other proposals that would reduce fishing time in the South Alaska Peninsula. The Unangan people of our area have historically harvested salmon for the last 10,000 years. The mixed stock fishery in Area M helps us connect to our heritage and support our families. All 6 communities in the Aleutian's East Borough would be devastated both culturally and economically if these proposals are passed. Almost everyone in these communities is supported by salmon in some way. I urge you as a board to look at the science presented to you by others, as it clearly shows that shutting down or reducing time in Area M won't ensure the survival of other fisheries. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Are there any questions? Appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
Danny Cumberledge. Good morning, Danny.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Danny Cumberledge. I was born and raised in Sandpoint, and I'm opposed to 140. I own and operate a set net operation, and I also run a seine operation. In the past, Area M has voluntarily made adjustments to our management plans, such as giving up some time in the first opening for seining due to higher chum catches during that time, aligning the days at the last board cycle where we aligned the time so there was gear time out of the water. There was no gear in the water. To help conservation for seawack chums along with Chignik sockeyes. I believe there's a problem with the Bering Sea and the North Pacific with warming waters and larger predation and ocean survival that affect the stocks in Western Alaska far more than our mixed stock fishery, which is 500 and some miles away from that area. You take WASUP data, the data from the 2022 genetic study that shows that our impact on the CWAC chums is low. And it even decreased a little bit, I guess, in the last one. In 2022, the area M seiners executed a voluntarily self-management plan to help reduce chum catches. We weren't asked by anyone to do this. We did it voluntarily on our own to help conserve some chums and so more fish might make it back. I think measures that we do like that on our own, without being asked and stuff, should hold a lot of merit. We do these things because we're concerned and we do care. Ocean survival, we can't adjust. And I think that's more of an issue than a mixed stock fishery that we're in. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today.
Okay, thank you.
Dylan Jacobson, followed by Jordan Keeler, Tracy Peterson, Keith Williams, and then Patrick Brown. Hi, Dylan.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Dylan Jacobson, and I am testifying on behalf of the Chagin-Te-Gungan tribe. I was born and raised in Sandpoint, and I see the impact and importance of salmon fishing in my community. I work for the city of Sandpoint, and I'm the sole water and sewer operator for the town. Although I'm not a fisherman, my job is heavily dependent on the commercial fishing. The economy of Sandpoint relies heavily on the fish tax it receives. We cannot afford to lose any more fishing time. Without this fish tax, the city would struggle to maintain and repair equipment and provide safe drinking water for our residents. Salmon declines are complex, and accurate representation of data and science must be central to any decision regarding fishery closures. Harvest rates from the 2022 ADF&G study show that only 17.7% of chum caught were headed to central western Alaska. What cause and effect can be drawn from such a small number? The entire Alaska Peninsula community is culturally dependent on salmon fishing. Maintaining the status quo for the current ADF&G Alaska Peninsula Management Plan by opposing proposals 140 and all others that would reduce fishing time for Area M would be best for the fishermen and fisheries of the South Alaska Peninsula region and the communities that depend on them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dylan. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Jordan Keeler. Hi, Jordan.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Jordan Keeler, and I have the pleasure to serve as the City Administrator for Sandpoint. Sandpoint has been and remains in all aspects a fishing community. Nearly 100 Area M salmon permits of all gear type are held by local residents, to say nothing of the non-resident Area M permit holders that come each summer. Permit holders rely on the salmon season to provide financially for their families, themselves, and the community. Most permits have been passed down through families over the years, in the 120 years that it's been going on. Fishermen whose product is delivered to the plant in Sandpoint pay a 2% raw fish tax to the city. This tax goes to general government services such as public safety, public works, including water and sewer. Fishermen, along with other residents, pay a 4% sales tax to the city, which adds up pretty quickly when filling up a boat to go out for a set. These two sources, the raw fish tax and the sales tax, make up the bulk of the revenues for the city of Sandpoint. Last summer's reduced fishing time severely reduced the amount of revenue coming into the city that funds these operations that our residents rely on, as well as the visitors. The city, in order to serve the fishing industry, has nearly $3 million in outstanding bond debt. that's been issued through the state's bond bank. Almost $2 million of that debt that was financed through a 1% sales tax increase approved by the voters of Sandpoint goes to serve the renovations in the Old Harbor. The rest of that, nearly $1.2 million, was financed through revenue bonds pledged from the harbor to pay for a new travel lift that serves both the residential fleet and the visiting fleet. These bonds must be paid off. They are legal obligations that the city has made. If the Board of Fish continues to cut fishing time for Area M, then the community will not remain economically viable. Residents will leave. The processors will close if they have no product to process, and the city will have to slash services and default on its loans. The math is pretty simple. For these reasons, the city rejects Proposal 140 and all other proposals that seek to reduce fishing time in Area M, and we endorse all proposals that benefit all Area M fishermen. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Tracy Peterson? Good morning.
Either one? Okay, sorry. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Tracy Peterson, and my family is a fishing family from Sandpoint. My husband is a lifelong fisherman, third generation, and now my daughter has been fishing with her dad for the past 5 years. I served on the Aleutian's East Borough School Board for 2 terms many years ago, so I can somewhat relate to the job you have as a board. Quite different, but there are some similarities, and I know it is not easy to make decisions that affect thousands of people, especially when the stakes are so high. This is why I'm here to urge you to rely on the scientific studies and data available to us, much of which you heard on Monday, that supports maintaining the current management plan for our area. While it is painful to see any areas of our state deal with declining salmon runs, there is simply no scientific evidence that suggests Proposal 140 and the other proposals before you to change the current management plan would have any significant impact on AYK returns. However, what we do know for certain is that these proposals would devastate our area economically. I think most of us in this room recognize that living in rural Alaska is challenging and expensive, and I know that many rural Alaskans are hurting all over the state, including in our area. These proposals, if adopted, are a guarantee that our communities will suffer greatly, both economically and culturally. It is absolutely unnecessary for this to happen, and the science simply does not support it. Again, I urge you to maintain the current management plan so that our communities have a fighting chance to survive. Thank you for your time, thank you for serving on this board, and thank you for providing this opportunity to address you today.
Thank you, Tracy. Any questions? Thank you for being here. Keith Williams? Welcome, Keith. Hit the button, it'll turn it back on. I think you just turned it off. There you go.
Madam Chair and members of the board, my name is Keith Williams. I started fishing in Area M 10 years ago. I'm now a partner in 3 58-foot seiners and call King Cove my home for half the year. In my fishing career, I've seen many different salmon runs. Every year is different. In some years, we see more abundance of chum than other years. Area M fishermen have always been discouraged from catching chum salmon in June. We have a chum pool for June. This, along with low chum salmon prices, disincentivizes chum catch. During the 2022 salmon season, we as fishermen implemented a voluntary program to further reduce chum catch in our June fishery. The program that we created was based on fleet-wide communication and honesty amongst our fishermen. The 3 processors in Area M agreed to share daily chum harvest numbers so that we could pinpoint high chum areas and avoid them. We also conducted test fishing leading up to our first opener. By conducting test fishing, we could get an idea of how many chum salmon were around without the whole fleet fishing. This plan worked extremely well because very specific portions of our fleet could avoid fishing when chum numbers were high in their area. By self-regulating, we avoided shutting down our fellow fishermen that were fishing in areas with low chum numbers. Looking at all the scientific data provided during staff reports, it does not appear that South Peninsula fishermen are catching a notable amount of AYK chums. However, if keeping our chum catch as low as possible is the goal, I do not think that changing our June fishing schedule is the best plan. We proved in 2022 that we could work as a fleet to avoid chums. I believe that implementing this plan in the future is the best solution. We care about Alaskans and our fellow fishermen in neighboring regions. That is why we saw 100% voluntary participation in June 2022. We want to survive and thrive and see sustainable salmon fisheries in Area M as well as AYK and every other region. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Mr. Heimbach.
Thanks, Keith. I have a question about one thing you said that I think is kind of central to how I view the voluntary stand-down stuff. I know from experience that the incidence of chums towards the Shumigans is often far less than it is down on Unimac. What I'm interested in is how were you guys able to bridge the obvious discomfort that the people standing on the east side probably would have had with people down at Lazarus or Lutke?
As far as their chum catch being different than ours, or?
Getting them to stand down.
Well, that's the beauty of this program is it's you know, we communicated as a fleet very openly so people who were, you know, maybe not catching high numbers of chums could continue fishing. So it's very specific and very fluid.
If I may follow up on that, so can I extract from that that the idea of the voluntary program, whether it's set in stone going forward, is going to allow for some people to still fish in parts of the area, or do you see the whole fleet standing down?
Well, like I said, it's dynamic and every day was different for us. That's why having this adaptive program that was you know, so fluid, like we were able to communicate as a fleet, and it wasn't necessarily the entire fleet standing down at times. It's very specific locations to avoid chums.
Mr. Wood.
I want to follow up on that. So if there were hypothetically 2 areas, Area A has a high number or a high percentage of chums, and Area B has no chums, those fishing in Area B would be allowed to continue fishing under this program, would they not?
That's correct.
Whereas Area A would be closed for the period of time that those chums are at that level that are unacceptable. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
And let me follow up on that then. The Area A wouldn't necessarily be closed, you just wouldn't be present there because, you know, of the presence of chums. Where would those Area A fishermen go? Would they just like hang out, or would they go over to Area B?
No, so most of the time, you know, these stand downs that we did voluntarily, you know, we would see a high number of chums, and then we would communicate with our fellow fishermen in that specific area, and we would either sit out a tide or stand down for X amount of hours and then, you know, continue fishing, or at least, you know, go take a sample and see if the chum numbers have changed.
Got it. Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next up is Patrick Brown with the Sandpoint AC. Hi, Patrick.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I got a personal testimony as well. Does it matter what order I do them in?
It doesn't. Just let me know which one you're going to do, and we'll set the timer accordingly.
Okay, I'd like to start with my personal testimony,
Absolutely.
please. Good morning, Madam Chair and esteemed members of the board. Thank you for your opportunity to speak today and for your consideration on these crucial issues. My name is Patrick Brown, and I'm a lifelong Alaska resident and fisherman. I'm a Sandpoint native and member of the Chagin tribe. I'm at least a 4th-generation commercial fisherman, as well as multi-generation subsistence fisherman. I've commercial salmon fished most of my life with nearly 30 years under my belt. I'm a set gillnet and seine permit owner, and I own and operate a 47-foot commercial fishing vessel out of Sandpoint. I'd like to draw attention to something I haven't heard mentioned throughout this meeting. The Bristol Bay runs in the past several years have been the highest on record and are highly indicative of a strong run. For the past 8 years, Bristol Bay harvests have been at or near 40 million sockeye. Rivers such as the Nushagak have had more escapement than I've ever seen, and as a result, when fishing opens for the season and escapement goals are being met, Bristol Bay fishermen are fishing almost continuously with respect to the tides. They are also mixed stock fisheries as defined by law. Last summer, 2022, I captained a 110-foot tender vessel in Bristol Bay. We started in the Nushagak near Clark's Point in late June and spent about a 10-day stretch in Igigik in early July. Following that, we finished up the Bristol Bay season near Clark's Point. I was one of the last tenders in the Nushagak until the processors ended for the season on or about July 25th. Now, I don't know if you're aware, but Bristol Bay fishermen do not generally separate their sockeyes from the chum salmon. They're all delivered as mixed salmon. Now, once a day, usually the first delivery of the day, we would separate a brailer of salmon to determine proportions of chums and sockeye, determine size and weight. I made sure we did this diligently and fairly so that the department would have accurate numbers, as that was my job. My crew were all veteran fishermen and quite adept at differentiating species. In late June, we were sampling between 10 and 30% chums per brailer in the Nushagak, while area-wide harvest was at or near 1 million fish per day. Now, the thing about tenders is they're usually filled with unskilled laborers, usually people trying to get their foot in the door in the industry. They're paid lower wages than the fishermen. And most can't tell the difference between a salmon and a steelhead. Now, I can't say with any certainty how samplings on other tenders worked, but I can tell you as a fisherman, I've observed many other tenders in my fishing career where deckhands couldn't differentiate one species from another. As a seiner, I've found sockeyes in my chum samples and vice versa. And fishing happens quickly and offloads are expedited as quickly as possible. There's not enough time to separate every single brailer. Does the department receive production numbers from the processors at the end of the season? Or is everything on the fish tickets the only numbers they receive? That's my question. This could be a key to unlocking realistic harvest numbers of chum salmon in Bristol Bay. I'm adamantly opposed to all proposals by outside interests to curtail our fishery, especially Proposal 140. Most of these proposers have never even been to our region and seen our fishery in action.
Patrick, your personal time is up. If you want to use a little of your AC time, you can do that. Any questions for his personal testimony? All right, if you'd like to go into your AC report, that'd be great.
Thank you. Again, for the record, my name is Patrick Brown. I'm chairman of the Sandpoint AC. We are a 6-member board with fishermen or seiners, set gill netters, and subsistence users. We represent many user groups, including but not limited to tanner crabbing, Dungeness, pot cod, trawl, jig, trawl pollock, long lining, set gillnet, purse seine salmon, and drift gillnet. Many of our community members also fish other areas such as Bristol Bay. We live in a remote area which is rich in natural resources, including some of the best feeding and spawning grounds in the world. The local fleet easily comprises about a third of the set netters and seiners in the region, probably more, and our harbor stores about a third of the drift net fleet for the winter. The population of our city is about 1,000 permanent residents, including plus seasonal workers and seasonal fishermen. Our AC met January 9th at the Sandpoint City Chambers. The minutes of our meeting can be found under AC Comments AC 22. Additionally, we used many department comments as a guide to our decision-making, making best use of available science, and that would be staff comments RC2. The AC is unanimously opposed to all proposals submitted by outside interest groups who wish to alter our fishery. Many which are allocative in nature are irrespective of best available science and data. After careful consideration and extensive deliberation, the AC opposed the following proposals. I'd like to speak to them now. We oppose Proposal 106, which would amend the Chignik area salmon management plan to increase in-river sockeye escapement of salmon prior to opening a commercial salmon fishery by emergency order. In part due to the department's opposition to this proposal as well, we oppose Proposal 109, which would amend the CMA to allow period openings to harvest more salmon in the Central District and repeal the in-river run goal in August and September, in part due to the department's opposition. We oppose Proposal 118, which would amend the district sections and subsections of the management plan to increase commercial fishing time and area in the Western and Perryville districts in August, due to concern about the Devil's Bay subsection. This should instead be based on sockeye escapement or pink and chum and salmon abundance, which it is not, and is in fact the exact opposite of what we supported. We oppose Proposal 119, which would amend allowable gear in the CMA to include troll gear, create a management plan to create a commercial troll fishery, and amend regulations in Chapter 29 salmon troll fishery to include CMA, because Chignik is to be a stock of concern for Chinook. Additionally, it lacks significant direction with regard to statewide trolling regulations and opens the possibility of adding other trollers to the area. We oppose Proposal 120, which would modify fishing periods in the Northern District because it would constitute windows and mandatory closures, therefore tying fishers to Nelson Lagoon escapement and resulting in lost harvest and surplus. We oppose Proposal 126, which would amend closed waters in Northern District Salmon Fisheries Management Plan to reduce commercial salmon fishing time and area in the OPH because it's too large of an expansion. We oppose Proposal 127, which would amend fishing seasons to increase fishing time in the Caribou Flats section, which would take away from Nelson Lagoon. We oppose Proposal 128, which would amend gillnet specifications and operations to reduce commercial salmon harvest in the North Peninsula using gillnet depth reductions, because it would cost the drift and set net fleets a significant amount as well, estimated at $2 million in expenses to change gear. We oppose Proposal 133, which would amend the South Unimak and Shumagon Islands June Salmon Management Plan to reduce commercial salmon fishing time area for purse seine gear, because it will cause undue economic hardship for Shumagon Island seiners. Seiners have already lost the Dolga Islands District in June since 2019. We oppose Proposal 134, which would amend South Unimak and Shumagon Islands June Salmon Management Plan, because not only is that a dated management plan shown not to work, there is no allocation plan specified in the proposal. We oppose Proposal 136, which would amend the South Unimak and Shumagon Islands June Salmon Management Plan to implement a chum salmon harvest cap to reduce commercial fishing time, because the department has said that it's difficult to say that a chum cap would result in more return to AYK. Additionally, in order for the June fleet to self-manage to avoid chum while still catching sockeye, time and area are needed to give flexibility. Caps ultimately are treated as targets rather than measures of conservation. We oppose Proposal 138, which would amend the South Unimak and Shumagon Islands June Salmon Management Plan to require the department to place observers on board commercial salmon fishing vessels. The department does not believe observers are necessary, as current reporting requirements are adequate and timely. We oppose Proposal 139, which would amend South Unimak Shumagon Islands June Salmon Management Plan to restrict commercial fishing time, because in 2001 to 2003, the management plan nearly bankrupted the entire region. We oppose Proposal 140, which would reduce time in the June Salmon Management Plan to benefit Yukon fall chum. The June fishery catches very little, if any, Yukon fall chum. The majority of chum harvested in the June fishery are Asian stocks. Seawack chum not caught in Area M continue on through other fisheries before reaching their rivers of origin. Thus, reducing time in Area M June fishery will not necessarily result in more chum returning to the AYK. We oppose Proposal 141, which would amend the South Unimak and June Islands and Shumagon Islands June Salmon Management Plan to require fishermen to release all salmon caught of AYK origin while retaining only sockeye or local species. Neither department or fishermen can identify salmon stock without first sampling and then determining genetic stock group. We oppose Proposal 143, which would amend the post-June Salmon Management Plan for the South Alaska Peninsula to close the set gillnet fishery in response to department immature salmon assessment, because it is punitive in nature. We are the only ones with test fishing and set netters aren't catching immature salmon. We oppose Proposals 148 and 149, which would amend a suite of management plans to reduce commercial fishing time in the South Alaska Peninsula area and amend management plans for the South Alaska Peninsula area to reduce commercial fishing time if the lower bound goal is not projected to be met. Additionally, this board cannot direct the department to implement a sampling program. After careful consideration and extensive deliberation, the AC supports the following proposals, and I'd like to take the time to discuss them. We support Proposal 107, which would modify Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan to allow more commercial fishing time by opening commercial salmon fishing periods regardless of sockeye salmon escapement, because most fish caught in Western and Perryville District are westbound. Modifying the management plan would allow for a crack at Bristol Bay fish and only guarantees 2 openers a month. We support Proposal 108 with an amendment to reflect department language to change shall open to may open in order to give department more flexibility in regards to management. This proposal would amend the CMA management plan to implement commercial salmon fishing periods in June, seeing as almost all effort for pink and chum salmon is in Western and Perryville districts, and Kodiak wrote it similar to how they fish. We support Proposal 115, which would amend Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan so that pink chum and coho salmon stocks in the Western and Perryville districts of Area L will be managed based on the strength of pink chum and coho stocks in the Stepovac and Shumagon Island sections of Area M. The department has said that it may result in significant loss and opportunity when local runs are poor, seeing as if Area M pink or chum are high and allow fishing. It may be too late to protect a weak run of sockeye. The department has also said that Sedum has to close after August 1st and that they're opposed to the 48-hour closures in Western and Perryville due to recused availability to manage fishing. We support Proposal 116 along the same line of reasoning. We support Proposal 121, which would amend fishing seasons in the Three Hills section to increase potential fishing time and align sections to similar fishing periods because it would give the department more flexibility. We support Proposal 122, which would amend fishing seasons to allow more commercial fishing time by allowing fishing periods in the Cinder River section. Seeing as Cinder has a large escapement and no directed fishery and has exceeded its goal in 19 of the past 20 years. We support Proposal 124 along the same line of reasoning. We support Proposal 123, which would amend fishing seasons to allow more fishing time and area for set net gear in the Cinder River section because it supports harvesting opportunity. We support Proposal 125, which would amend closed waters to change the boundary line in the OPH because a straight line is better for the situation. We support Proposal 129, which would allow the use of monofilament gillnet web in the Northern District because we already know what happens when fish can't see the web. This gear is already allowed in Puget Sound, Kodiak, and Cook Inlet. We support Proposal 132, which would amend Sedum to reflect changes to Chignik River sockeye salmon management escapement goals. And there's a few more that the rest can be found in our minutes, and I'll just leave it at that. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thanks, Patrick. That was a really good report, and appreciate your service on the AC and your time to communicate the AC's thoughts to the board. Any questions? Thank you. Next up is testifier number 118, Lauren Kuznetsov, followed by Kara Kuznetsov, Melina Jordan, and Jim Brewer. Hi, Lauren, welcome.
Dear board members, good morning. My name is Laurenti Kuznetsov, and I am Alaska resident, concerned Area M fisherman, and I am here to oppose Proposal 140. The Area M fleet is composed of mostly Alaska residents. Seiners are made up of 71% Alaska residents, gillnetters are 60%, and setnetters are 83%. Just in the Russian fleet, we have 52 boats fishing in the area, averaging 3 people per boat. That's 156 people whose family depend on us to fish the area. Just from the Russian fleet, not counting the many more Alaska residents who will be hurt if this proposal is approved. We'll see no profit when catching chums. There is no incentive. Each gear group has a chum pool. We distribute the numbers of chums catch to all the vessels. We always avoid them as much as we can by moving or relocating from one place to another. In addition, we have many other self-governing regulations to mitigate the catch of chimps. Our goal is to catch sockeye and always was. All we Alaskans are asking is to please oppose Proposal 140 and allow us to pay our bills so we can raise and educate our kids who are now following our steps in the fishing industry, learning how to provide and survive the tough winters that Alaska challenges every year. This proposal will especially hurt the native people from Sandpoint, King Cove, and Falls Pass, who really depends on this fishery. When most of the fleets move to the North Peninsula, the local fishermen stay and having their fishing time slashed, devastating the income for their families. Cutting our fishing time to 16 hours per day would cut the openers by 60%. It will put us in the box with no opportunity to try to avoid chumps. Sometimes we drive from Cape Latke to Pen Cove. That's over 7 hours of driving, so we can avoid the interception of chumps. I moved from Brazil to America 16 years ago to escape the socialism and the overregulation and to chase the American dream. I started out as a deckhand with a dream of owning my own boat one day. Area M offered me that chance. I was able to buy my dream boat and a permit, proving that with the hard work, anyone can make it. Approving this proposal will affect the new generation and will be impossible to start or even maintain in the existing operations. Give us the opportunity and our kids a chance and oppose Proposal 140. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you. Mr. Wood has a question for you, sir.
Thank you. I wasn't sure if I heard you correctly. Did you say the Russian fleet had rules within the fleet governing their fishing practices?
No, I mean Russians, we're all believers. It's not that we came from Russia. We're just mostly it's born in here, raised in here.
No, I understand what comprises that fleet, but is there a set of rules that they've adopted? Okay, that's what I was trying to
No, it's all the same.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your testimony today.
thank you.
Appreciate you. Keurig Kuznetsov.
I'll be referring to RC number 26 here. Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Akira Kuznetsov, and I'm here today to speak in favor of Proposal 125. I was born and raised in Alaska. I'm a third-generation fisherman and have been salmon fishing ever since I was old enough to fit into some rain gear. I've been fishing Area M since 2008, and I've been running my own boat since 2014. Every outer-port hiding opener, also called OPH, I've ever fished in my career has always had one thing in common, a line set drama. Every flood tide, boats go up the boundary line with their nets on the reel, take their line number, and sit on anchor waiting for the tide to start ebbing and their turn to make a line set. Some days, people sit on anchor for upwards of 30 hours just to make a set, and someone somewhere always ends up getting corked. Their net ends up behind somebody else's net. And most of the time, it's completely on accident from the other boat. This is the main reason Proposal 125 was submitted by CAMF. The way our North Line OPH boundary line is set up right now makes it too steep of an angle to the beach. As boats set from the beach and out, the current pushes everybody to the southwest and closer to the shore, and someone somewhere usually gets squeezed tight with no room to work managing their net or ends up completely behind somebody else, thus losing their long-awaited opportunity to catch some fish and pay some bills. Proposal 125 states swinging our line at the midpoint will make it area neutral, gaining half a mile by the beach, losing half a mile on the outside, but in reality, it will make our line almost a half a mile shorter overall, resulting in up to 2 line sets less every wave. According to a study done by the University of Washington in 2014 and 2015 of North Inlet and OPH areas, which looked at the stock composition of sockeye salmon caught close to shore and to 1.5 miles, and from 1.5 miles to the 3 miles boundary line, it showed no difference in the genetic stock composition of the fish being caught. Making this change will have no negative impact in the difference of the salmon stock that we will catch. With this proposal, our line will become more perpendicular to the beach, thus making our fishery more orderly, creating less arguments, and giving everybody a better opportunity at that elusive perfect line set. Thank you for your time, and please vote in favor of 125. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you, Carrick. Mr. Heimbach has one.
Thank you for your testimony. I think we both know that that line has been adjusted from a very acute angle years back into what it is now. So my question, I guess, for you is if it makes no genetic difference, why aren't we just swinging that line downwards based on where the beach end is right now? Because it would accomplish the very same thing.
Well, that way we're gonna be losing way more area than what the current proposal is doing and making our line much shorter.
But I thought you just testified it would make no genetic difference. I'm going to assume that they're still moving to the south.
Oh, yes, for fish-wise, I was going with the area thing, so. But for the whole genetics composition, yeah, it's not gonna make any difference.
Do you set only at the beach, or do you set farther out along that line?
It all depends what you get. You start out from the beach and you keep going through the 3-mile line. Depends what you get during the bidding process there.
Okay, so there's fishing that occurs all along that line, though?
Yes, it
Okay.
starts from the shore and goes all the way through the 3 miles.
Got it. Thank you. All right, appreciate your testimony today. Thank you. Melina Jordan? Good morning, welcome.
Good morning. My name is Melina Jordan. I just want to say hello all, Chair. I just want to thank the board members for volunteering your time to hear our woes and opinions as Alaskans. Many thanks for the opportunity to be here to testify today. Alaska, the last frontier, the last bulk resource, the land of few and far in between, the land of almost 375 million acres, the land that is 1/3 of the size of our lower 48, the land that just gives and gives and gives, the land that gets drained of all of its beautiful biomes and wildlife. As a board, the amount of responsibility to Alaskan resources is exponential, but so is our responsibility as Alaskan people to stand for the beings that have no voice, that can't sit here and advocate. It's time to regulate all fish harvesters, including commercial, sport, trawlers, gill netting, seining, personal use, not just subsistence. As an Alaska Native, my ancestors lived off the land for millennia as stewards of the land, who only took what they needed when they needed to survive. It wasn't subsistence, it was subsistence, not for sport or profit. And as of now, our sustenance needs as a people are not being met. Escapement goals are sky high compared to actual physical numbers, yet our chum are being commercially harvested and sold worldwide. I just want to cite and remind the people of Alaska, the statute promised subsistence priority 16.05.258. Since the start of these meetings this year, there have been a lot of debate on which way of life is more important. And frankly, it's irritating and irrelevant. The only thing that should matter is boycotting mistreatment of a species that suffers exponentially due to human mistreatment and misuse. I'm not placing blame on any specific behavior, but if the shoe fits, think about it. We are watching and paying attention. As such a young state, we still have time to change regulations to properly stand up and be stewards of the lands and protect our precious ways of life. To ensure we reverse the actions of making a functionally extinct salmon, to save a species, to save our future generations. There's always talk about save for the future generations, but what can we do about it now? Now, there are children who will possibly live to see the extinction of polar bears in the Arctic, countless species of whales, and various other ecosystems. Hopefully, we can protect that from happening. But in order to do that, we need to start small and work together. I want to show my support of Proposal 140 to ensure escapement goals and the future generations of a species. Having experienced the change of which the natives of Alaska have been foretelling for years is chilling to think about what our reality would be if our words were heeded when they were first spoken in the 70s and even earlier. Modern science only has to be proven 3 times to be considered a fact. I'm almost done.
What does modern science need to consider to be proven a fact?
That's a good question.
I thought I was going to wrap up your
Okay.
testimony.
It just one, basically estimates. Traditional science is not widely accepted, yet proven true time and time again. Again, thank you, Chair, board members, staff, and attendees for hearing our testimony. In closing, every salmon counts.
Thank you. So to answer my question, sort of traditional knowledge needs to be an important component of that.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Wood.
Help me out here, because we were just addressing this question yesterday. Where do I find anywhere in our policies or regulations where traditional knowledge or traditional science is implemented?
Well, historically, we weren't given the opportunity to share that knowledge and basis. It's basically word of mouth. So if you can go to the Gulf, and it's basically the same on every village, on every bank of the river.
Yeah.
It's-
No, I know what it is, and I respect what it is. What I'm
Yeah.
trying to elicit from you, is, or anyone in the audience, is where do I find it implemented in either official policy or official regulations or statutes of the state of Alaska?
Could you rephrase the question?
Yeah. Where's it required of this board to deal with traditional knowledge or traditional science?
That's what I'm asking. If it could be a part of the platform. It's traditionally, the knowledge that we use is like when the salmon counts come, but as of now, the way that the board operates, it only has room for modern traditional science. And so you basically look at the numbers in bulk and multiple species at the same time. So there's no telling which species is different.
So you and I are going in the exact same direction, but I came to the conclusion that it's nowhere in our law. Is that the same conclusion you've come to?
Yes, and
Thank you.
that
Yeah.
is why I'm asking if it could be considered.
Thank you.
Thank you as well.
Thank you. I don't think it could be considered. I think it should be
I
considered.
agree. Thank you.
Next up is Jim Brewer. Hi, Jim. Welcome.
Do I need to press anything? Nope, I'm on. Madam Chair, Mr. Commissioner, and staff, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jim Brewer, and I am here to give oral testimony on behalf of the city of Chignik, as we did not submit written testimony. I have lived year-round in the Chignik area for the last 39 years collectively. I've worked in the marine industry for the past 49 years, building, repairing, working, and operating seine boats. I have worked in Area M, Area L, and Area K mostly. The 7 members elected by the City Council, elected by the public, comprising the City Council, is unanimously opposed to the proposals of 105 and 132. We also stand in unanimous support of the Chignik AC and the Chignik Intertribal Coalition, and in opposition and support of other proposals, as we have representation in both groups to advise us on these important issues. I have pared down my presentation to the bare bones, and I would like to leave you with this analogy. I would like all Alaskans to think about this analogy. Imagine you're going to bed in July 2018 and falling asleep thinking your schools will open in the fall, you will be able to pay your bills, your summer bills at the end of the fishing season, and you have enough left over to pay the winter bills, all of which support your local infrastructure. But when you wake up in the morning and have your morning coffee, you hear that the Trans-Alaska Pipeline has been turned off. Now imagine where you would be 5 years later without a pipeline revenue. Where do the kids go to school? What do your streets look like? Your bridges? Are you still using treated water? And your septic operates without a second thought? Or are you now back to using an outhouse? This is what the last 5 years have been for the city of Chignik. Our salmon is our pipeline. And I have cut my testimony. I am prepared to discuss with anybody, industry, anybody about the supportive infrastructure, fishery supportive infrastructure that we have built in Chignik over the last 20 years at great expense to the taxpayer. And I will be available for any questions on breaks. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Good timing. Are there any questions from the board? Nope. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Let's take a couple more. Let's do Arseny Palushkin, Cody Trader. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you all for being here and participating in this process of public self-governance and conservation management. My name is Arseny Palushkin. I was born and raised in Homer, Alaska, where I still live today. I'm a second-generation fisherman. I've been participating in salmon gillnet fishing since 10 years old with my father and on my own boat and business since 2009. I have 3 sons who've been fishing with me since they reached the age of 9, and they enjoy spending their summers with their father. I'm here today to oppose Proposal 120 and ask the board to oppose this proposal too. ADFG has done a very good job of achieving escapement goals in the rivers of Area M with the tools at their disposal. This proposal will tie the biologists' hands to move fishermen to other areas to regulate escapement on certain rivers successfully, and will inevitably shut down a lot of fishing time. And that includes the author of this proposal. As Nelson Lagoon fishermen are the same permit holders as the rest of us in Area M. Nelson Lagoon fishermen have the same permits and have the same opportunity to achieve a livelihood. I grew up fishing and depend on it for my livelihood and for support and subsistence to feed my family. Sympathize with the author of Prop 120, but to claim that if there's less than an ideal amount of fish in the river for the author's liking will create undue hardship for the village is an extreme over-exaggeration. I don't know if anyone has mentioned this to the board, but Area M fishermen run a gentleman's fishery. We come to agreements to conserve and to reduce conflict in the fishery, and we self-govern to maintain the agreements. One such standing agreement we abide by, that was agreed upon before even my time, is that only Nelson Lagoon locals are to fish Nelson River, even though we all have access to the river as Area M permit holders. This agreement has been maintained for decades till today. I do not agree to take from one fisherman's pocket to supplement another's failure to succeed, as this prop would do in a nutshell. This should not pass. The current regulations give ADFG many tools to manage the fishery successfully and escapements in Nelson River, and they have done so since 1975, except very successfully, and should stay the status quo. Also, I support Proposal 125, as it's just another housekeeping measure in our gentleman's fishery that will reduce some conflict on the line fishing as the current line bundles up nets on the ebb tide. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Cody Trader. Hi, Cody. Welcome to the board.
Good morning. Please reference RC 29.
You just turned it off. There you go.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Chair and members. My name is Cody Trader. My permit says Commercial Salmon Area M, but it's just myself and my crew member, both doing our best to feed our families and pay our bills. We humbly stand opposed to Proposal 140 with only respect and empathy for the Yukon contingent and the hardships they currently face. 140 claims a direct correlation to our record harvest in 2021 and their chum crash, but it isn't clear in its language about what's now known about our chum compositions. With respect, Area M fishermen are not killing the Yukon chum run, period. Historical data hasn't supported this theory, yet supporters are essentially asking this board to strip away this fishery to see if the chums return to the Yukon. Proposals like this misrepresent us, and we're left to defend ourselves once again against a fervor of unjustified negative public interest. New studies show that our small fleet in another ocean is not the mixed stock fishery that finally took out the Yukon in 2021. It sounds far-fetched because it is, and recent data would hopefully put this to rest. The most significant data point arise from the 2022 genetic stock composition of chums harvested in Area M by the Department of Fish and Game, and it cannot be ignored. Asian chums absolutely dominated our waters in 2022. 59% of all chums caught in June were from Asia, and only 19% were from the CWAC group, which includes the lower Yukon chum stock of concern to an even smaller percentage unknown. This is an alarming increase in Asian chum since the WASP years of 07 and 09, and also a correlating and equally alarming decrease in CWAC chums from 57% to 19%. This amounts to a complete population inversion in the South Peninsula since the WASP study years. It's now painfully obvious from the data that Asian chums are interfering with the natural cycle of CWAC and Yukon chums, and that 140 disregards this new reality of biological competition in favor of burdening us with conserving beyond our control a chum stock that is not returning. The report designed by the department to inform this very board doesn't support 140's claims, and the department is neutral on 140. Why? The Yukon's chum situation is obviously a disaster, and if the department thought that 140 in any way would in any meaningful way change in bringing the Yukon chum population back to sustainable levels, then they would support it. They can't support it because the data doesn't support it. 140 denies data that was asked and lobbied for by its supporters. It demands you repeal all of the common sense frameworks set forth in recent board cycles that Area M has diligently and faithfully prosecuted to protect all of the chums in our area, not just the Yukons, and senselessly chokes to death our June fishery that's been sustainably harvested for over 100 years. 140 asks all of this simply to see if the Yukon chums come back. If they were going to do this to just see if, then what was the purpose of the comprehensive genetic scientific study? My fellow fishers and stewards of the ocean in this room, we ignore data at the peril of the very streams we aim to protect. Please do not eliminate an entire fishery for what will yield zero results in the Yukon and not address the underlying issues revealed here. Please vote on the data, no on 140. I can take any questions.
I have a question for you, Cody. So is it your belief that Proposal 140 would completely shut down your June fishery?
I'm sorry if the language seemed misleading, but in effect, we all agree that it would essentially shut down the June fishery because of opportunity. It's over 1,000 square miles. We're talking about 16-hour openers with no opportunity to move geographically off of different species of fish. Essentially, we're going to throw our net in the water and get what we get in a 16-hour period. It takes almost that long to run to some of these areas. So, yeah, I apologize if the language seemed like completely strip, but essentially that's what it would be for us. It would essentially eliminate our June fishery.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Thank you.
I
Any other
appreciate
questions?
it. Any other questions? Thanks for your testimony
Thank
today.
you for hearing me.
Appreciate
Thank you very much for your time.
All right, let's go ahead and take about a 20-minute break, and we'll come back on the record with testifier number 124, Thomas Tilden. Okay, welcome back. The time is 10:49, a little bit longer break than I anticipated, but thank you for your patience. Let's go ahead and continue with public testimony. I'm on testifier number 124, Thomas Tilden. Thomas? Yeah. Hi. Good morning, Thomas. Welcome to the Board of Fisheries.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Board of Fish for allowing me to address you at this time, and also thank you, staff, for the fine reports that you gave earlier. My name is Thomas Tilden, for the record. I live in Dena'ina, Alaska, and was raised up in the village of Nushagak River called Portage Creek. My grandmother raised me till I was 6 in a subsistence way of life. She came from Nelson Island, along the western coast of on Alaska, south of the Yukon River. Her and her family moved to Bristol Bay in 1919, after the 1919 pandemic. I'm a commercial fisherman, started fishing with my dad in 1965. 1965 was an exceptional year for Bristol Bay. However, basically what it did was it paid off the debts that we owed from the previous year due to a big crop failure in the area. Back then, we had to deal with foreign fishing fleets that were fishing outside of the 3-mile limit. In addition to that, we also had an intercept fishery down in Area M, intercepting our salmon. I have fished in all 5 districts within the Bristol Bay, and I fished down in the Gashik where I watch. I have to quit fishing on Saturday morning until Monday morning at 9. And I watch Area M fish continue to fish outside of that Agashik district. So you can watch those fishermen fishing our stocks that are heading to the Agashik area. Never in my life did I ever think that I would watch 2 huge river systems completely fail, and they have failed. As I listened to the testimony here from the Yukon-Kuskokwim area, no fish, no commercial fishing, a granddaughter tugging at her grandmother for fish, and that grandmother cannot produce it. That breaks my heart. There is something happening, and everyone needs to contribute to make sure that that stock does not fail. If you read about salmon in America, and you watch what happened to the Sacramento River, the Humboldt River, and all the rivers along the coast, and why did they fail? It was basically because someone was not doing their job. And that's what we all need to do. There needs to be more studies done. I agree with that. I believe that the studies are insufficient at this time. I really believe that we have concentrated on what belongs to Alaska, but we need to find out what happens outside of the territorial areas of Alaska, because those predators that are eating the salmon out in the high seas are going to continue to eat. And we have the Chignik fisheries that are just barely surviving, and they're going to be eating that fish. They're going to continue to eat the Yukon-Kuskokwim River fish. And then they're going to start on the Bristol Bay fish. And we've already seen that, the king salmon are a stock of concern. So there has to be some collaboration between the state
Thank
and
you,
the
Thomas.
feds in regards to what's going on.
Respectfully, your time is up. Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony, and I hope you stick around for committee of the whole.
I will be submitting this, I'm sorry, for the record as a RC. And I do want to state that I do support 120 and 140 as well.
Thank you, sir. Ava Burke. Good morning, Ava. I see that you are going to provide personal testimony and then also the AC report. Which would you like to do first?
I would like to do the AC, please.
Very good, thank you.
My name is Eva Burke. I'm from Dena'ina in Manly Hot Springs. I grew up on the Dena'ina River, commercial and subsistence fishing my whole life. Our AC voted unanimously to support Proposal 140 to reduce fishing time in the Area M fishery. Specific issues concerned loss of subsistence, hatchery fish, size of boats, types of gear allowed, number of non-resident permits and total permits, loss of commercial fishing in the interior, genetic studies, salmon migration routes, ecosystem impacts, teaching our youth, caring for our elders, the size of the AYK region, Bering Sea collapses, Alaskan seafood prices, food security, community well-being, and the number of villages and people impacted. We also did not receive the department's comments on Proposal 140 until after our January meeting, so we had to have another meeting and multiple phone calls to cover this proposal in detail. Our villages lost a huge, irreplaceable part of our culture and economy when the fish plants in Dena'ina and Manly Hot Springs closed. Many fish camps along the Dena'ina River were abandoned as villagers traveled to other communities for work as they could not eke out a living from the river any longer. Although we empathize with other commercial fishermen, we all must sacrifice to keep the salmon returning to their spawning grounds. We are going to have to make a hard decision. Are we going to protect future generations of salmon and people, or are we going to take the last salmon from the ecosystem for commercial purposes? The watersheds of the AYK region make up 40% of Alaska. These lands and waters feed about 120,000 residents that live in the 118 communities within this region. This region also has some of the highest poverty rates in Alaska with limited economic opportunities, lack of housing, pronounced health disparities, and aging or failing infrastructure. The Yukon River is the third longest river and has the fourth largest watershed in North America. The YK Delta is one of the largest in the world. In an area of this magnitude, commercial and subsistence fishing was destroyed in less than 3 decades. This demonstrates gross negligence and mismanagement of wild Alaskan salmon stocks. Historically and currently, fisheries crash before science and regulations ever keep up. It appears that the science is questionable and there is no real understanding of how to manage salmon that have the longest migration routes in the world. That would mean managing the health of all the ecosystems along a 1,800-plus mile journey, including Area M. What would it take to increase salmon runs in the AYK region? There are only so many tools at our disposal, and the first step would be to stop overfishing and allow salmon to pass through Area M to reach their spawning grounds. Area M is most definitely on the migratory path of the salmon. Whether we look at data sets from 1952 to 2016, 1990 to 2015, 2007 to 2009, or just 2022, CWAC chum have always had a significant presence in Area M. That presence has been declining while the presence of Asian hatchery chum has been increasing. That makes sense because Asia is releasing record numbers of hatchery chum. It makes sense because our AYK chum numbers are declining. If the fish that Area M fishermen are catching are mostly Asian and CWAC. Based on the most recent study, if we were to look at only salmon native to Alaska in this area in June, we would realize about 40% of our Alaskan chum are from CWAC. How can we justify fishing these chum if we are seeing chum crash all over the AYK region? We are most definitely overfishing in this region if those fish are not being seen in their spawning streams. If these salmon do not make it to their spawning grounds, there will not be fish in the future. Overfishing, habitat destruction, and pollution are affecting fisheries worldwide. When it comes to habitat destruction for the AYK region, we do not have mega infrastructure projects and large-scale dams in our watershed areas yet. We do know the health of the ocean is in serious decline, which is illustrated by the numerous collapses of various species in the Bering Sea, including crab and salmon, not to mention impacts to marine mammals and seabirds. Warming waters and marine heat waves pose serious threats to our fisheries with risk and uncertainty. When fish were floating up dead in the AYK region from heat stress in 2019, Area M fishermen did not adjust their harvest that year or the following 2 years. In fact, somehow over 2.2 million chum were harvested in the Alaska Peninsula Aleutian Islands for the whole summer, and record catches were set in 2021. This lack of oversight during a critical period for AYK chum demonstrates our inability to manage overfishing along the CWAC chum migratory paths during ecosystem crisis. We do not have control over warming waters. We have control of overfishing. We could not have predicted what happened in 2019 with scientific models or pre-season meetings. Our ecosystems and the habitat they provide are being significantly altered by climate change. The end result is we still needed to manage the risk and uncertainty. This is not the time to be defending our actions in one area while disregarding the entirety of the big picture. Without protection and conservation of the CWAC chum salmon that pass through Area M, we are putting entire ecosystems and watersheds at risk. We are endangering the other species that inhabit the AYK region and rely on the nutrient cycling that salmon provide. When salmon are low, predators like wolves and bears attack more moose and caribou. With moose, caribou, and salmon being the backbone of our food security, our entire food system is now at risk. Food security is a major issue in Alaska. Here we produce 60% of the nation's seafood, but cannot even afford to buy it ourselves. King crab is $135 a pound in the restaurant. Bristol Bay sockeye is $19 a pound retail. These economic drivers, and therefore political as well, play more of a role in decision-making than science. If we followed science, we would understand Chinook salmon is an indicator species, a keystone species. Their health is indicative of the health of their ecosystems. When they begin to decline, other species soon follow. We see many Chinook stocks listed as stocks of concern. What is the purpose of listing this stock? To acknowledge management changes need to be made, but not make any that result in significant change or success. We know that most salmon are experiencing negative effects with the exception of Bristol Bay sockeye at this time. What are our concrete steps and actions to protect these wild salmon stocks? How are we upholding Alaska's constitution, statutes, and regulations to manage salmon returns for wild stock conservation? Are we actually meeting our escapement goals? No, not for many years now. Are we meeting subsistence needs? No, not for many years now. Will commercial fishing ever exist again on the Yukon and Dena'ina rivers, on the Kuskokwim River? Probably not. Many scientists attempt to explain uncertainty as impacts from climate change. While this is valid, it does not excuse us from making extremely difficult decisions. Currently, NOAA is working to improve modeling and prediction of climate impacts on fisheries. However, predicting compound extreme events such as marine heat waves, record air temperatures, and record low water levels would be nearly impossible. Those types of algorithms take years to develop and ground truth. We do not have enough salmon or time to wait for that. Maybe if we would have started that in the 80s, but we did not even know that climate change was going to happen so rapidly at that time. That goes to show that exercising caution and care should be of utmost importance. Without the presence of climate change, we annihilated commercial fishing in this region before the turn of the century. That was overfishing, not habitat destruction or climate change. We need to control the things that we can and prepare for the worst to come. We're not out of the woods yet. The children. This is what I want to close with. We have been importing Bristol Bay sockeye into our interior villages. While this is a kind gesture, it does not replace the Chinook and chum salmon. With the donations from the state, we barely get enough to make a batch of strips. To make fish camp viable, we are now buying more fish to meet our subsistence needs. To keep our traditions alive and pass them on to future generations, we are spending good money to buy these fish. We have had to learn how to work with sockeye, changing all of the recipes that have been passed down for generations. Even though we are grateful, it's just not the same. The commercial fishing culture that many are testifying about here today has already been lost for us. We are just trying to feed our people at this point. Some of us are learning to become farmers. Not that we want to, but our fish and game resources are less reliable and affordable. We are learning to adapt, but maybe also being forced to. We have so many questions. Will there be salmon for future generations? Will they be wild or hatchery? Will Chinook and chum return to the AYK region? What traditions will our children pass to theirs? I run the fish camp for our village. While this is a great responsibility and I enjoy bringing people together to process and preserve salmon traditionally, I am also saddened that we cannot take these children out to set a net or run a fish wheel. How are they supposed to learn how to fish, where to fish, when to fish? Is their education and lifestyle less important than commercial fisheries? Our legacy can be an epic feat or it can be an epic failure. Proposal 140 is the compromise to meet escapement goals and subsistence needs. We have to let salmon pass through by modifying fishing gear, limiting opens, or total number of permits. It is the responsibility of Fish and Game to manage the fisheries for sustainable wild salmon stocks. This is in all of our best interest. In times of uncertainty, there is more risk. We need to account for that and take conservative approaches. More salmon spawning in the AYK region means more salmon passing through Area M in the future.
Thank you, Eva. Are there questions from the board? Would you like to give your personal testimony at that time?
Yes, please.
At this time?
I grew up commercial and subsistence fishing with my family on the Dena'ina River near Manly Hot Springs in Dena'ina. My family has been fishing in the same place for 5 generations now. What we are witnessing today began many years ago. In the late 80s, commercial fishing began to collapse, and my family was forced to move into the village and find other employment, largely abandoning our fish camp. Now, here we are, and not only is commercial fishing obsolete, but so is subsistence fishing. For the amount of time and resources it takes to go to fish camp, we are essentially paying for an expensive camping trip. We returned home for the past few years with very little to share. In fact, for 3 years now, I have driven over 1,000 miles to obtain sockeye salmon from commercial fishermen from Kenai and Bristol Bay, as well as from friends along the Copper River. It takes a lot of resources to do that, and not all of our people can. We're not the only rural Alaskans suffering from overfishing and mismanagement. Salmon are getting smaller and fewer across a lot of Alaskan waters. My family and community's subsistence needs are not being met. Subsistence fishing is supposed to be prioritized over all other uses. For many years now, we have had a chronic inability, despite the use of specific management measures, to meet our subsistence needs. For many decades, we have known that the AYK salmon migrate through Area M. If you look at the physical oceanography, there are major currents that run through Area M, carrying nutrients and fish with them. All of the genetic studies done to date show significant presence of seawack chum. We do not have the time and resources to conduct more studies. We know most salmon, with the exception of Bristol Bay sockeye for now, are experiencing negative health impacts and population declines. The State of Alaska Board of Fish has statutory obligations under AS 1605258, Subsistence Use and Allocation of Fish and Game, to manage sustainable salmon and mixed stock fisheries. We need to take management actions to preserve our wild stocks of Alaskan salmon. I support Proposal 140 to reduce commercial fishing time in Area M. I oppose all proposals that wish to seek increased fishing time. Although I commend the fishermen for standing down in 2022 to allow chum to pass, I would remind us that they had the option in 2021, but instead we saw record catches of chum in Area M. This area is one of high value to Department of Fish and Game, and fisheries is the second largest industry in Alaska next to oil and gas. This amount of economic pressure is very intense, and I'm sure it influences decision-making. I will again emphasize the legal obligation to adopt regulations eliminating consumptive uses other than subsistence uses. Like my family and many others, we have had to adapt to the lack of commercial fishing, and I hope others can learn to as well, though none of us should have to. My son asked me why we can't go to our fish camp. I tried to explain to him that it was illegal to fish in our eddy anymore, that we have to fly fish in now, even though we're right next to a river that used to be full of fish. When we take king salmon out of the cupboard or freezer, it's a few years old now. We don't want to waste it, we share it.
Thank you, Eva. Are there any questions from members of the board? It's really compelling testimony. Appreciate your presence and being here to share it.
Thank you.
Patrick Springer. Welcome, Patrick.
Thank you. Yeah, please refer to RC 20 and RC 30 for my testimony here. Hello, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Patrick Springer, and I've fished Area M for the past 35 years as a driftgill netter. I'm speaking in opposition to Proposal 120. The assumptions being made by Proposal 120 are purely conjecture and not based on any scientific or empirical data. Not only will this proposal fail to meet its objective, but it will have a severe adverse effect on the fishery as a whole. It will prevent the ability for the Department of Fish and Game to properly manage the salmon resource of the entire North Peninsula, as well as result in extreme economic losses to the region. RC 20 shows that 86 to 97% of the harvest and escapement return to the waters within Nelson Lagoon. There has been no significant change in the management plan of these North Peninsula systems prior, during, or post this study. The vast majority of these stocks return and are harvested within the waters of Nelson Lagoon. RC 30 shows the escapement of all North Peninsula systems going back 33 years. This table shows the relative stability of all these systems. As a camp representative and a fellow fisherman, I am sympathetic to the current situation in Nelson Lagoon. However, Proposal 120 is not the answer. The data does not support it, nor does the Department of Fish and Game. I would like to point out that during the 2022 season, the ADF&G had two 60-hour closures for the entire North Peninsula, one from July 1st to July 4th, and another from July 15th to July 18th. These closures were implemented solely as an effort to pass sockeye to the Nelson River. Unfortunately, the department saw no improvements in escapements up the Nelson River. These closures not only failed to produce an uptick in escapement, but resulted in a significant loss of harvest opportunity by the drift gill net fleet on the outside beach. So by example, this gives a glimpse into the ineffectiveness of this said proposal. Proposal 120 will not meet its objective. The adverse effects, if implemented, would be extensive and severe. I'm asking the board to please reject this proposal. Thank you for your time today, and thank you for the opportunity to speak my voice and to voice my concerns.
Thank you, Patrick. Are there any questions? Appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Jim Smith, followed by J.W. Smith, Paul Gronholt, and Amy and John Foster. Hi, Jim. Welcome.
Hi. Yep. Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, my name is Jim Smith Sr. I am an Area M set net fisherman. I inherited my permit from my father, who received it from the state when limited entry was started. Two of my three sons also bought Area M set net permits. We consider ourselves Bristol Bay fishermen as well as Chignik fishermen, as we have historically fished percentages of these stocks since limited entry was started. I am also the current mayor of the city of Sandpoint. I am asking this board not to reduce the fishing time in Area M any further, as we as a city are struggling as it is already. We have not been able to meet our budget for the past few years. As you saw last year, the Seine Fleet voluntarily stood down in the Shumagon Island District, which was an attempt to help Chignik area to see if it would bring more escapement and also fishing time to them. But as you heard from the department, they can't tell if there was an additional fish to the Chignik area because of this. The increases were already predicted and forecasted in that run. But the lost time to the Shumagans did hurt the city of Sandpoint. We lost half of our June fish tax and about 25% of the yearly fish tax, as salmon is our largest base. We, as a city, cannot lose this fleet of seiners. The 58-foot boats are the driving force of our economy. With all the fisheries we participate in, with only one onshore processor, which doesn't open as much due to the reductions in almost all quotas, with cod seeing 20% less this year and another 20 next year, and halibut reduced 15%, and winter pollock not open. We are now relying even more on summer salmon fisheries. As a city, we also have a smaller set net fleet, which has not been considered a problem to any of these areas, as their catches are small and only are getting to be less. I'll also ask you not to penalize them for something they are not contributing to as a problem. We have and are, again, seeing a lot of opposition and have come here to the Board of Fish for many years, always defending why we should fish and be able to, as we have for close to 100 years. If some of the restrictions proposed here were to happen, the city of Sandpoint wouldn't survive at its state and it would ruin what is a long historical fishing community. Yes, there have been problems to all of the fisheries with the warm water in the Pacific and even the Bering Sea, but the recovery has been slower in some than others.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? Thank you for being here today and traveling.
Thanks.
J.W. Smith? Good morning, welcome.
Madam Chair, I'll be referencing RC 13 and 36. Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Jay Smith, and first I'm going to talk about supporting an amendment proposals 99, 100, 101, and 102. Reference RC 13, the king salmon sport fishing regulations. By combining proposals 99 through 102, we authors submitted substitute language and came up with an agreement for catch and release of king salmon on the King Salmon River, Bear River, Milky, and Ridge Runner systems. This proposal would make these systems in line with other systems already catch and release on the North Peninsula. And that's for sport fishing. Thank you. On Proposal 120, I'm opposed to it. I worked and lived in Port Moller and the area since 1972, over 50 years. First as a tenderman, then as a gillnet deckhand, which I still am, since 1981. I've seen the good years and the poor years. The factors that affect salmon returns and the returns the most are not man-made or overfishing, but what nature dishes out to us. Over-escapement, starvation out at sea, drought, and flood events. The Nelson Lagoon, the flood event of 2007 that hit the North Peninsula had a direct effect on our salmon returns, especially on Nelson River. Reference RC 36, please, and the attached graft. This flood also affected other North Peninsula salmon systems, of course. I can't remember one instance where overfishing ever affected escapement in any of our North Peninsula river systems. The department's management of the fishery has met all escapement goals. Escapement is their first priority and their job, of course. But the economics of our East Aleutian Borough depends on our opportunity to catch fish. Restrictive regulations from self-interest groups and outside interest hinders both the fishermen and our local department managers. Please keep it simple. Do not support this proposal. Please, 120. Status quo, please, for Area M. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Mr. Wood has a question for you.
Yeah, Jay, I spent several days out at Port Moller, in fact, several days more than I had planned on, spending out at Port Moller this summer, and got a chance to talk to a heck of a lot of people since there's not a whole lot more to do out there at that time of year. And I didn't hear anybody that opposed what you're trying to do with this RC-13. Do you know of any opposition to it?
Of the king salmon?
No, well, RC-13, which consolidates.
Oh, no, we have no opposition to that at all. That should be a slam dunk.
Okay.
As far as the area and people out there.
That's my understanding talking to him as well. Thank you.
You bet. Take care of it.
Thank you for your testimony today. Paul Grunholt. Hi, Paul, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Paul Grunholt. I live in Sandpoint. There pretty much my whole life. I purse-seined in Area M for over 40 years. I sold my boat a couple of years ago, but I still live there. And of course, I'm still coming to the Board of Fish meetings. There's 2 points I want to add a little bit to. Proposal 140, I think is unacceptable for our area, and I don't believe it will work. The fleet's working pretty hard on the program they've implemented last year, and the boats need time and area to minimize chums and to catch sockeye. And I also want to talk a little bit about, nobody's mentioned it too much, but Hokkaido hatcheries. There's 2017, there was 1 billion smolt released. I believe this year they're 1.8 billion out of the 3.4 billion Asian smolt that comes out every year. And so makes it, you can't get out of them sometimes. Seems like they kind of look different, at least to most fishermen out there. They say, oh, the Hokkaido chums. But that contributes to the chum salmon catch. I think more research is certainly in order in the area. In some fisheries, cod fisheries in particular, and I believe king salmon, they're using pop-up tags now that go down for a while after you tag them, and they pop up wherever they're at and get right to the satellite, wherever the department is here. That's a good thing to add to the research program. I always fished reds myself out at Univac in June, and then I kind of like fishing chums in July and August in our area, but that's, June is a big concern. If you look at the June fishery, the chums are harder to catch. They're a little more dispersed. Reds are easier to catch. Guys are trying to make a dent in Bristol Bay Run. They can't do it. There's a lot of fish going by Bristol Bay, and some days they're just not coming by either chums or reds. But anyway, you've got a bunch of people. That's all. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Paul. I think you made some good points. Any questions? Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Amy Foster? Hi, Amy. Need the red light on. Press it one more time.
Okay.
There you go.
Thanks. Hello, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Amy Foster from Sandpoint. I am a lifelong subsistence and commercial fisherman, and I am also a member of the Anga tribe. I am testifying in support of Area M, the fishermen of Area M, and the communities. Apparently, we are setting ourselves up to be ducks in disguise, while everyone else is taking shots at us. No other area within the state has taken the brunt of defending their historical fishery, our traditional fishery, as Area M. I am of Aleut descent, a participant in the setnet fishery, residing in the community of Sandpoint, hailing from a village of Unga, a nearby prominent indigenous village that is currently abandoned today. Our area is rich in cultural history, all tied to the abundance of salmon, fish, and marine for subsistence and commercial use. Indigenous people within our area have traditionally fished for salmon since time immemorial, as evidenced through the various fishing techniques and tools found along the tide pools and shorelines. I oppose Proposal 140. I am also the co-author of Proposal 131, which would amend the Southeast District Mainland Management Plan. How can it be that Chignik controls how much fish we catch? There is no other area within the state that is controlled by another area. How can we change a management plan on the Sedum when we are managed under Chignik? Should we be able to fish the same as Chignik? There are several key items wrong with the Southeast District Management Plan. Fishing the same time as Chignik is just a minimum fishing time. The Sedum fishery presents no risk to conservation and management of the Chignik Run, even if opened on a regular schedule like the rest of the South Peninsula. From 1974 through 1977, the fishery was open on a day-to-day basis with Chignik Lagoon. During some years, such as 1977, only short fishing periods were required to harvest large runs in Chignik Lagoon, while daily harvest rates and the total harvest in the Sedum fishery was very low. Can it be that historical method in the CMA is based on assumption, assuming all fish in the CMA are Chignik-bound fish? Assumes 80% of select Sedum harvest and Chignik-bound fish in Sedum from June through July 25th. Is Chignik harvest overestimated? Genetic data indicates mixed stocks in CMA, and the regulations in Sedum do not match the genetic information. Stock apportionment is inconsistent over time and needs consistency. All harvest caught in CMA is not apportioned as Chignik-bound sockeye. The main issue, we are limited time to fish or not fish at all. During the past 5 consecutive years, and 2014, 2008, 2007, and 1997, we were not able to fish on the Southeast District mainland prior to July 25th. One missed escapement goal, does that have to prove we have a huge impact on this fishery? If nothing is done, more restrictions are put forth upon our fishery.
Thank you, Amy.
Okay.
Are there any questions? Appreciate your testimony. And will you be here for committee? Yes. Thank you. John Foster? Hi, John.
Hi, thank you. I apologize right away. I haven't even been in town 48 hours and I already got a cold, so.
Don't cough on the mic.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is John Foster. I live in Fish and Sandpoint and have been set netting in the Southeast District mainland and other sections of Area M since 1972. I'm here to speak on Proposal 132, possible changes to the Southeast District mainland management plan due to Chignik's 2-run sockeye system becoming a one-run system. The one change I'm focusing on is the 600,000 guaranteed Chignik sockeye catch before the Southeast District mainland opens, which is in place during years of predicted weaker runs in Chignik. 300,000 for the first run, 300,000 for the second run. When this guaranteed catch was first put in place, 90 Chignik permits were in use. In 2022, a high of 30 Chignik permits were used. Chignik fished for 34 days straight in 2022, quitting only because the one processor quit buying. Even with 34 continuous days of fishing, the Chignik fleet only managed to catch 300,000 reds. With a reduced fleet in Chignik, catching power is greatly reduced or slowed. The Southeast District mainland is based on 7.6 of the Chignik catch. With a smaller fleet working in Chignik, catches are slowed down, which can greatly delay any Southeast District mainland openings. In 2022, the South Peninsula fleet during June and July fished a combined total of 665 hours. In 2022, the Chignik fleet fished a total of 792 hours. They had ample time in 2022 to catch fish, but with the reduced fleet, catches were not what they could have been. So I propose to either repeal the 600,000 guarantee or have it adjusted. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wood has a question.
Yeah, you're throwing around a lot of numbers. If you wouldn't mind, could you make your prepared remarks in RC?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, John. Hope you feel better. Up next is Hawk Jackson, Devin Osterbach, Tom Manos, and Warren Wilson. Hi, Hawk. Welcome. Glad you could stick around.
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Hawk Jackson from Sandpoint, Alaska. I'm 17 years old and a high school student of Sandpoint, Alaska. I've been commercial fishing on my family's boat for about 10 years now. And in this time, I've seen the fisheries firsthand and seen how much of an impact the salmon season has had on the communities in this area. The biggest economic pillar of these communities is the commercial salmon fishery on the South Alaskan Peninsula. Will be impacted by proposals put forth today. With already dwindling open hours and the gentleman's agreement from the Sanders Association last year, we have already voluntarily stood down during valuable fishing time. An example of this is in 2022 when we stood down during a good chunk of our June fishery, or in 2019 when the Dolgoi section was closed to give fish a chance to pass the area and go on to Chignik and AYK areas. But there may have only been a minimal impact from what we have seen. Not having a quarter of our total June fishery season 2, try to help Alaska neighbors, has had a large impact on our communities and will continue to get worse in the future if changes are made to the Area M fishing plan. Now, myself and most Area M fishermen most fishermen in Area M are willing to help preserve the salmon population, but year after year we are taking hit after hit to our fishery, and time after time again it shows little to no improvement in other areas. This is for many reasons, like in the warmer water in 2016 to 2019 in the Bering Sea, hindering the amount of feed in the area, so it is harder for the salmon to grow larger like in the past. With all the information given over the last few days, no matter what the decision is, it holds my future and my family's future because it's held my father's past and his father's past. Because we have been here for so long, our families lives and breathes Alaska's and its salmon. We are looking forward to spending the rest of our lives on the Chignik Islands. Please oppose Proposal 140 and keep the management plan and Area M the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Huck. Good job. Are there any questions? Thank you for being here. Devin Osterbach? Hi, Devin. Welcome to the Board of Fish.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Devin Osterbach, and I'm 17 years of age. I've been salmon fishing for roughly 7.5 years. I live in Sandpoint, Alaska, and I'm a student of Sandpoint High School. I'm from a multi-generational subsistence and commercial fishing family, trying to follow in their footsteps. I learned from a young age and not to blame other people for my problems, but to try and find solutions for the problems in the time we are now. Everything is changing, the world, the ocean, and even the atmosphere. We need to find a solution instead of putting blame and accusing other fishing areas like Area M for Chignik and AYK not reaching their escapement. I hope we can come to a conclusion on how to work on these problems and figure out a solution instead of the blame always being pointed at Area M fishermen. But I know the solution is not shitting on Area M. I practice subsistence fishing too. We are not only commercial fishermen. Salmon is important to our communities in many ways. Please oppose Proposal 140. Thank you.
Thank you, Devin. Well done. Tom Manos? Hi, Tom.
Hi. Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm partners with 4 young fishermen, 2 of which are my sons. We keep our boats, have a home, and are based out of King Cove, Alaska, on the South Peninsula. I'm in the process of passing the baton to these young Alaskans that are my partners, and I want this fresh group of Alaskans to have a successful career in Alaska fishing. I participated in many areas and fisheries in the state of Alaska, and I support all Alaskans that rely on the well-managed Alaska fish resources. Last summer, during the South Unimak June fishery, I was skippering our tender vessel, and we bought all of our fish at South Unimak. I chose to do this because I know most of the fishermen and processors out there, and as a fellow fisherman, I hoped I could help in what I knew was going to be a difficult situation, mitigating our impact on chum salmon. I believe that the effort, cooperation, and necessary sacrifice to accomplish this was unique and more successful than anything I've ever seen by a group of competitive fishermen in the midst of our most crucial fishing period. This fleet gets it, and I'm confident we will do even better in the future with support of the Department of Fish and Game and the Board of Fish. We're writing the book on fisherman-controlled adaptive salmon management. What we saw last season was just the beginning. The learning curve is still pretty steep. This plan is time-sensitive and has to be done during fishing time on the grounds by a motivated fleet. We just got a glimpse last year of how effective this plan can be to support all Alaskan fishermen and women whose life depend on these fish. Believe me, we understand that we will be held accountable for our efforts. Be careful that any regulatory teeth you feel necessary doesn't restrict the adaptive part of this plan. As I said, we know very well how damaging the consequences of losing fishing time can be, and we know what's expected of us. Last year's effort came at a significant cost to area fishers. I estimate we sacrificed 35 to 50% of our June time and revenue to do what we knew needed to be done. This reduction to our revenue is not sustainable for our business, and I believe we can do better for both understanding and mitigating our impact to the critical AYK chum problem and to address our struggling June fisheries that is essential for our fishing business. Both are important. I have nothing to add to the science presented on Monday by the department scientists. I urge you to consider our worst possible harvest rate of upper Yukon chums was 0.6%. Out-migrant juvenile chums experienced terrible water temperatures, unhealthy food availability, and unprecedented competition with Asian hatchery chums in the ocean. The stock composition of our catch was almost 75% Asian and east of Kodiak hatchery fish. That number is likely to go up. How will we deal with flooding our waters with outside hatchery chums? I'm going to repeat my testimony from last year as we craft a plan to help distressed Western Alaska chum runs. I urge you to consider the key ethical principle put forth by Hippocrates: do no harm.
Thank you, Tom. Mr. Wood and then Mr. Heimbach.
What did the 35% that you referenced apply to?
The 35%, three of the seiners out there were my partners, and I own those boats. That was my estimate of what we gave up, not only in fishing time, but in revenue from the time we were not able to fish based on what I saw. Because I was out buying fish from all those guys on the water during that period.
But those three boats, the 35% was your gross loss, if I'm hearing you correctly.
Per boat, 35% of our June revenue per boat.
That would include a loss from the chum as well as any other species such as sockeye, which weren't caught during that time?
There's no loss from the chum we don't catch. Our only loss comes from the sockeye we don't catch. The chum that we catch, we don't really get paid for.
So that 35% then was almost exclusively attributable to sockeyes. Is that what you're saying?
Our revenue.
Yeah.
Our revenue is totally sockeyes, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Heimbach.
Thanks, Tom. Why don't you give me the 15-second rundown on the difference between a chum cap and adaptive management and why one is better than the other?
A chum cap. I guess a chum cap, there's nothing adaptive about a cap. I mean, how does a chum cap address an increase of, right now there's 5 billion hatchery smolt released into the ocean. How does a chum cap going to address 10 billion hatchery chum that come out, 5 years from now? I mean, I think adaptive is anybody that fishes has to be adaptive, and there's nothing adaptive about a cap. A cap is going to get us stuck into a hole that doesn't deal with what the real world is doing.
I don't mean to really argue with you, but that's really not the question. If we consider a proposal to deal with what we're here to do, is to talk about reduction in chum harvest, tell me the difference effectively, in a practical sense, what's the difference between a cap and adaptive management on the grounds, not what it has to do with Asia.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to argue either. I don't understand I don't see adaptive management in a chum cap being the same at all. I guess maybe I'm feeling a little dense on this question.
I was just asking you if there was one of those two which was better and why.
So again, I may be off base on this, but I think a chum cap, I assume, would be a regulatory teeth put into some plan that prevented us from catching too many chum salmon during that month. Adaptive management, adaptive management may or may not be able, it depends on how onerous that cap was and where it was at. Inevitably, adaptive management is going to address whatever comes across the table, whether it be the perfect storm or our markets closing down, or I'm sorry, let me think about this question. If I can find an answer, I'll try to get back as an RC.
Thanks for the try.
Yeah, no, perhaps just kind of mull it over and perhaps we can get into that a little bit more in committee, but.
Okay, I'm sorry, a little lost. I wasn't quite prepared for that question.
No worries. Thanks, Tom. Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Warren Wilson, followed by Julian Manos and Tom Hoblet. Hi, Warren, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There we are. Thanks for this opportunity to speak before the Board of Fish. My name is Warren Wilson. I am from King Cove, where I've lived for my entire 61 years. I am a third-generation subsistence and commercial salmon fisherman. Our subsistence involves all species of salmon. I have been a salmon fisherman in Area M for 50 years. I've been attending Board of Fish meetings now for the last 38 years, but that actually is not 38 years. We got a 3-year cycle there. I brought my first drift gill net boat and permit in 1985 and fished both the South and North Peninsula of Area M. I am blessed to have a fine wife who is originally from Sandpoint, 2 children, son and daughter, and 5 grandchildren. And with my grandchildren, I truly understand subsistence. Papa, I want. I am also the mayor of the city of King Cove, which was incorporated in 1949 into territory of Alaska and 10 years before statehood. King Cove has a population now of 700 residents and is part of the Aleutian's East Borough. Area M salmon fishermen is the Area M salmon fishery is the mainstay of our city budget and funding our departments of public safety, public works, sewer, water, harbors, port, electricity, and recreation departments. I am proud to work with the 25 dedicated city employees who work very hard, dependable in keeping our small city moving forward on a daily basis. Our Department of Public Safety consists of the police chief, 3 officers, fire chief, active volunteer firemen, EMS squads. The department personnel work closely with our local medical clinic. Our Public Works Department take care of our water system, wastewater system, landfill, road maintenance, and I am very proud of our recreation program that operates our teen center and our gymnasium and supports a wide range of community activities for our youth and young adults. Our electrical utility system is focused on our 2 small river-run hydroelectric facilities, which produce 90% of our annual electricity demand. We also have a diesel backup system. We are currently working on a project to connect our city's distribution system with our local fish processing company, Peter Pan Seafoods, so that we can start selling them our surplus hydro energy. Our harbor and port of 4 keeps our 2 boat harbors and our deep water port in year-round operation, hauling freight and fishermen's gear, selling fuel, using our mobile boat hauling lift so that we can haul boats of all sizes, and just being there to support our fisheries and local community. Our waterfront area is active in supporting an Alaska commercial store, our marine hardware supply store, and a welding shop which I own and operate with my son and my cousin. King Cove is also home to Peter Pan Seafoods. I am proud to say that are American-owned now and have been continually processing salmon in King Cove since 1911. That is 112 years of processing. And I have a few more things to say, but in closing, I will say we wish that the board will turn down Proposal 140 due to the actions we implemented from our last meeting in March last year. I think handling the Chignik issue, we ended up implementing the new strategy of staying away from chums. So
Thank you.
That's working out real well, I think.
Thank you, Warren. And appreciate the opportunity to visit King Cove this last summer. It's a really nice
yes,
place.
I wanted to thank you.
Yeah.
I thanked John the other day. I didn't get to see you yet, but anyway, thanks a lot for coming out there to see our village.
It's a really nice place.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you for your testimony. Julian Manos?
Is this okay? Can everyone hear fine? Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Julian Manos, and along with my partners, we own and operate 3 combination commercial fishing vessels and a tender vessel out of King Cove, Alaska. We also have a home and an attached shop out there, which along with my condo in Anchorage, I call home. The Board of Fish and its processes are the backbone of the long-term sustainability of our state's fisheries. These are serious issues being presented at this meeting. We have problems across the state: stocks of concern and decline, food scarcity, and the loss of cultural identity, to name just a few. Our goal as a state, as policymakers, and as stakeholders is to work together to help find ways to ameliorate these problems. And importantly, how to do it in a manner that provides the most help to these areas while simultaneously doing the least harm to others. Given the best available science to date, crippling the Alaska Peninsula through heavy-handed regulatory action is not the solution. That's not to say that we area fisherfolk can't do our share to be part of the solution. I think the 2022 June salmon season showed our commitment to try to do better to our fellow state fishers. Through serious self-imposed cutbacks and a fleet-wide concerted effort to try to pass fish on to areas with stocks of concern, we too shouldered the responsibility and the burden to help our fellow Alaskans. On a year that produced the largest sockeye run in the history of Bristol Bay and our largest June sockeye harvest, we still knew we had to share in this burden, even at a substantial cost to us. And we did. Please recognize the momentous efforts it took to do so. It took getting the entire fleet on board to accept a significant sacrifice to try to help far-reaching regions of the state. However, at some point, we also have to keep our communities and fisheries viable as well, through both access and stability in an industry in an area that inherently has its ups and downs, something we've seen play out over the last 10 years in our even-year pink runs. We need time to let the science being done and the changes that have already been made to our area present themselves. Let's not confuse correlation with causation, as it is my fear that any more regulatory changes we make currently will do little to remediate what is happening in AYK and other regions. However, time and changes in ocean conditions, including cooling sea temps, more food, etc., will most likely help and will hopefully be demonstrated in the near future. But regardless of that, we as a fleet are going to continue our efforts to be good neighbors and good stewards of our state's fisheries. Lastly, I'd like to comment briefly on Proposal 145, which I authored. I drafted and submitted a year ago, and it came from the perspective of trying to add some access and stability and more time to harvest our local stocks in July. And then after giving up time in June, July in 2017, 18, and 20, and listening to the struggles of our local set netters, I felt it could potentially help our communities in giving the trending upward of even-year pink salmon runs, finally. I thought it may help alleviate some of our losses as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Julian. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Tom Hoblet. Welcome, Tom.
Yes, morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, staff. Thanks for this opportunity. My name is Tom Hoblet. I currently own a fishing vessel, Aleutian Lady. I live lived in Falls Pass all of my life and fished out of there for over 60 years. I started skippering my own operation in 1970. My crew is 100% immediate family. Last year, I passed my permitted vessel over to my youngest son in hopes that we would continue to have a viable fishery in Area M. I also have two other sons in the Area M fishery that have vessels and permits. This fishery, as you probably all know, has been prosecuted for well over 100 years. I've seen a lot of changes over the years while in the fishery, and I believe that other areas in the state have seen the same. Everyone has become more efficient at catching fish, whether it is seining, gill netting, sports fishing, or subsistence. Therefore, I don't think restricting Area M any further is a solution to problems that are seen in other fisheries, either to the east or to the north of us. Most of the fisheries in Alaska are founded on mixed stocks policies. Area M is just one of many, and I think that this board should take this into consideration for other solutions. We as fishermen have voluntarily over the years chosen not to fish during high numbers of chums in the June fishery. As demonstrated last season, we performed test fisheries to determine the area with high chum harvests. We performed voluntary stand down, stop fishing when the season was open. Lessons were learned in 22. This is a proven effective solution that works for mixed stocks fisheries. This fishery is more than just commercial fishing. It is how we put food on a table throughout the year for our families, and that allows our communities to survive and thrive. The subsistence component of this fishery is particularly important. Not only does this fishery allow us to support our families, it also allows us to feed them, just like our people have done for thousands of years on these very islands. This fishery is central to who we are, both economically and culturally. Restrict the area means restricting who we are as people and how we have existed, interconnection with these waters since time immemorial. The board must keep the current management plan for the Alaska Peninsula as changes would hurt our guarantee of helping others. I'd also like to add that my oldest daughter is almost 50 years old, and she's been running our power skiff on my fishing vessel for the past 10 years in 40 to 50 knot winds out in the ocean. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Heimbach.
Hey, Tom, thanks a lot for your testimony. There's something about last year's adaptive management voluntary stand down that I don't really completely understand. Knowing how differently the seiners are situated, there's some very aggressive big boats, there's some small boats, there's people that are catching chums, people catching 80% reds. What I'm curious about, in the voluntary deal, how did you bridge all those gaps? Because I've been out there in that animosity about it. How were you able to do that and get 100% participation?
I think we as fishermen know what's on the grounds. That's the reason for the test fishery. I guess we're resilient into changes if we have to. I mean, for different areas, I think some areas are hot spots for dogs and at a certain time of the year, and then some areas are hot spots for reds at a certain time of the year. So we'll get away from the dogs or chums. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, I guess the part of it, there's always animosity amongst fishermen. I thought it very compelling and a lot more difficult than people understand to get 170 vessels to agree to this and to try to do it. I was wondering, you must have really taken 2021 very, very seriously to do this.
Yes, we have. Yes, we have. And I think we've controlled that, and I think we can do that in the future.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Emil Mobeck. Hi, Emil.
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Emil Mobeck, and I was born and raised in Sandpoint, Alaska. I'm a commercial fisherman as a set netter and a hand purse seiner in August when escapement allows. I'm opposed to any proposals to diminish fishing time in Area M. The Chignik Island section and South Unimac section, these areas have taken too much of a hit already in the areas of conservation. By these efforts, we have not seen any direct effects to the returns and helps of Chignik-bound sockeye salmon and AYK chum. Due to the circumstances in AYK that are out of the board's, fishing games, and especially Area M's control. The same goes for the early run of Chignik, the Black Lake, due to the circumstances that are out of the board's, fishing games, and especially Area M's control. What is in the board's control is the ability to vote no on any proposals restricting or reducing the time in Area M. Strongly opposed Proposal 140. We have pretty much given up the Southeastern District mainland fishery as well as the Dolgo area in June to conservation for Chignik sockeye. This has shown a minimal benefit to Chignik sockeye returns. Our fishery cannot afford to take any more reductions of fishing time. As it is said, one salmon counts. This is true to the community of Sandpoint, Chignik Islands fishery. Reducing fishing time in Area M will not help other communities, but it will surely devastate the communities of the Aleutians East Borough. Thank you.
Thank you, Emil. Are there any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Madison Thompson? Hi, Madison.
Hi. Madam Chair and members of the board, my name is Madison Thompson and I'm a commercial and subsistence fisherman from Sandpoint. I'm also a member of the Unga tribe. I'm testifying in opposition to Proposal 140. I also state my opposition in PC 164. I graduated from Sandpoint School in 2017 and loved every moment at my small school and my small community. I salmon seine with my dad in the summers and have recently started winter fishing. I know there are many young people in Sandpoint who have dreams of someday doing the same, and I hope those dreams can someday come true for them. Growing up in Sandpoint, I spent the summers missing my dad, grandpa, and uncles when they would leave for fishing. I stayed home with my mother picking salmon berries and smoking subsistence salmon. When I was 16, I decided to give seining a go myself. I missed my dad and wanted to see if I could keep up with the guys. 8 years later, and fishing has taught me gratitude. I appreciate the connection it gives me to my Nunga heritage in a place that I love. I grew up on the ocean. Fish has quite literally been the main food source of my area for the last 10,000 years. Growing up in a child in the fishing community, I heard a lot of shame about graduating high school and returning home. As I got older, I realized that is not a bad thing at all. We need reasons for younger generations to return home, or we will continue to see diminishing populations in our villages. Our communities need to be livable, and the Area M salmon fishery makes that possible. In 2022, salmon accounted for 28% of all Aleutians East Borough fish tax. The cause and effect between the Area M mixed stock fishery and CWAC returns is minimal, as science has shown, but I can promise you, Madam Chair and Board, the Aleutians East Borough will disappear as we know it if Proposal 140 is passed. The cost to travel between our communities and Anchorage is high, but I can promise you that every resident of the AEB communities would be here testifying if they could. I'm tired of Area M fishermen being villainized for an issue that is much larger than any of us in this room. I ask of you, Madam Chair and Board, to please oppose Proposals 106, 109, 119, 120, 126, 128, 133 through 143, and Proposals 158 through 150, to allow myself and future generations a sustainable fishery in Area M. Thank you.
Thank you, Madison. Are there any questions? I just have to say, the Sandpoint School District is turning out some exceptional students.
Thank you.
All right, that takes us to just about noon. I think we'll take our lunch break at this time, and we will resume with testifier number 141, Craig Chiflick, at 1:30. Please enjoy your lunch. All right, folks, welcome back. Time is 1:49 PM. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch, and we are going to resume with public testimony. We are on testifier number 141. That is Craig Chythlick, followed by Joseph Chythlick, Adolph Lupi, Carl Frank, and Charlie Lean. So welcome, Craig. Whenever you're ready, please begin.
Thank you. Madam Chair, for the record, my name is Craig Chythlick. And Madam Chair, members of the board, I'd like to thank you for all of you listening to our public testimonies. I'm a subsistence and commercial fisherman based out of Bristol Bay, and I'm representing myself. I support Proposal 140 in its entirety and in opposition to Proposal 105. I am here to support 140. We have heard so much testimony already, so I'll try to keep this short. As many folks has mentioned, the area this proposal looks to impact is a mixed stock fishery. And as the WASP reports and staff reports from 2022 have shown, there are tangible numbers of CWAC fish being caught in the ARM fishery. A commercial harvest has gone on without changes in regulations since 2004, while the AYK rivers and their fishermen have not been able to utilize their limited entry permits. But more importantly, they have not been able to subsist and participate in their cultural way of life. There are many stocks of concern as a part of the CWAC reporting groups. The past several years, the Bristol Bay fishery has seen amazing abundance and returns in sockeye. However, 3 out of the last 5 years, the Nishnawbe River has failed to meet the lower bounds of the chum escapement goal for the of 200,000 fish. And as you all know, this last year, Nishnawbe Chinook were listed as a stock of concern. And many of us will be back in March giving our feedback on the Nishnawbe Chinook Salmon Action Plan. The conservation for CWAC mixed stocks are everybody's responsibility. Echoing many of the messages here, every salmon count, and we are here asking for protection and conservation for all user groups. It is the job of the board to equitably make decisions based on the best interest of all stakeholders benefiting and bearing the cost of conservation, to follow the law, to give subsistence and personal use priority over commercial and sport user groups. I ask that you support the proponents of Proposal 140 as is proposed. This is a compromise. It is not closing the ARM fishery. It is not asking families to stop their cultural and subsistence lifestyles. It is asking to share equally the burden of conservation. And then on Proposal 105, I am in opposition. Nobody had a lot of time to review the action plan. It was sent right before the Board of Fish. And even during the meetings here, at least I wasn't convinced that there are correct data sets and information were to the point that we need to have such a drastic change in that management plan. The data seems unclear, and it just feels like the ACs and the community members who are involved just need more time to participate in this process and give real meaningful feedback so that we can come and work together, move forward on that proposal. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Craig. Are there any questions? Mr. Wood.
How much additional time would you need to go through that little process?
I think there was mentioned earlier, at least 60 days. And not, in the Bristol Bay region, it seems like it's a little bit easier to get around, but hanging out and participating and listening in to some of the Yukon ACs, they're always dealing with weather. The small airplanes, it's really tough. The logistics are super tough. There needs to be real good lead time to have real meaningful feedback. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Craig. Joseph Chythlick. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Board of Fisheries.
Madam Chair, Board, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I used to sit up there as a coordinator a few years back. However, I've been a commercial fisherman in Bristol Bay for about 67 years, 62 years on my own. My wife and I and family fished for years. And I guess I just can't stay away from the process. I worked with the process here for 21 years, and I hope that when I did not make any enemies. I worked for Bristol Bay committees, I worked for ARM committees, I worked for Kodiak committees for a while, and then also a couple of AYK committees the last couple of years when they didn't have a coordinator. I really believe in the process, but I'm up here primarily to speak on a couple of proposals Nushagak Advisory Committee acted on. I'm part of that. I joined the Nushagak Committee after retiring from being a port support coordinator about 2 years after. Been with them again for now. But anyway, I do oppose, as per suggested by our Nushagak Advisory Committee minutes, 105. It's primarily based on the fact we didn't know a whole lot about that until our neighboring committee from Chignik gave us a call and told them that this was going to come before the board this year. And it would seem to me that maybe the department would be a little bit more prudent in sharing information with other advisory committees within the region prior to their meeting time. Our meeting time, we, in fact, because of the fact that we were alerted by folks from Chignik Committee, we were able to get a hold of a biologist who explained what they were trying to do. In my opinion, it's just not very, very sound data that we're able to look at so quickly. And if I understand correctly, they did not work very closely with the local communities in order to come up with that. So based on the fact that there's not a very, very good, compared to the long-standing way that they used to manage a fishery, with the data that they presented, I don't think it merits support, so I oppose it. And also, you know, our Nushagak Advisory Committee supported 140, and I'm proud that my younger son was here before me, and I think he gave some pretty good reasons why I think we as the Nushagak Committee as well supported that. I think, you know, as Alaskans...
Joe, I mean, I hate to interrupt you, and I apologize, but your time is up.
Time's up, okay,
time's
thanks.
up.
Man, 2 minutes go by pretty
I
fast.
know, it goes real fast. Thank you.
Okay.
Any board questions for Mr. Cheslook? Thank you for your
thank you.
testimony today. Adolph Lupi? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and the board. I have 15 bullet points, and please bear with me. My name is Adolph Luby. I am Yupik subsistence fisherman and hunter from native village of Tundatualak, mouth of Kuskokwim River. I am Kuskokwim River Intertribal Commission. 2. We are suffering on the Kuskokwim with decline of our salmon. 3. Some salmon returns and subsistence harvest and escapements are the lowest we have ever seen. 4. My elders told me that our environment and species would change. We are seeing it now. 5. They told me not to complain, but the Board of Fish needs to know that fishing closure and failing to meet escapement are hurting our people. 6. I have observed climate change over lifetime. It is impacting everything around us, including salmon. 7. The board can't do anything about climate change except more research. 8, but the board can balance conservation of chum salmon by sharing the burden of conservation that our subsistence users are experiencing with Area M June fishermen. 9, Area M fishermen harvest numbers of western Alaska chums even when we are told to conserve them in our rivers. 10, this is not balanced or fair. This does not follow state law. I urge the board to adopt 140 as it is written. This proposal will help protect AYUK chum salmon when they are passing through Area M. 12, Proposal 140 follows state policies for precautionary conservation-based management. It prioritizes subsistence and escapement. It will help even out the sacrifices we are taking on the Kuskokwim with other fishermen who harvest these chum salmon. 13, Proposal 140 will help conserve this species. 14, every fish matters. Please act now to protect chum salmon. 15, Guyana.
Your timing was amazing. Well done, sir.
Okay.
Any questions? Cleanna, for your testimony. Carl Frank?
Hello, Board. Madam Chair.
Hey, Carl, quick question for you. You're going to do your personal testimony or the AC? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were doing AC. My apologies. Please proceed.
Thank you for your time. My name is Carl Frank. I'm a lifelong hunter and fisherman from Minto. I'm also a member of the Minto AC. This is my personal testimony. Since the last time we have met at the AYK meeting, AYK Board of Fish meeting, our community of Minto has sadly had to help my sister put her husband to rest. As y'all may know, the Native population have special ways of honoring our lost loved ones. In Minto, our people honor our dead by preparing our best foods and performing our cultural songs and dances to share with friends and family. It is a part of our culture's religious practice, and it is written into federal law as the federal trust responsibility. The federal government has an obligation to protect tribes, their way of life, and to provide services to ensure their survival and welfare. I speak of ceremonial practice because salmon is just as much part of our culture as any other fish or game. It was a sad thing to witness not being able to cut up the king salmon to help honor my brother-in-law. We did luckily have some fish, though, which was donated by the Bristol Bay Fish Corporation. So I thank them for giving us the opportunity to at least serve fish to our people and visitors and help us mourn in our time of sadness and grief. I do not believe that any other fish can substitute the Chinooks. They are the ones that have been feeding our people forever, and which holds traditional value through its presence. When we honor our lost loved ones, we prepare the best foods, and by serving the king salmon is showing that we have given our best efforts to honor our lost, our dead. So I firmly suggest that you take in consideration that these decisions made by this board may have an effect on Native Alaskans' religious practices also. So not only are our subsistence needs not being met, which should be, according to state law, to make sure subsistence is above all, but also our cultural, religious practices are being affected by not being able to prepare the best, the Chinook salmon. So if supporting proposal 140 will support getting kings and chum up the Yukon, then I believe supporting 140 should be the right decision. That concludes my testimony. If there are no questions, again, I thank you for your time. Hope we can all collectively do our part on getting salmon back up the Yukon and its tributaries on a bass seat.
Thank you, Carl. Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony and condolences for your loss.
Thank you.
Charlie Lean? Hi, Charlie, welcome back.
Thank you.
Are you going to give your AC reports first, comments
Yeah.
first?
Yes, I'd like to do my AC report first.
Very good. Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hello, Board, Madam Chair. My name is Charlie Lean. I'm here representing the Northern Norton Sound Advisory Committee. My way was paid here by NSCDC, a CDQ group for Norton Sound. I'm a lifelong Alaskan. I was born in the territory of Alaska. Lived 50 years in Western Alaska, another 8 years in Fairbanks, and a little while here and there elsewhere, Bristol Bay, Juneau. My family's been around for generations and continues. I think I can comment easily on this salmon stuff. I was also a biologist for 40 years, both for the state and the federal government. The AC supports Proposal 140. It's out of concern for this broad salmon failure situation that's going on. The parent relationship to poor returns in Western Alaska and kind of unabated harvest at Area M. The beginning of the decline was in 1987, and for about the next decade, the chum crashed in Norton Sound. There's a very bitter memory at Norton Sound about Tier 2 management and about the absolute lack of salmon and sympathy for our situation. If you'd like to talk about Tier 2, I could do that in detail. I was the manager. We started out with reduced seasons. We started out closing anything that looked like an intercept fishery, say for the Yukon or for Kotzebue, and it progressed step by step to full closures in extensive areas and a Tier 2 situation that disenfranchised everybody except people that had fished for more than 60 years. You understand how impractical that is, now that I'm over 60. The strict fishing schedule that's proposed in Proposal 140 provides windows of passage. It talks about restricted areas, talks about net size restrictions, regulation, and it coincidentally seemed to provide some relief. In fact, we got out of Tier 2 eventually, after 10 years. And the difference between 2021 and 2022 harvests at Area M also seemed to have some effect in Western Alaska. The chum tanked in 1987 in Western Alaska, not just Nome. It took a decade to come back. Now they've gone downhill again. Chinook tanked in 2000. They've never recovered. Coho are in rough shape. Last 3 years, it's pretty tough. There goes our alternatives. I was here a month ago talking about sockeye. We don't have many options, and it's getting tougher to find any way to do conservation. It's alarming to see the pink salmon shrinking in size. What's going on? So multiple salmon species are threatened by a number of factors. The toolbox of local conservation actions is nearly exhausted. Area M was asked to please stand down. The initial response was, forget that. But it was voluntary, and they did, and it's appreciated. Law requires conservation, Fish and Game and the Board of Fish are required to do something. The alternate, it's not good. We heard a lot about science, the fine science. I agree. We've had a really good tool here to tell us what the genetic composition was in the REM fishery this last year and in Wassop. But make no mistake, that's what the harvest was. That's not what the population that was susceptible to harvest was. There's a difference. If we do no action, you could easily double that intercept. The harvest rate, admittedly, it's a biased and not fully vetted work. And it couldn't be because they don't have the subsistence numbers yet. There's a lot of doubt in some of the things. The Kuskokwim escapement, for instance, is probably 4 times what it actually was. That's going to affect the denominator, and therefore it's going to change the exploitation rate. So, short story, the exploitation rate, harvest rate is probably higher than it was 15 years ago. It sure looks that way. That's a bad trend. The strengths of Proposal 140 are it's a proven method, it's been done before, it's enforceable, not just voluntary. And it's an appropriate thing when conservation is only addressed every 3rd year. The fishery is run on a fishing calendar, not tied to in-season management. In-season management consists of keeping an orderly fishery. Conservation isn't really addressed on that in-season. So, yes, I've been around the block a couple times, and Western Alaska, I think, is kind of jaded about the lack of solutions. And I think you're hearing about it. So that'll conclude my AC comments.
Thanks, Charlie. Mr. Zare has a question for you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Charlie, when that harvest rate report was going on, I was really trying to, I gotta take this out. Hearing aid. When that harvest rate report was going on Monday, and I was kind of concerned, with the preliminary nature of it and the arbitrary this and that, and I don't, admittedly, I'm not like that kind of scientist that I understand, the modeling and all that sort of stuff, and but it's interesting that you are talking about that now, because I actually had some notes I took down on that. And so the question is, do you think it's valid for the board to be presented with that kind of information? And I was a little concerned about that being preliminary and all that. And it's borne out today, listening to a number of people testifying, using that data to convince the board of certain things. I don't know. What's your opinion on that, if you get my gist?
Yeah, I do, and I think that's a valid concern. I saw that report on Saturday, and honestly, I had to skim through it and scramble to find data to form my own opinion. And I just mentioned a few things that I was able to find in about 2 hours' time before I had to get on the plane. It's unfair, I would even go further, to turn out a report at the 11th hour and expect a educated comment on it. And I'm frustrated. And I think everybody at the table should be frustrated to turn out a preliminary report and suggest that, well, so there you are. That's not a fair thing. It's been said that this was an allocative issue. The real allocation is between management for escapement and management for human use. That's not allocation, that's conservation. So, thank you.
Thanks, Charlie. If you'd like to give your personal testimony right now, or on behalf of NSEDC, you may.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm a part-time employee of NSCDC, and they drag me out of the woodwork when they have an issue of historical perspective or some policies. So, but this is not only, it is my opinion. We've talked about it at NSCDC, and I think it's their opinion. You'll see that there's a RC 117 that speaks to their opinion. Large swaths of the coastal western Alaska chum range have blanket closures on subsistence and commercial use. Escapements are often in question despite those closures. It looks to me as if CWAC chum might be considered a stock of concern. The June Area M fishery continues to harvest CWAC chum in very significant numbers. During the last 3-year board cycle, more CWAC chum were harvested in Area M than the combined Yukon and Kuskokwim drainages. Currently, the June fishery is directed by a management plan set by the Board of Fish. It's reviewed triennially. The department staff does not consider stock status of the various stocks that contribute to the fishery because that's not required in the plan. The fishery management plan has evolved over time, and during that time, I lost my place. The fisheries management plan saw the same regulations as Proposal 140, and it did seem to have a healing effect on the CWAC fish. A few years after that, Proposal 140 rules were in place. The plan was aggressively liberalized. Administrative and budget concerns over time have created a 3-year schedule in the Board of Fish instead of a 1-year cycle. This effectively separated the escapement-based management in Area M, disconnected escapement management from Area M. Setting a calendar every 3rd year isn't really sustainable fisheries management. That's orderly management. State constitution, statutes, regulations, all speak to this issue. Sustainability based on adequate escapement, sharing the burden of conservation, precautionary principles, setting subsistence use above all others. This is not the case right now. Both the department and the Board of Fish have let the situation slide out of their control. Continued shortfalls on CWAC chum could easily replicate the slow slide of Western Alaska Chinook. Repeated failures of escapement, the loss of age classes one by one, the attendant loss of fecundity, and now all the solutions for the Chinook fishery seem insurmountable. Another Board of Fish cycle will see a full cycle of escapement shortfalls, which will require draconian measures to recover from the loss, resulting in the loss of this former cornucopia of abundance. This situation is dire. The Board of Fish, because of the 3-year cycle, is the de facto manager of the Area M fishery. The over-exploitation of CWAC chum, in spite of the management policies set by this very board, will call into question the entire board process.
Thank you, Charlie.
Hopefully we take action. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Wood has a question for you.
Yeah, did you make reference to an RC 117?
I did.
PC 117.
I'm sorry.
Okay. 'Cause I didn't come close to that in my book, that's why. Yeah,
I get confused with that.
okay.
Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony, Charlie. Next up, we have Dr. Joseph Spader, followed by Karen Gillis, Moses Toyakak Sr., and Ron Yatlin. Dr. Spader, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members. I'm Dr. Joseph Spader, salmon researcher with the Bering Sea Fishermen's Association. As you've heard, there's many unanswered questions about the causes of the chum salmon crash and climate effects. However, there are a couple facts that are clearly indisputable. Two things that we know with high certainty is, number one, Western Alaska chum stocks are severely depressed across the region, uniformly failing to meet escapement goals. Number two, we know that commercial fisheries continue to exploit these chum stocks without restrictions in the Area M fisheries. So if we apply the 18% of AYK chum, it comes out to 314,000 Western Alaska fish harvested in the last 2 years using the current genetics data. This is antithetical to the sustainable salmon policy, and it's inconceivable how to technically or legally justify maintaining harvest on these Western Alaska stocks. Without distracting from this point, it's also important to present some serious problems with the department's recent attempt to estimate Area M chum harvest rates on Western Alaska stocks, an analysis which is mired in uncertainty. First, the estimates are based on limited data and preliminary data, and the total run estimates presented in this report appear to be the result of the most generous assumptions at every step of the calculation. For example, and Charlie Lean touched on this, the estimate of chum escapement for the Kuskokwim in 2022 in this report was over 4 times higher than the chum escapement documented by the Department of Fish and Game's Lower Kuskokwim River sonar. So if we believe the sonar estimate of about 100,000 instead of the report's 450,000 estimated, the harvest rates on Kuskokwim chum would be considerably higher than the 5% estimated by the department. For chum stocks that are severely depressed, these higher impact rates are in obvious conflict with your mandate to provide sustained yield of fisheries resources. Thank you.
Mr. Wood and then Mr. Jensen.
Thank you. You seem to be a number crunching guy, so I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. Obviously, the Canadian treaty doesn't cover summer chum, but does fall chum, as it does Chinook. How many chum would have to be released to meet subsistence needs on the Yukon and Kuskokwim?
Through the chair, to clarify, how many fish would have to be released from Area M?
Area M is a logical starting point, but yeah, how many more fish do we need to fulfill the ANS requirements on both those water bodies?
It would be a substantial number, but right now, the proportion of Area M fish being harvested, the proportion of AYK stocks being harvested in Area M are coming out of escapement. So the key, and your first mandate would be to meet the escapement needs, which have fallen short by hundreds of thousands of fish. So on top of that, in regulation, you have the ANS, so we could add up the ANS, but the first key is to meet escapement. And the case that's being made here is that the proportion of fish, of CWAC fish being taken in Area M are coming out of escapement.
Fully understand that argument. What I'm asking you is I'm looking for a number. For instance, if there are only 500 fish coming out of Area M, then you could shut them down entirely and still not meet goals. Escapement or subsistence? What number has to come through Area M to meet all those requirements?
To meet all the requirements, we would add up the amounts necessary for subsistence created by the Board of Fish.
Thank you.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question. You said something about, in your testimony about Area M fishermen's harvesting without restrictions. I'm trying to clarify what you meant about that, because if I'm reading it right, they fish, there's 168 hours every week. They fish 88, so there's 80 hours that they're not fishing at all. So that would be restricted, if you ask me. That's just my thought of it. So I thought your statement about fishing unrestricted might be a little heavy-handed. Was that what you meant, or did I misunderstand what you said?
Through the chair, what I meant was there isn't a cap on the number of chum. And so we see in 2022, the amount of, they had the same amount of time, but in 2021, they caught twice as many fish as they did in 2021. So just simply the point that there isn't a cap, there isn't a limited number of fish that they can harvest. And clearly, there is a range between 2022 and 2021, which 2021 was double. So that's my point.
Yeah, my point would be that, as we all know, salmon are very high fluctuating fish, and especially chums, they vary greatly over a period of time. And in 2021, my thoughts are there was a lot of chums around. And 2022, there was less, and they did work on their fishing. I'm getting into debating, so I'll rest. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have a quick question. So you touched on harvest rate. In your opinion, is the harvest rate an effective metric to be measuring or evaluating impacts on AYK stocks potentially? Or is there another metric that should be considered or weighted as evenly?
Madam Chair, when escapement is not being met and harvest is either severely restricted, the exploitation rate, harvest rate, is a reasonable metric. And there are efforts, of course, to try to break that down among the various components of CWAC to try to get a sense of what the impact on particular systems are. For instance, very consistently, the Yukon River is about a third of the total CWAC escapement. So we can begin to get estimates in that way. And we, of course, hope to continue to improve the genetics. And I think there's possibilities for near real-time genetic stock ID in the Area M fisheries, similar to what's being done in Port Moller.
Thank you. Mr. Heimbach and then Mr. Zure.
Just a quick comment. I appreciate the fact that people have staked out positions on this issue, but the fact of the matter is, preliminary or not, this department responds to the public demand for analysis of many different kinds across many different areas in very short periods of time. The board may be guilty of it as much as the public, but I'm going to ask you, you are appreciative of the efforts they are making to be responsive to the demand for this information, even if you don't agree with the quality of it.
Is that a question, or?
Yes, you're still behind their efforts to provide what we've asked them to do, are you not?
Thank you, Mr. Heimbach, and through the chair. I think analysis is very important. In terms of harvest data, escapement, the department has had all the information they need for this study since about mid-September, with the exception of the genetic data. But they've had all the harvest data. And I would submit it's a arguably egregious violation of public process to drop a report at 4 p.m. on a Friday for a Board of Fish meeting that begins. The report has not had peer review, and I feel that Dr. Monroe did his very best. But it's mission impossible to cobble this together in this time frame. Again, he's done his best, but there's been no peer review, and the information, I counted 11 times that he said it was preliminary, provisional, it's subject to change. And so the question is, I think it's a legitimate question to ask, is it responsible to insert a 75-page analysis that hasn't been reviewed, that arrives at the 11th hour with limited data, and place it into a context of deliberation?
Mr. Zure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was just answered.
Thank you, Dr. Spader. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Karen Gillis. Welcome, Karen.
Thank you. My name is Karen Gillis, and I am here on behalf of Bering Sea Fishermen's Association, working to serve small boat commercial fishermen in the Arctic, Yukon, Kuskokwim, and Bristol Bay regions of Alaska. It's 128 communities and 120,000 residents. I thank the Board of Fisheries for this opportunity to address a conservation crisis occurring in the AYK region. For decades, AYK residents have voiced concerns about changes in salmon stocks that have sustained them for millennia. We are facing a massive multi-species salmon decline in Western Alaska. There's clear data demonstrating the conservation crisis occurring. Not only are Chinook, chum, and coho salmon returns failing, but salmon body size for all species continues to decline, translating to reduced reproductive potential for fish that do manage to reach the spawning grounds. It is the consequence of both environmental forces and human factors. We are today asking you to address a documented impact to AYK chum that is directly under human control. Since the 1920s, we have known that the commercial salmon intercept fishery in Area M harvests chum salmon destined for the AYK. These interceptions have been a conservation concern for decades, triggering numerous research studies, Board of Fisheries action, and voluntary efforts by the commercial fleet, who recognize the need to curtail harvest during annual migrations in June. You may be unaware that in June 2022, when the Area M seiners were doing all they could to avoid catching chum salmon, they scored the second highest harvest rate on record, according to current estimates. But regardless of the varying estimates of the genetic stock ID and harvest rates, what we know with certainty is there is ongoing commercial harvest on severely declined salmon stocks. And in every other fishery in Alaska except Area M, the policy and practice of ADF&G is to close commercial fishing on a stock when escapement needs or subsistence opportunity is not being provided. Current Area M management is prioritizing commercial fishing over escapement and subsistence. This is a violation of the Sustainable Salmon Policy and statutes prioritizing subsistence uses over other uses. Failure to adopt a conservation-based in-season intercept management plan and continuing to allow the commercial utilization of AYK chum salmon that are not meeting river management and spawning escapement goals violates Article 8, Section 4 of the Alaska Constitution. Management to provide chum salmon to meet escapement is not an allocation issue, and there is nothing more AYK salmon managers and residents can do to sustain these resources. This is not a dispute between competing commercial gear types, and as regulators, we are calling on you to take action to provide lawful restrictions on a commercial fishery to protect what is left of the chum population in the AYK region. I ask for your support of Proposal 140 as written as a fair and equitable compromise management measure. When the resource is in decline, every fish counts.
Thank you, Karen. Any questions? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. Karen, good to see you. Thanks for your testimony. I want to kind of touch on a question that was asked by the last speaker and see if maybe you can briefly add a little bit to the context. I was reviewing that your organizations was one of the original signers of the MOU in regard to WASP. And that's really the last really lengthy piece of information that we have regarding some of the decisions that are before us that, you know, were done over a course of several years. And I guess my question is, do you think that it would have been irresponsible for the state not to release the information that they had that could provide the board and the public, even though some of it may be preliminary, but it's a reference point that can be used against time based on the WASP information to give us the most updated information we can to make some of these decisions?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Do I think it would be irresponsible? Do I think it was irresponsible?
Do you think it would have been irresponsible by the state not to have released the report for this meeting?
I can tell you that when our organization or any other organization around Alaska puts out data, we are held to a very high standard. We don't get to cut corners, and we don't get to put out preliminary information. I think that I think the report was not worthy of public review at this time.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Moses Toyakak Sr. Hi, Moses, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Moses Toyakak Sr. from Anchorage. Madam Chair and Board of Fish members for giving this meeting opportunity to testify. And I've fished over the last 65 years of my life, and as a subsistence user and set net, drift, and commercial fisherman. I'm in support of Proposal 120 to create a mandatory fishery closure in the Northern District. I'm also in support of 126 to reduce the fishing area in the northern portion of the outer Port Hayden section. And I strongly support Proposals 128 to reduce the mesh size depth from 70 to 45 mesh. This would reduce the catch of fish coming into our area and the Yukon-Kuskokwim area. And I also strongly support Proposals 139 and 140 to go back to the 2001-2003 management plan, which worked at the time for all of us. And I hope that you as board members, staff, do the right thing for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Moses. Any board questions? Thank you for being here, and thank you for your testimony.
Okay.
Ron Yatlin? Good afternoon, Ron. Apologize if I misspelled or mispronounced your name.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Board, thank you for your service. My name is Ron Yatlin. I am a subsistence fisherman in Unit 5D, Upper Yukon.
We normally support 5 families in our effort. Our subsistence needs are not being met at this time. We support Proposal 140. I currently live in Beaver, Alaska. The population in the 2020 census was 65. In the last couple of years, we have had several deaths, mostly due to natural causes. One of the deaths was an 85-year-old woman, so we applied for a funeral permit to fish. We received a permit for 5 fish. We caught 5 Jack Kings, and one of them had the fish disease called Eck. The most recent year we met our conservation subsistence goal was 2019. We were not able to fish until later in the run, so some of the fish were poor quality and some fish had the disease called Eck. We used to think we were at the top of the food chain. Now, because there is no fish, the wolves and the grizzlies are searching for other food. We have cow moose moving right into the village and all around us. The wolves are killing the dogs and eating them right on the chain. We suspect that the grizzlies are even killing the black bear cubs because we used to see black bears on almost every trip on a boat, and now we don't see any. We have been practicing conservation goals for some years now, but conservation goals cannot be met if everybody doesn't participate. I respectfully ask the Board of Fish to take action to ensure AYK escapement goals are met. Thank you for allowing me to participate in this public testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Yatlin. Any questions from the board? Thank you for traveling here to give your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is number 151, Charlie Wright, Eastern Ontario Regional Advisory Council, followed by Leo Lonitz, Robert Pilot, Ranger Alstrom, and Benjamin Juneby. Ragnar, a little misspelling on the list. Welcome, Charlie.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Appreciate you all for all you do for everybody, all the hard work and all the time we have to spend together here. I'm going to do the Eastern Interior RAC comment for Proposal 140. The council voted to unanimously support Proposal 140. The council strongly supports this proposal because there is a major conservation concern for Yukon River salmon that are intercepted, caught in this fishery. As shown by previous genetic sampling projects, this fishery can intercept half of the summer chum salmon bound for Western Alaska and Yukon River. Interception of the Yukon River salmon severely impacts the ability of people to meet subsistence needs on the Yukon River and other Western Alaska drainages. Summer chum salmon is a primary food source for Yukon River residents, especially for residents in the lower and middle Yukon River. The Yukon region has been closed to subsistence fishing for several years, while commercial fishers have been allowed to harvest the same stock of concern. This does not adhere to the subsistence priority nor the sustainable management practices. Management needs to occur across the entire salmon ecosystem and should not ignore what happens in this fishery and its negative impacts on subsistence users in other regions. The watershed of the AYK region makes up 40% of Alaska's land base. The YK Delta is one of the largest in the world. I submitted a chart of subsistence for the use of fish and game to you all yesterday. Hope you all got a chance to see it. It shows the huge need for salmon in these villages along the river. People of the upper Yukon seem to always get cut off from fishing because of oops management. We call it down in the mouth when they open up and maybe catch too many fish or not make sure there's enough fish to make it up there to take care of those people's needs. So the people in the upper Yukon and into Canada have been struggling to get their subsistence needs met for a long time. Canada has been 10 years plus since most of them haven't been able to fish at all. I think some of them that chose haven't fished in near 20 years now, just in trying to be conservative and help the fish come back. And again, the people of the Region 9, the Eastern Interior, are struggling because their subsistence needs are not being met, and they don't have any other means in a lot of places. Some villages don't have stores. I think should be considered that we need windows through the Area M for AYK chum to pass through unabated. There's been a long history of heavy interception of AYK chums. We think every fish counts in efforts to rebuild the AYK chum stock. It's been 3 to 4 years without fishing, with a big loss of food security. State law puts subsistence as top priority use of resource. Commercial use is secondary. We would hope that sustainable fishery policy would be adhered to. And I just want to give a little bit of what I think subsistence should be. If you want to live a subsistence lifestyle, then you must have a consistent, reliable access to that resource. You can't get cut off. Just cut off and turn back on is unacceptable. The only consistency AYK has had is consistent, complete closure to the resource. The only reliability is the reliability to know we will likely be closed for multiple years into the future to try to rebuild these stocks. Analogy, it is like every person sitting around this table having Fred Meyer's, Safeway, and Costco closed and unavailable to feed you or your families for 3 years. That's the way you got to look at it. These people have no other means out in the rivers. Like I said, some villages don't have a store. They don't have a road to drive to the nearest store or 3 Bears to get whatever they need. There's not even money. They have to choose between paying for the electricity or fuel or food. The prices of things are so expensive. Life is hard enough before the fish were gone. You could at least choose between 2 of those instead of 3. Upper River has heavy reliance on fall chum. When summer chum runs are poor, it puts tremendous pressure on fall chum stocks river-wide. Many times, creating oops management shutting down the river from the shutting down the upriver fishers from the most important resource into their livelihoods. That's all I have on that, but I just wanted to touch on the ecosystem really quick that you've heard a little bit about, and I've said it last time I sat before you guys that our predators are starving. The wolves are hungry. It's a fact that they eat a lot of fish. There's been some studies done, and we just got some info on that they're eating quite a bit of percentage of salmon in certain places from the spawning grounds. And the bears, of course, they eat that. All the predators, all the carnivores, right down from bears, brown bears, all the way down to the blue fly. And when they're done eating the fish in the creeks, that leftover particles of the salmon go all the way back to the ocean to nourish the ocean and start over the circle of life again. This is a big part of not only people are being affected, it's the whole ecosystem being affected. So it's been going on for a few years now, and it's really going to make the life of these people, not only the Eastern Interior, but the whole AYK region. Like I said, it's a huge chunk of land that these rivers and contributaries cover. So I really appreciate as much as we can do to help the people in these regions. That's kind of all I have to say in my report, and I really appreciate all you guys and all your time.
Thank you, Charlie. Are there any questions from board members? Appreciate your RAC report, and thank you for your service on that RAC, too.
Thank you.
Leo Lonitz? Good afternoon. Welcome to the Board of Fisheries.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, the board here. Well, today I'm testifying on behalf of my community, Kaikok. I'm the first chief of Kaikok, Alaska, and be testifying on behalf of my people there. My tribe only consists of about 100 people, but yet we are still people. I support the proposal 140 as well as my constituents here. And our subsistence uses have never been met for a good number of years now, and that's not acceptable. I don't like that. Nobody else like it. But it's been subsistence user all my life, never to do any commercial fishing because I was always living off the land. That's what my father and my mother taught us how to do in the past. And that's the way we do it. You know, over the years, we have sacrificed, us people on the Yukon River have sacrificed year after year after year. We even condemned the whole Yukon River 1 year when we closed the whole Yukon River for fishing, for subsistence use. That was the whole Yukon from the mouth all the way up to the headwaters of the Yukon. And everybody abided by that rule at that time, which was just to see if we can make the escape with goals, but yet it never met it, you know. So we tried our best. We've been sacrificing, and we can't sacrifice any longer now because we've done our share. We've go as far as we could to now zero fish, and we don't even get fish for the last 4 or 5 years. And I was one of them, and you know, over the summers we have our memorial potlatches for our late and departed people that went on to heaven, you know, and we have potlatches for them, and it's a traditional value that we all share on the Yukon-Kaikok River. We try to we always put our best food out on the table for our visitors and our departed. We try to put out, we always do that, and salmon was one of the things that we always had on the table for the potlatch that we have. And these potlatches could be pretty huge. People, my village, like I just told you, my village is only about 100 people, but when these potlatches come into play, the population there triple or even quadruple. That's how much people would come into the village within our surrounding. So you can see where I'm coming for that. That's really a traditional value that we all share. And you know, this past year especially, we bought salmon from the Bristol Bay people and the Copper River fishing industry there. We spent $85,000 of our own money just to put food on the table, fish on the table for our people within our communities. $85,000, my friend. We should never have to do that because there's fish in the water there. And those fish were provided by the Lord to have and share equally throughout the whole state of Alaska. But yet that's not happening. And it should be happening. Quote me on that. It's very, very disturbing to me.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm sorry your time is up.
No, I don't think so. I'm on Indian time, so let's go with that.
Sir, respectfully, you're on my time.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. All right, I thank you very much for listening to me and allow me to testify here. Thank you. That 3 minutes went pretty fast.
I know, and I sincerely apologize to have to cut you off, but in the order
in
of fairness,
future, just think about 5 minutes, huh?
Right?
Thank you.
We'd be here a while. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your understanding. Any questions? He's gone. Let's see, we've got Robert Pilot up. Hi, Robert.
My name is Robert Pilot, and I am from Kaikuk. I am here to support Proposal 140. And I remember fishing like 5 years ago, I think, with my dad. That's all I got.
Thank you. You should have ceded some of your time. Just kidding. Appreciate your testimony. Ragnar Ahlstrom. Hi, Ragnar. Welcome back.
Greetings, Madam Chair. My name is Ragnar Ahlstrom. I'm the Executive Director of the Yukon Delta Fisheries Development Association, a community development quota group representing 6 villages on the Lower Yukon. We provided comments and public comments 190, timely. But what I'd like to just center around is what you've heard for quite a while here. Proposal 140. And Proposal 140 is not a proposal seeking to close the area fishery. I'll just reiterate that. It's a proposal so that those fishermen can share in the burden of conservation. And why do we want them to do that? And I'll give you a couple numbers here, and you've heard them before. So in 2021, the escapement goal from the Andrisky River, one of the major producers of summer chum salmon, escapement goal is over 40,000 with an average of 56,000 targeted for escapement. 2,600 in 2021, 4.5%. In 2022, there was a large forest fire in the Andrisky, so the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, where there was not manned. The Anvik, probably the major producer of summer chum. In 2021, and the escapement goal for the Anvik, 350,000 to 700,000. The Anvik, 18,800, which is 5% of the low end, 2.5% of the high end. And you go into 2022. But am I cherry picking? Pick any stream on the Yukon River where summer chum spawn, from the mouth to the Dena'ina River, 730 miles. Pick any of them and cherry pick any one of them. They're all the same. And another way to put it, we could have taken, in the last 2-3 years, every single spawning salmon into 730 miles and still not meet the amounts needed for subsistence. We could have cleaned them out. That's how bad it is. Madam Chair, I think when you're 150 or so, you kind of heard it all before. I just wanted to emphasize that we're not trying to shut down Area M, but we need a little bit of help here. I'll just answer one Madam Chair, there was a question from one of the board members earlier. Normally in the summer chum fishery, before a commercial fishery on summer chum is even contemplated, you need to have 1 million fish to satisfy escapement and subsistence needs. So when it's above 1 million fish, then commercial fisheries are considered. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Ragnar. Any questions, Mr. Wood?
I didn't ask you, but thank you for that.
Thank you for your testimony today. Appreciate you being here. Benjamin Junby. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Madam Board, thanks for having me here. Yes, our
subsistence needs in Native Village Eagle haven't been met. I'm the second chief there, and also I'm the fish commissioner there. And it's hard for me to, when it's time to fish, it's hard for me to fish because I'm the only one there. I have to give fish to everybody. I don't even get to eat fish till 2-3 days later because I make sure everybody eat before I do. And now I can't even do that. I share everything. What I want to ask the commercial fishermen is, why can't you share too? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Juneby. Mr. Wood has a question for you.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with what the responsibilities are of a fish commissioner. Could you briefly tell me what that might be?
There's all of us here.
I see.
We support one another in our subsistence way.
In the context of that, okay, I understand now what you're saying. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Let's go ahead and take about a 15-minute break, and we'll come back, and we'll begin with Kurt Chamberlain, number 156. Go! Welcome back. The time is 3:30. We're back on the record and we'll continue with public testimony. This time I'm at testifier number 156, Kurt Chamberlain. Welcome to the testimony. Folks in the back, please lull the conversations or take them into the hallway. Thank you. Kurt, whenever you're ready, please begin.
Thank you. My name is Kurt Chamberlain. I'm Assistant General Counsel for Corporate Governance and Litigation for Chilista Corporation. Chilista Corporation is an Alaska Native corporation that represents 37,000 shareholders across 56 tribes in Southwest Alaska and along the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers. I'm a member of the Aniak tribe and grew up living off the land and subsisting primarily off of salmon. I started commercial fishing in the Middle Kuskokwim at age 10 in 1987 and continued commercial fishing until the chum salmon collapsed in 1993 and 1994. My family hasn't used its commercial fishing permit since 1996, and our salmon consumption fell from thousands of pounds each year to a handful of fish. Our once traditional way of life is now gone. Since 2001, chum salmon stocks in the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers have dropped an additional 85 to 95% from those already depleted levels. I want to first caution the board that the problem with the chum salmon crashes did not arise solely from climate change. Runs have been depleting in my lifetime for at least the last 30 years, and the 21 and 22 runs only exemplified the board's inequitable treatments of AYK residents. If anything, chronic mismanagement has left the fishery unable to endure environmental changes and remain viable. Additionally, the influx of 3 billion hatchery chum into the North Pacific has had a devastating effect on the native stocks. When a mixture of hatchery salmon and native stocks are simultaneously fished in a region such as Area M, the native stock suffers. The supplemented hatchery stock is immune from the effects of overfishing, as the next run is virtually guaranteed. The native stock is not supplemented and thus cannot recover from overfishing as quickly. Using this model, the decline of AYK, or actually CWAC chum in the WASP study to the latest supplement is entirely predictable. AYK salmon are being overfished and cannot recover at the rates they are being harvested. The continued overharvest of AYK salmon at this rate will eventually lead to its extinction within my lifetime. The arguments regarding harvest rate are nothing more than a spin to make the harvest of AYK chum seem minuscule. With respect to the raw numbers, we're looking at roughly 100,000 Yukon and Kuskokwim salmon harvested each year. Given the catastrophically low numbers for the region, those hundreds of thousands of chum are critical to ensuring the survival of the species. And if any party has the right to harvest those chum, it is the residents of the Yukon and Kuskokwim River who should be using them for subsistence. Not that anyone should be touching these fish at all. When was the last time the Yukon or Kuskokwim subsistence or commercial fishery harvested chums in the hundreds of thousands? If that happened, the outrage and the outcry would be deafening. While Chilista supports Proposal 140, I want to remind the board that 140 falls far short of the board and the state's statutory and constitutional mandate. The language in this is unambiguous and unequivocal. It uses shall, and one last sentence, Chilista Corporation is fully committed to protecting its shareholders and communities' traditional ways of life and will do whatever it takes to ensure preservation of the same.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony. Mr. Wood has a question for you.
Thank you, Kurt. Here's a dilemma, as I see it, at least. By the time that it's realizable that you have a shortage of subsistence fish, the commercial fishery is basically over. Those fish have been caught. You can't resurrect them. So going into the next season, you're trying to do a precautionary approach, which I happen to agree with and support. But how would you structure it so that you do meet the legal requirement to give the reasonable opportunity and yet not unnecessarily curtail the fishing beyond what is needed to get those numbers up there?
So if I may be blunt, there's a terminal fishery at the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers. There was a commercial fishery when I was a kid. When I was young, the fishery operated based on the numbers that were passing by the weirs there. And that fishery was much more reactive to the actual runs in real time. So if numbers were coming in low, that fishery would shut down. We had closures all the time when I was young, and they basically operated whenever the numbers permitted. The terminal fishery could handle that. And so if you're asking for a proposal that works it, I would say bring back the terminal fisheries. The Kuskokwim fishery, my fishery stopped, my family last fished in 1996. We were the last fishery on the Kuskokwim River and the most in place most able to adapt to those real-time numbers. So I would advise, if I were on the board, I would advise keep setting a low number or setting a high escapement goal initially and making sure that hits the terminal fishery. You know, when I'm hearing testimony and I hear this, you know, where people are saying, oh, these are exceeding the upper end of the escapement, I look at that and I see this like people are treating the terminal or the escapement like a four-letter word. And I've seen it in several of the proposals, and as someone who grew up in this, I find it very offensive.
Okay, I certainly don't mean to offend.
And I do need to finish on this one.
Okay.
I do apologize. So if the board wants to be truly reactive on this, and I think in compliance with Section 17 of Article 8 of the Constitution, distributing natural resources equally among all people, I think the constitutional mandate for that is to leave enough salmon for the Yukon and Kuskokwim commercial fisheries to survive. They've been dead for decades. My family has a permit that isn't worth the paper it's written on.
Okay, now you're going a little bit beyond. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. This terminal fishery you're suggesting would extend how far out, or would it be in total place of Area M?
I'm sorry?
What would Area M look like if you were to create a terminal fishery?
I don't think I may have communicated myself sufficiently. I was referring to the terminal fishery at the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers. Leave enough escapement at Area M so that the Yukon and Kuskokwim fisheries can basically bat cleanup, collect everything, and make sure there's enough escapement. Regulate at that end is what I'm advocating. Leave enough escapement so that these people who've been suffering for decades can commercial fish finally. And then the board and the Department of Fish and Game can be much more reactive and adapt in real time to ensure the survival of the species. Because right now, by the time, with the current fishing regulation, we don't know until it's far too late, and by then far too many fish. 21 is a perfect example. We're at 1.2 million before anyone notices anything's wrong.
Yeah, I'll talk to you in between a meeting because I'm still not following you, but you just hit what I was trying to ask. How do you do that? But I'll talk to you privately.
Thank you.
Mr. Heimbach.
Following up on your testimony, you correctly identified that CWAC is the general population out of which the AYK stuff is in. We also know that the entry pattern of chum salmon is also coming out of the Bering Sea and headed east towards Bristol Bay, and we've identified that there's probably a couple 100,000 chums in the CWAC group harvested in Bristol Bay. How should the board address what your concern is in Area M? What are we supposed to do about the ones that are being taken in Bristol Bay?
With that, I'm relying on Commissioner Vincent Lang's testimony before the Senate Natural Resources Committee. It may have been the House. I'm sorry. Don't pin me down on this. It's hard to differentiate genetically the Bristol Bay salmon from the others in the CWAC region. So I really don't know. And this is only one of a number of issues. You know, I plan on opening my mouth in a number of forums trying to address this issue. There are so many factors and there are so many other causes for the decline of the salmon. I want to ensure that we are tackling as many of them as we can to preserve this traditional way of life and the survival of our 56 communities.
Thank you for your testimony
Thank
today,
you.
sir. Next up is David Palushkin, followed by Drayton Newman, Wallace Hinderer, and Max Aguiar. Hi, David, welcome.
Hello, please refer to RC 18. Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is David Palushkin. I have lived in Alaska from May of 1970 when we came up the Aleutian Highway. Fished in Alaska waters since 1975. In Cook Inlet for salmon and longline for halibut in Gulf of Alaska. In 1986, I decided to go and try other area to fish. Came to Area M as a deckhand and really liked the fishery. Bought my own permit in 1987 and have fished ever since. I oppose Proposal 120. It would severely restrict the ability of the department to manage Bear, Sandy, Ilnik, and Meshik rivers for a maximum sustained yield. Currently, these systems are managed on abundance of salmon, and there is no need to change what has worked very well for a number of years. There is a perception that the entire fleet fishes 24/7 on the north side of the Alaska Peninsula, which is a false statement. In 2022, we had 2 60-hour closures and no fishery occurred in the Bear River, Three Hills, and portion of the Ilnik section of the Ocean River until July 8th. The Russian fleet consists of about 40% of the whole fleet that fishes on the north side, and we do stand down for Sundays and some holidays that fall on weekdays. From June 20th to the end of July is up to 9 days of standing down. Each day is 30 to 36 hours depending on the weather. We don't need any more closures, which would cut deeply into our fishing days. I oppose Proposal 126. Majority of our boats that fish in Area M are deep draft boats designed to fish and handle open ocean fisheries. There are 79 vessels over 40 feet that fish in the area. This proposal would push the fleet into a very shallow area and be very dangerous for all to participate in the fishery. How is it more fine-tuned if the fishermen will have less area to fish? Potentially could cause more fish to go up into Meshik and cause over-escapement because of huge shallow area in front of the inner Port Haydn that is not fishable. How would it increase the quality? In reality, it would decrease because of the shallow area. Proposal 120 would decimate the fishermen and the canneries and reduce fish taxes to the borough. It would bankrupt a lot of the young fishermen that came into the fishery recently with huge outstanding loans to the state and the canneries. Proposal 126 doesn't make sense. Please vote these proposals down. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Drayton Newman. Welcome.
Madam Chair, members of the board, good afternoon. My name is Drayton Newman. I'm from Sandpoint, Alaska. More relatively, I am an Area M fisherman. My testimony isn't here to burden the board with my choice of being a fisherman, but rather my opinions and perspectives on proposals against Area M, more specifically 134, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 148, 149. And given the extensive list, I hope the board understands my grouping of my opinions. Information and data provided by the U.S. Department of the Interior regarding heat stress, specifically on the Yukon, and information provided by ADF&G's website pertaining to the life cycle of the chum salmon offers evidence that both removes the blame from Area M and foreshadows an environmental issue that the state and local officials should address. Supply and demand of chum salmon in this area has been an issue acknowledged by the department as early as '77, if not before. And any proposal regarding Area M's June fishery seems to be, at the very most, in my opinion, a band-aided solution to an ever-growing issue that, honestly, we're not going to be able to fix. I don't see how it would be relevant to classify us as the main issue when it's something much larger than Area M. Thank you.
Any questions? Mr. Zare.
Yeah, just a clarification. I think you said the heat stress studies went back to '77, was it?
No, sir. It was recognized by the department in 1977, as far as I can tell, anyway.
The heat stress problem?
No, the supply and demand issue facing the Yukon and the Kuskokwim.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today. Wallace Hinderer.
I'd like to state that I'm turning in, or have turned in, an RC number 49.
You said RC 49?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It will parallel my testimony.
Welcome, Wally. Be sure to turn the mic on when you're ready.
Okay. My name is Wallace Hinderer. I came to Chignik in 1961 and fished from 1963 to the present. In 1961, both sockeye runs were weak because of cannery fish traps and individual fishing pressures. A simple solution was put forth. It went as follows: fish 12 hours a day, 3 days a week through the month of June. Fish 12 hours a day, 5 days a week through July and August. As fishing improved, fishing time became 24 hours per day, and openings were by field announcement. Beginning in 1968, management used the following escapement goals: 400,000 sockeye by the end of June, 200,000 sockeye for July and August. These were minimum numbers, by the way. Interception became a fact of life. Just prior to the permit system in 1975, Cape Igvac received a 15% allocation, Sedum received a 7.6 allocation. Once limited entry was implemented, 90 permits were allowed. The number 90 was chosen because it was believed that the fishery would support all the permits. To date, maybe 35 permits are fishing. In the years after the permits were issued, the fish were allocated away, so there weren't fish to support 90 permits. Management allowed interception to surpass, Igvac interception to surpass 15% during the season. The decision was justified by forecasts thought that Chignik could catch up during the second run. The stage for Chignik sockeye second decline was set. No longer did we require a buildup of salmon in the lagoon for the first opening. Fish and Game started saying, "We have too much escapement." They lowered the escapement ranges and managed for the lower end of those ranges. Less escapement equals more fish. As fishermen, we didn't understand it then, and I don't think we understand it now. The department speaks of combining both runs into one component management model. I feel this is wrong. Each run has its own genetic properties and return at different times. Their needs should be addressed individually. Fish and Game needs to take full responsibility for managing these stocks more appropriately. I ask the board members to use their wisdom and courage to set the Chignik sockeye on a trajectory of rebuilding. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Thank you for being here, Well, I appreciate your testimony. Max Aguiar, followed by Christian Porter, Crystal Lapp, Jean Sandone, Tiffany Andrew, and Mickey Sharp. Hi, Max. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is, Madam Chairman and Board. My name is Max Aguiar. I'm from the native village of Alanak, which sits on the south mouth of the Yukon Delta. I'm a subsistence fisher first and a commercial fisher secondly, and I do it as a hobby since we don't fish for the king salmon anymore, and now we haven't fished for the last 3 summers. And probably not this coming summer either. I'm here to support Proposal 140, in which it will not shut down Area M. I repeat, it will not shut down Area M, but will help the AYK region conserve our salmon species that migrate through what is known as Area M. We have not subsisted for salmon on the Yukon for several years. These past several summers, my village's subsistence needs, along with the rest of the Yukon River, have not been met. While the commercial fishers of Area M continue to commercial fish the chums and kings as they migrate to their spawning grounds on the AYK tributaries. The month of June is usually a busy month of subsistence fishing, cutting the salmon, hanging the salmon on our fish racks to dry, smoking the salmon, and finally storing the salmon for the winter months, which these past several years we haven't had during the winter months. All our smokehouses are empty as the salmon swim up the Yukon River, and we sadly stand on the river banks and watch them pass. On the Yukon River Delta, Y1 district is the most heavily regulated district on the entire river. When the subsistence windows was first put into place, we can't fish even if the pulse is strong. And these past several years, we are allowed to subsistence fish with a 4-inch by 60-foot by 29 mesh deep gill net targeting non-salmon species, which is very frustrating for many fishermen. In closing, I will repeat myself, our subsistence needs are not being met.
Thank you, Max. Any questions from the board? Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your travels.
Thank you.
Christian Porter. Hi, Christian. Welcome.
Board, Madam Chair, I'm Christian Porter, an Area M set netter, currently living in Sandpoint with my wife and family. I began fishing out of Sandpoint in 2009, and since then I've seen our fishing time dwindle. I oppose all propositions that aim to further restrict fishing ground and time. It's proposals 134 through 141, 143, and I'm sure there's a few others. Area M has already given up fishing time and grounds. We've owned up to our part of low AYK chum returns and have sacrificed too much as is. I believe that we need to take a deeper look into the habitats that the AYK chum spawn and grow up in. Scientific facts help find solutions. Feelings do not. I believe we need to do more DNA studies, and we need to do more research on how military manufacturing and mining along the Yukon River and its different tributaries are affecting the areas. I'm not sure if there's any studies being done on that or not. I haven't been able to find any. But I am in favor of proposals 130, 131, 132, 142, and 147. I strongly support 131 and 132 to change Southeast District mainland plan to allow more commercial fishing time. Because red salmon in the Chignik management area don't all end up into their river systems. They're also a mixed stock fishery. On that note, I recently purchased an Area M Setnet permit and completely oppose Proposal 140. If passed, it will kill the small boat fishery and our livelihood in the town of Sandpoint. Area M fishermen simply need more time to be able to harvest enough to make a decent living. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Crystal Lapp. Welcome, Crystal.
Thank you for having me. I'm just getting my voice back. So my name is Crystal Lapp, and I am here providing testimony on behalf of President Patricia McDonald from the Healy Lake Tribe. Her and I both serve as the Upper Tanana 40-mile AC. I am her alternate, and she just wanted me to convey a message to you all. Patricia is the daughter of a Yukon River Athabascan elder, Alfred John Wood Sr., also known as Gootsy, from Rampart, who has lived 80-plus years fishing and providing for his family and community on the Yukon River. In his lifetime, he has taught and been taught the tradition of respect for our land and our salmon, the wellness it provides to our culture, bodies, and spirit. The last couple of years, he's been unable to provide any of these to himself, to his community, and to his family. Last year, when he went to fish camp, he said he became a broken man because there was no fish in a flowing river. Sorry, my thing's being all weird right now. It is unfair and acceptable that the burden of conservation is placed entirely on in-river subsistence communities. The AYK fishers can no longer conserve or sacrifice because there is no fish. We're asking that the Board of Fish uphold their obligation under AS 16.05.258, also known as the State's Assistance Law, to ensure the responsibility of conservation and respect for the salmon is not just placed on in-river communities, but placed on all. We're not asking Area M to stop fishing. However, we have, and not out of choice. It's because the fish aren't there. Patricia McDonald and the Healy Lake Tribe stand in support for Proposal 140 as written. We believe that the burden and sacrifice and responsibility for all things should be placed on all people and not just on some. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. Are there any questions? Appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
Jean Sandone. Hi, Jean.
Hello. My name is Madam Chair, board members, staff, and the public. My name is Gene Sandone. I'm here representing the Matanuska Valley AC. Our AC has hunters and fishers and hunting guides and fishing guides, along with personal use fishermen, subsistence hunters. We're a diverse group of people. We don't have any subsistence users on our AC, but we bring to the table a lot of expertise for the Matanuska Valley. We only commented on one proposal during our meeting, and we support Fishery Proposal 140. And I'd like to read this letter. It's our AC comments. I think the author has done a really good job. The large commercial harvest of Western Alaska chum salmon during June near the Alaska Peninsula, when Yukon and Kuskokwim River have been record low levels, begs for adjustment. Consider, subsistence harvests have been given the highest priority and legal subsistence harvest in the Yukon River. And the Yukon River has practically non-existence because of a shortage of both king salmon and chum salmon returning to Alaska's largest river system. Also consider both low Chinook and chum salmon numbers in the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers represent a conservation concern which should also have a priority over excessive intercept harvest in a mixed stock fishery far from the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers. Further consider that this proposal would still allow substantial commercial harvest opportunity near the Alaska Peninsula, similar to what was provided in the recent past. Of additional concern to the Matanuska Valley Fish and Game Advisory Committee is harvest of non-local Chinook salmon and chum salmon bound east of Kodiak Island that has been occurring in this same June commercial fishery. Some of these fish are likely bound for northern Cook Inlet streams. For more than a decade now, Chinook salmon sport fisheries in the northern Cook Inlet freshwaters have been greatly restricted and in many cases entirely closed to Chinook salmon harvest because of shortages of returning Chinook salmon. Northern Cook Inlet chum salmon returns has also dropped in recent years, and this is shown by recent years' chum salmon passage through the ADF&G's Little Susitna River weir. While some intercept harvest and mixed stock fisheries far from terminal areas are bound to occur, we encourage board members to create windows allowing non-local stocks to pass through this and other mixed stock fisheries to provide better shared conservation and harvest opportunities with Alaskans throughout the state. Please allow more reasonable common use for a large number of Alaskans while also providing for conservation needs for the vast and diverse number of salmon stocks in Alaska. And this is signed sincerely, Herd Mansavage, Chair, Matanuska Valley Fish and Game Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Gene. Any questions? Thank you for your AC report today. Tiffany Andrew. Good afternoon, Tiffany.
Good afternoon. My name is Tiffany Andrew. My maiden name is Aguiar. I graduated from Mount Edgecombe, where I met peers statewide that are sitting in here too right now. I'm a third-generation commercial fisher and a lifetime subsistence user. Our subsistence needs have not been met. When we were allowed to commercial fish periods, I'd take my kids with me. My son fished with me when I first owned my own permit in 2013. He was just 3. My daughter, too, started coming with me at the mere age of 1 to 2 months old, dressed and protected appropriately. Even being exposed to the smell and the rocking of the skiff at a young age is essential. My last fishing period in 2019, I had my children with me, and I've always intended it to be a family experience, but we haven't been able to do so. Yet, I still renew my permit annually, knowing we wouldn't be able to commercial fish. My dream of handing down my permit to my son now seems like an illusion. But as always, subsistence rights are always priority. And like other residents along the Yukon, my family has not harvested one salmon in the last 2 years. As devastating as that is, it was foretold to me by a Canadian fellow whom resides at the headwaters of the Yukon. He told me, if we don't take action now, soon it will be you and your family experiencing our hardships. Lo and behold, look at us at the mouth, from one end to the other, unable to put salmon in our fish racks and storage for the winter, unable to teach our children our culture, unable to provide salmon, which used to take the majority of our diet, which now we are lucky and most of all blessed to have a taste. I don't want to see more people fall onto this series of unfortunate events. We're asking because at this point in time, every single salmon matters for the future. Even a harvest of 20 to 50 incidentals makes a huge impact to prevent extinction. Those few fish added to the escapement will produce as many as 10 fish for each fish that is allowed to spawn. We're not asking them to sacrifice their whole income, but to decide to end up having a possible income for the future as well, all the while hoping to be able to get a chance to rebuild stocks along the Yukon so that we can continue our traditional lifestyle of smoking fish and more. I've also turned in an RC with a personal story.
Thank you, Tiffany. Do you happen to know what that RC number is?
72.
72. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Thank you for being here. Mickey Sharp. Hi, Mickey, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, Mickey Sharp from Twin Hills.
Can I interrupt you and ask you a quick question? And I apologize for interrupting. Are you going to do your personal testimony or AC testimony first?
AC.
Okay, perfect, just checking. Thank you.
Yeah, and again, second generation. Been fishing for about 30 years. And I fished a little bit here and there, the Platinum area, and that was couple times. And they fish only with one net, and that's not too long ago that they closed. And you know, back in the last time I heard Cusco fished was back in the 90s. And I heard Yukon used to fish and sell fish up there, but now they don't. You know, at Cusco, they don't even fish. And I also fished once in Igashik back in '98, and most of the time we were just sitting in the Dago Creek for over a week, not fishing. We were just sitting mostly, and we fished only a couple periods, and it was so slow we had to transport back. And so far I've been fishing mostly in Togiak, though, the past few decades. And most of the time it's pretty slow over there. And back in the early 80s, I remember before they started fishing with 3 nets, I'm pretty sure I remember we were fishing with 2 nets early 80s. And
Thanks. Did the AC talk about any of the proposals specifically?
About the area, yeah, but that I wanted to say that for myself.
Okay, so the AC didn't take any positions?
I just wanted to say about that place. You know, I was so used to fishing with 3 nets, 2 nets, and people up when they used to fish in the Cusco area, they used 1 net. And I never really heard about the area until a couple of years ago. And they use, I heard, 4 nets, and the mesh is 70. I can't believe that. You know, none of us ever used those deep nets. That's illegal where we fish. I mean, that's really, I can't believe that.
Okay, thank you. And if you'd like to begin, does anybody have any questions for him for the AC report? If you'd like to begin your personal testimony, you may do so now.
Yes. And once again, Mickey Sharp, long-time subsistence hunter, most of my life here. And back home, all I pretty much do is just mainly fish, and that's my mainly income. I hardly work, and all I do is just after fishing. All I do is just hunt, provide, and I think the main provider up there providing the stuff around, so we could go and get. I'm just saying that it's not easy to buy the gas. You know, it's really expensive nowadays. You know how everything is all over, and it's always different here and there. I know it's cheaper here, but you know, around here it's so remote you can't really hunt here. But that's pretty much all I do, and lately at Togiak area, all our expected return fish really doesn't return. The estimate we were expecting doesn't really show up, and I think it's a lot of that interception is what I think, what I believe.
Okay, are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here today. And thank you for your service on the AC. We're now at testifier number 167, Rico DeWild, followed by Everett Thompson, Rachel Allen, Aya Allen, Maya Allen, and Ben Allen, and then Tim Murphy. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Rico DeWild. I'm from Hoosley, Alaska, and I'm here to support Proposal 140. There's nothing more us people in the interior can do. Haven't fished in a couple of seasons now and looking pretty bleak for the future. And the science shows that over half our fish distant for the Yukon Cusco drain areas are being taken out by commercial fishing. And I just want to say we got to think about the future here. You know, once I know commercial fishing, that's big money, big killing machines for fish. Nothing we have even comes close to comparing what these commercial fishers do. So we have to think about the future. And I hear a lot of, like, I'm a third generation and all this, and this come from people not even native to the United States talking about how they have entitlement to these fish to sell, kill to sell. And we have to think about the future, because when those fish are gone, those fishermen and those boats will be gone too. You know, there's no soul or heart behind money. And that's what I believe is killing our fish, is all this commercial industry. It's scraping the bottoms, cleaning these oceans, getting these fish that are distant for our areas. And I don't want to sound negative or point fingers in any way, but I feel like I'm forced to, because we gave up everything in the interior. And it's time to share that burden for the people of the Area M. They need to share the burden of this and help us try to replenish our rivers, because this is a domino effect. And when you see something happening like this, it's alarming. Just like when you see a war on the other side of the world, it scares us, because that can come to us. So when it's happening to us, yeah, people really got to sit down and think about the future and the domino effects, and that can happen all over, just like the crab industry. We got to mitigate this problem as soon as possible. We can't wait on it It's the future of our land, our animals, and the future of our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Rico. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Everett Thompson? Hi, Everett.
Hi.
Are you going to give your AC report or your personal testimony
Yes,
first?
Madam Chair, my AC.
AC
report.
first. Very good. Whenever you're ready.
Thanks. Everett Thompson, Naknek Kvichak Advisory Committee. I'd like to start by saying our committee has always been against intercept fishing. When the mighty Kvichak River became low on salmon returns, we closed down fishing for years. We left so many things behind in our set net cabins and never came back for years. Most of our cabins had fallen over the banks by the time we returned to fish. To help the Kvichak return, we moved to special harvest areas in river. In Naknek, we fished in river, and Igiak, we moved from the 135 line to the 110 line on our Lorans. We made sacrifices to bring back the mighty Kvichak, and as a committee, we don't have a lot of faith in the state process because it seems every conservation effort to help our kings, silvers, chums, and trout is shot down by the state. It's like the state sides over money rather than what is right. Thankfully, we've had one recent win federally over Pebble, now going into the actions of our committee. Prop 120, full support. If people from Nelson Lagoon are seeing low returns of salmon and think this can help, the state should listen to them. Prop 121, full opposition of committee. All of our members don't think area and fishermen need any more fishing, area or time. They already have miles and miles of area and have continuous fishing for weeks at a time. Prop 122, fully oppose. Our committee as a whole says Area M doesn't need any more time or area to fish. Prop 123, we took no action as the fact that it is set net. Prop 124, we fully oppose for the same reasons as 121. Prop 126, full support. Coming from our Lower Bristol Bay Advisory Committee, we have committee members familiar with the Meshik and Ilnik rivers. Prop 127, fully oppose. There are stalks of concern with kings and chums and is echoed in this room. Warriors, first Alaskan people that know they are just a blip of time and they are only borrowing this land and these waters from their grandchildren. We urge the state to listen. It's amazing that, depending who you talk to, only 7 to 10 generations ago, the United States was formed. It seems so long ago, but it's not. And cod built America, but look at the East Coast salmon and cod fisheries now. It doesn't exist. If the state is in charge, it better start listening to its people. Prop 128, we fully support. As amended, we think the author meant to exclude the lagoon. Prop 129, fully oppose. Monofilament gillnet is too effective. We don't use it in the bay. Prop 140, fully support. Cut down their time. They are an intercept fishery. Thank you for your time. I know our testimony may sound harsh, but that is how our committee feels. We do appreciate our local board support, enforcement that comes to our meetings, and all the local Naknek Kvichak involvement.
Thank you, Everett. Questions? Would you like to give your personal testimony this time?
Yes, Madam Chair. Everett Thompson. On all proposals, I stick with my committee and their actions, but have a couple more things to say myself on the issues. I live in Naknek. I'm a fifth-generation commercial fisherman and tribal member of Naknek Native Village. Being a fisherman and even a captain since childhood, I've had dozens or maybe even hundreds of crew members in my 40 years fishing, and some of my crew members have fished Area M. I'm appalled when they tell me stories of tossing chums overboard. I don't know if they get penalized for them or what the deal is, but it's so sad, especially when there are people in this room that have lost their commercial fishing and now are losing their subsistence fishing. To me, the whole structure of the Area M fishery should be overhauled or terminated. I know Area M fishermen would cry about losing their intercept fishery, but there are people crying in this room because they lost part of their traditional way of life with losing their salmon. And we can't just pick on Area M fishermen, but also the corporate fleet, whose sole goal is to make money for its shareholders, have more money than God to lobby for them, and sound like they don't have, and sound like they have around the clock, they don't have around the clock observers. As fishermen, we also hear stories of doing other tows as soon as the observers go to sleep. Will the Bering Sea be just like the Atlantic? We need to be better stewards. I believe we are significantly insignificant. But what we do in this short life does matter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Everett. Questions? Thank you for your testimony. Thanks for your service on the AC, too. Rachel Allen? Welcome, Rachel.
Thank you. Is it going? Okay. I'm Rachel Allen from Chignik, and I'll be referring to PC 7, 8, and 9. I hope this is a little bit of new information in some way. 400,000 when I started fishing in 1980 as a deckhand was a minimum sockeye escapement by the June 30th. Now the department's moving towards 150,000 sockeye by June 30th. That is such a decrease in escapement. It's crazy. I don't know how it even makes sense to be bringing fish back. The department oftentimes refers to Dahlberg and Narver and Parr when they're citing studies about why they're doing what they're doing. But they're omitting a large part of those studies that say there's a reason why that escapement got set so high. It got set so high because there's competitor species in the lake taking up the biomass, overall biomass. And if you don't have a high enough escapement, they overtake the lake, and you need that high level of 400 plus. Dahlberg and Narver both agreed with that, and Parr backed him up with studies afterwards. In 2002, the department managed for 350,000, which is the low end of our run, of what they've prescribed. Please be aware that the present lower productivity that they're talking about now is aligning with the lower escapement that they managed for 10 years. And it also aligns with the 2004 regulation changes that expanded the fishery into the Dolgoys, that dropped the GHL, and that increased time and area. This whole charade of merging runs and lowering escapements points to things that can't be fixed, like climate change and lake depth. But there are no studies proving a failure, and in fact, the department's now suggesting that 800,000 is perfectly fine when they were managing for 550 and said that anything more was too much. You can't control climate, you can't control lake depth, but you can control escapement and interception. We need the remaining salmon to make it back to build the runs. AYK needs the remaining salmon to make it back to rebuild the runs. I wrote 135, I support it. I support 140. And I also support shallowing nets, the net depth. Our Chinookans in Chignik weren't critical at the time. Had I known that, I would have written a proposal to shallow up the Sains in Area M down to about 275. It allows chum to pass, it allows Chinook to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Are there any questions? Appreciate your testimony here today.
Thank you.
Aya Allen? Hi, welcome.
Hi. My name is Aya Allen, and I am from Chignik Bay. And this year, I wanted to thank Area M for giving us an opportunity to fish by letting our escapement come in and not fishing as much in our migratory paths. It means so much to me and the rest of the fleet because we haven't been able to fish for 5 years now. But our fish are still limited and we still don't have enough. This is why we shouldn't lower the escapement. It hurt us this year from 2018 when our escapement was higher, and now it's even lower. The change in our escapement won't help replenish the stock in Chignik Lake. Instead, it will damage it further in another 5 years now. So instead, we ask once again that Area M moves further out west and focuses more on Bristol Bay sockeye, so our fish can go by. We would also like our original amount of escapement back. Thank you for your time, and please take this into consideration.
Thank you, Aya. Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Maya, Allen? Welcome.
Hello, my name is Mia Allen. I live in Chignik Bay, and I've been on a boat with my family ever since I was 6 months old. I am now 13 years old, and though I have just recently been hired to work with my parents full-time. For the last 5 years, starting from 2018, Chignik has been losing the amount of fish from what we used to catch. Since then, we have been losing the opportunity of having a good job and losing the amount of people that would fish in Chignik. Most of the people that still fish in Chignik now hire their children for the summer since there is no one else that comes to Chignik to employ. This now causes an insecurity to the area for a school that does not have the amount of kids to keep open, and there's a large gap in our fishing industry. We have to have our escapement back. Please change the regulations so our salmon can get through the South Peninsula. Thank you.
Thank you, Mia. I'm sorry I mispronounced your guys' names.
Yeah.
I know how that feels. Any questions? You don't get used to it either. Thank you for your testimony today. Ben Allen? Ben, your name is way easier.
All right, I'm going to be referring to RC 46, RC 71, and PC 7 as well as PC 6. Sorry, that was a lot of different stuff. Madam Chair and members of the board, my name is Benjamin Allen. For the record, I am the vice chair of the AC for Chignik and a city council member, and been fishing for most of my adult life, and actually all of my adult life. And I am here today to represent myself. And right now, the actions of this board at our last meeting, thank you very much for the help. Chignik's escapement this year was given a good boost due to a reduction in fishing on the Shumagan Island area to let some of the fish pass at the beginning, gave us opportunity to actually fish this year. Without it, I don't believe it would have happened. So as far as the new proposals that are coming up, you'll see quite a few of them with my name on it. Some of them that I believe that would work in combination is 133 and proposal 135, and as instructed earlier, the RC 46 connected to these, and then a permanent addition to the regulation that was put in last year. I think could group something and still give opportunity to the Area M South Penn to be able to continue to fish. The 105 is a difficult, at best, thing for me to even speak of. I think that is a great theory. I don't think there's enough actual spent money science. Not a dime has been spent from the 2018 money on this plan, and I think that more science can go into it. I also believe that science is a good thing, and I think that more needs to go into it before we make a drastic change in what's going on. As far as what we're looking at right now, we've got a depletion of sockeye, we've got a depletion of dog salmon, we have a problem with our king salmon. And right now, if the Bristol Bay system was struggling, this wouldn't be a conversation. We would have people closed immediately. And in 1974, this board did shut down the South Penn due to lack of potential income for the Bristol Bay fleet. This wasn't even an escapement problem. And this was decided at a board meeting. And right now, if it's not being decided for people's livelihood of their actual food intake and their traditional ways, then what is the purpose of protections and where are they? It's very hard for me to watch, and I see a lot of people hurting. And I know this is going to be painful for everyone. Everyone's been suffering. There's going to be more suffering that's going to happen. I wish there was a way that I could see to get out of that, but I don't. And we're going to have to curtail fisheries and put sideboards on them. And you guys are the avenue for that. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Ben. Mr. Wood has a question.
You referenced a combination 133, 135, and continuation of the plan that's just put in effect. Are you referring to the plan that arose by the agreement of Chignik and Area M Sainers?
Yes, I was.
Just want to confirm that. And then the closure of South Penn that you described, what year was that?
That was in 1974.
Do you have that decision that did that?
It's actually in every AMR for the South Peninsula on record, and it's in the history.
Say that again, I couldn't hear you.
It's in the AMR of the South Peninsula.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony, Ben.
Thank you all.
Tim Murphy. Hi, Tim.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Timothy Murphy, a fourth-generation Chignik fisherman. I support Proposal 140 and also support and submitted 106 and 133. PC 29 was submitted as reference material for 133. I oppose Proposal 105, as well as ADF&G's late lack of public process submissions, RC4 and RC5, action plans for the Chignik management area. The early sockeye run of the Chignik management area was listed at a stock of management concern, but it was not due to being overutilized from within the CMA. The same can also be said of the Chignik Chinook stocks. Both commercial and subsistence users have had more time shut down over the past 5 years than any other sand fishery in the state of Alaska, and could not have had the impact, significant or otherwise, to be the cause of the lack of salmon making up the Chignik River. The new action plan also drastically lowers the Black Lake escapement goal. This drastic knee-jerk reaction by ADF&G to switch management from managing two genetically distinct sockeye stocks and lumping them into a one-run goal, as well as lowering escapement goals, are not only unscientific, they're both unnecessary and contrary to the reconstruction of Chignik salmon runs. Putting less fish into the spawning grounds will not help reconstruct the runs. How do we know this? Because that's what's been going on already in Chignik. I submitted Proposal 106 to allow more early June subsistence opportunity prior to the first commercial fishing period in the CMA, as well as create a realistic benchmark for sockeye escapement prior to that first commercial fishing period. This was actually used for many years successfully in the CMA in the past. Current language must be removed, and legitimate escapement language that managers must abide by be adopted as a tool necessary to restore early subsistence opportunity and remove ADF&G's current preloaded escapement with salmon that have not passed Chignik Weir. Currently, by regulation, no fish need to be past Chignik Weir as escapement prior to commercial fishing in the CMA. Proposal 133 would partially undo what is clearly a massive expansion of a known intercept fishery in the South Alaska Peninsula, an expansion that was contrary to the sustainable salmon policy. By creating 72-hour commercial fishing periods with 72-hour closures, it's not a theory, but a reality that Chignik-bound stocks, as well as east of Wassup salmon stocks, will be able to pass through the intercept fishing grounds. We cannot withstand the regulatory and managerial imposed loss of our traditional and historical subsistence and commercial fisheries in Chignik. Both Proposal 106 and 133 are necessary regulatory corrections to restore salmon fisheries in Chignik. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. You had about 2 seconds to spare. Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Henry Erickson, followed by George Anderson, Angela Johnson, Darren Johnson, and Austin Schengen. Hi, Henry.
Good afternoon
To Madam Chairman and the rest of the board, thank you for this opportunity to give testimony today. My name is Henry Erickson, and I am here giving testimony as a commercial fisherman, permit holder, boat owner, and a subsistence user. I have lived in Chignik Lagoon my whole life, and as a year-round resident for the last 24 years. I have been a commercial salmon fishing since I was 12 years old, and I've been watching the ebb and flow of this fishery my whole life, both good and bad. I also had the opportunity to discuss and analyze the fishery with my father, Clarence Bobby Erickson, and he told me that it was all about escapement. You need to have fish in the river to get fish back in your rivers. In Chignik Lagoon, the Alaska Department of Fish and Game has lost the trust of the community. Most of the community is so dejected that they refuse to make the trip up here. This adversarial relationship between the ADF&G and the community has developed over time. They don't trust the escapement numbers because they never match up with the show in the lagoon. We all have a front row seat right there. The Chignik sockeye stocks are at an unprecedented low. Something needs to be done before we lose our fisheries and our way of life. The Department of Fish and Game are introducing a proposal that are not in the interest of preservation and conservation of the sockeye. They are looking to send everyone fishing pretty much all the time. Proposal 105 has a goal of combining two obviously different stocks into one single goal. This is not even well disguised. It's a cover for the opening of intercept fisheries. This proposal does not support the long-term health of the Chignik sockeye stocks. The department produced an action plan, once again, to reduce our escapement goals, to match up with the numbers, to open other areas to fish on the Chignik stocks. This plan is a step backwards, not forwards. Now to address this from the subsistence perspective. In 2018, I volunteered to stand down from my subsistence harvest, and I lived up to my promise. Subsistence is becoming harder and harder to come by as the years go by. I am dedicated to conservation and sustainability. We need to protect our resources. The Chignik sockeye runs are in dire straits. I believe that we need to change who is in charge of the fishery in Chignik. Those who are in control cannot rebuild their trust with the community, for they are all seen as bias. But I think something like this may have to be done to save our fishery and to begin to repair the community and the sockeye stocks in Chignik Lagoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. Any questions? Tom?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question in reference to something you said about subsistence is becoming harder and harder to achieve. The Chignik runs last year obviously were substantially better than they have been in quite a few years. Was that statement true for last year as well, that based on with the levels of escapement that were available, that subsistence needs were still not being met?
Yes, it was totally, completely true. I fished for some subsistence fish in June, and we had nice, large fish. And my gill net is designed to catch a Chignik fish, which is traditionally between 6.5 pounds to 8 pound average. So I was able to catch those. But the second run salmon, where I usually get my drying fish and my smoking fish, they have a little bit less fat content. Those fish couldn't be caught in my gill net. They came in at about 4.2 to 4.4 pounds, and they just went right through. I had to put away silvers last year in my smokehouse, and that's not a very easy thing to do. Anybody that puts away fish, they're soft, and they don't like to stand up to the smoker.
Thank you for your testimony, Henry.
Yep.
Thank you for being here. George Anderson? Hi, George.
Yellow. Good afternoon. Madam Chair, members of the board, I am George Anderson, President of the Chignik Intertribal Coalition. Inadequate action after repeated disastrous sockeye returns have prompted our communities to organize in conserving our runs. We believe further actions to reduce interception are required to ensure the sustainability of our two main runs. Sockeye salmon is the primary element that ties our subsistence and commercial fisheries together. It is also the core of maintaining our cultural heritage and community's well-being. Combining and lowering escapement goals in Chignik to resolve a sustainable fishery policy problem is not a viable option. It neutralizes and eliminates the department's responsibility to manage for adequate escapement. Lowering the goals only to increase the probability on pressure on the Black Lake Run. There is no evidence lowering the escapement goals to rebuild the early run. It's actually contrary to the process. It is scientifically irresponsible after 5 years of disasters to combine and lower these goals. There is no way to justify the biological consequences of this action. RC4 undermines the state of Alaska's responsibility for managing for the restoration of a stock of management concern. Although the department proposes to manage the early and late runs, this fails to analyze how it'll change the impact on subsistence users in Chignik. We request that the board consider our historic reliance as subsistence users on both the early run and the late run. Additionally, there are ANS goals for both of these runs that we believe must be met. The defined distinction between early and late run is historically important to Chignik subsistence users. It is very importantly documented by the subsistence of division reports throughout history. This information is entirely absent in staff comments on Proposal 105 and 132. It is also entirely absent from the draft action plans. ADF&G has a statutory obligation to prioritize subsistence uses and has failed to articulate how these proposals will do that. We request at this time the board adopt OEGs for the early and late runs consistent with historical analysis. Our bottom line is both early and late run escapements need protection. How that is achieved and balanced with subsistence and commercial harvesting opportunities is up to this board. Thank you. I'll be here for committee.
Thanks, George. Good timing. Mr. Wood.
Judge, admittedly, I'm getting tired late in the afternoon. Would you please print what your comments were and submit it as an RC? And did I hear you advocate for OEGs?
Through the chair. We don't know what else to do. We were handed this a couple weeks ago. In fact, when we put in each of our proposals last spring, they were to understanding over 100 years of early and late run escapement goals. So each of our proposals were put in under the assumption that that was the world we lived in. Did I get to your answer? I'm sorry.
In a roundabout way, yeah. And I want to take a look at your remarks a little bit later on in the afternoon, the evening. Thank you.
You bet. Thanks.
So just to follow up on that, George, I think what I heard you saying is that in terms of process, when the proposal deadline was set, it was prior to the public, CIC, whomever, being able to know or see the proposed changes to the escapement goals. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. The combining of the escapement goals, you know, we learned about it well after the proposals went in. I think our proposals might have maybe looked a little differently. You know, we've been trying to run models on these and prepare for this meeting at the same time to know what the impacts are and all of this, and I tell you, it's really hard to get your head around it. I watched ADF&G staff struggle trying to explain it as well, so I didn't feel too bad. We're working hard trying to understand the impacts. There might be some we're not even thinking of right now, so I hope I answered your
Right,
question.
so basically you would have considered submitting an OEG proposal had you known that this was what was gonna be presented?
Oh, no, I've watched boards struggle with OEGs, and we're out of options. We don't know where else to go. We don't know what else to do. If we can turn back time and put in different proposals, maybe we could address it, but the timing just caught everyone off guard. I'm sorry.
And so setting all of the, you know, timing issues and commercial opportunity aside, what do you think the consolidation of these escapement goals or the escapement goal change that's presented in 105, how do you think that would affect subsistence use?
Well, for subsistence in Chignik, as well documented through, you know, subsistence division reports, it's a long season. It's attached unofficially to the early run and the late run. The early run, you know, people start trying for it in May, you know, into June. And then there's the late season, you know, probably late July into the winter months. But let me focus on the first one, early run. This is when everyone goes out and gathers smoked fish and tries to, you know, get fill their freezers up, salt buckets, whatever. And how what you're asking me affects us is that first commercial opener is a signal that the early run harvest of subsistence ends. And the reason for that is, while you are commercial fishing, which most of our people do, are subsistence users, you cannot subsist while you are fishing or there's an opening. It's 12 hours before, 12 hours after, you cannot subsist. Now, when you are commercial fishing, you can take personal use fish. You can take home pack. You got to write it on your fish ticket. But that should not backfill your subsistence needs, in my opinion.
Thanks, George. Thank you for your testimony today.
Thanks.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tom Carpenter has a question.
George, just to follow up on something like that, something interesting you said, I think the characteristics surrounding the personal use fishery that you talked about in regards to it shouldn't replace your subsistence, I think that's not necessarily an uncommon thing around coastal Alaska. I think that regulation is pretty consistent. But getting to your point about the restriction surrounding commercial activity in the 24-hour period, if something like that was to be modified, considering the very remote nature of Chignik and the unlikelihood that commercial fish, our subsistence caught fish, are going to enter a commercial market, specifically that you don't have a land-based processing facility there, would that possibly suffice some of your concerns in regards to subsistence?
Through the chair. Yeah, again, if we had notice, we probably could have put a proposal into that effect. You know, like I said, we've been running models on commercial and subsistence and how it would react in RC4, if we're talking about sockeye. We honestly haven't really got to delve into the RC5, the Chinook. I'm sorry, it's just not enough time in the day.
Thanks, George.
Thank you.
Angela Johnson.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Thank you for this time. My name is Angela Johnson, and I'm from the native village of Nelson Lagoon. I put in proposal 128 to shorten the depth of drift gill net gear for the North Area M section from 70 meshes deep to 45. This excludes Nelson Lagoon because Nelson Lagoon does not need to be any more than 29 meshes deep. The reason for this proposal is to try and put something in place to reduce fishing in the North Line Area M section to hopefully benefit our fishery. The Nelson Lagoon salmon fishery has been struggling for a long time because of the intercept fishery north of us. Although we have been meeting our escapement goal, last year the weir was kept in place for 2 extra weeks just to meet the minimum goal. Nelson Lagoon has been fighting for protections from the North Area M intercept fishery for a long time. Generations of Unangan Aleut people have studied the way fish travel to Nelson Lagoon for hundreds of years. The area of Nelson Lagoon has so many streams and lakes where fish go to spawn. The damage that is done to our system, which I believe will begin to negatively affect the rest of the North Line, is going to start showing even more substantially if we do not put more protections in place. We don't want to see Nelson Lagoon miss our escapement goal. We already are in such a dire position. Why are we continuously having to fight for our cultural identity? Why are we expected to continuously struggle while the North Line fishery flourishes? We cannot let profit outweigh conservation for the Nelson Lagoon section. There are things out of our control, like climate change and warming waters, but we can try to control the overfishing that is happening on the North Line Area M. That line that is fished at Ilnik and OPH is basically a highway for the fish heading to all their spawning streams and lakes. A known fact in Nelson Lagoon is the second North Area M has any kind of restrictions or limits, it immediately benefits us. We see it with our own eyes and experience it every year. If Ilnik and OPH are closed or even just put on a limit, 3 to 4 days later, we see a push of fish come through our river. It has been the same issue every single board of fish cycle, and I would like to come to an agreement that will stay in place so that we don't have to keep revisiting this issue every cycle. We need to come up with some kind of solution that will repair and conserve our fishery. I'm open to negotiating and open to other ideas that will help benefit and protect the Nelson Lagoon fishery. My main goal is to conserve my fishery. When the Nelson Lagoon fishery begins to flourish again, it will be good for everybody in the North Area M fishery. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. And I'm going to guess you're Darren. Hi, Darren. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the board. My name is Darren Johnson. I'm from the native village of Nelson Lagoon. I'm speaking today on behalf of our poor commercial fish catch and subsistence catch. Growing up fishing, I watched our fishery get worse and worse with more and more fishing on the North Line in the last 20 years. I believe the North Peninsula fishery at Port Haydn to Ilnik is intercepting Nelson Lagoon sockeye run and continues to be a problem for all of us. I know of North Line fishermen in the 22 season having 30,000-pound days. Nelson Lagoon fishermen can't even make that in one season, and yet the North Line fishermen don't believe they are intercepting us. We don't need signs to tell us that if you fish in Nelson Lagoon, it's obvious. Growing up fishing, once Bristol Bay got their run, Nelson Lagoon would get our run a few days later. I should not have to run 100 miles from town to catch the portion that belongs to the Nelson River. Nelson Lagoon is a community that is there because of commercial salmon fishing. This is where we live year-round. With that, I think the management needs to be adjusted. Nelson River lately just barely gets the bottom run of escapement. We are not asking for all of it. We just want our portion. I'm hoping the board can make a decision that will benefit all of us. I believe Proposal 128 would help us as long as the Fish and Game manages and enforces this proposal. I believe another option is Proposal 120. We are willing to negotiate how those windows could work. Anything that would help let our portion of sockeye get to the Nelson River. We've heard throughout this week that these proposals could hurt the North Area M fishermen because they'd have to buy new gear and would have a hard time affording stuff like that. Well, I'm here to say the Nelson Lagoon fishermen are already in that position because our fishery is so depleted. My boat has needed a new engine and my skiff has needed a new outboard for the past 15 years, but we cannot afford it. So I'm asking that the board take a fine look at our situation and make a decision that will help conserve our fisheries that are struggling. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Darren. I'm just curious, what kind of permit do you have? Do you have a drift permit or a set net permit?
We got a set net.
Okay, so you're pretty much stuck where you're at.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today, both of you. Appreciate it. Next up is Oskin Shangan with the Chignik AC. Hi, Austin, welcome. Looks like you brought your vice chair with you.
Yes, I did. Please refer to RC 63 and AC 4. Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Austin Shangan, the current chair of the Chignik AC. I'm not going to go over the Chignik AC minutes proposal by proposal as we submitted the minutes on time for comments for your review. I'll start off with the action plans that were presented to all of us the other day. You'll notice that there are no comments in the meeting minutes on either of the proposed action plans for rebuilding the early sockeye run and king salmon run. This is because the advisory committee was never provided these plans to review. We feel as an advisory committee that these should have been given to us for review. We legally can't hold a full committee meeting on such short notice, and the public needs time to comprehend how these changes will impact our businesses. These policies were put in place to protect the public's ability to have time to review and provide meaningful input. Our committee asks, why were these, what else was going on behind the scenes? Why the short notice for something that departs so radically from status quo? On to the proposals. In the updates on January 4th, the department states that staff comments were still under review. Draft staff comments on proposals 105 and 132 were provided at the meeting, but no other proposal comments were provided to the AC. Why? AC comments across the state and public comments submitted in advance from the Chignik area meeting in response to the proposed changes are all overwhelmingly negative. The Chignik system hosts the majority of sockeye runs, and the management of two genetically distinct stocks has used as a separation model since 1968. For decades, the early run has been subject to a BEG of 350 to 450,000. The late run has been managed using SEG. The distinction between the early and late run is historically important to the Chignik subsistence users. The importance is documented in the reports in front of you from the Division of Subsistence. These points of subsistence harvest depend on both runs, are entirely absent from the draft action plans. It simply presumes that combining the escapement goals will provide uninterrupted opportunity for subsistence activities during the spring, fall, and summer and winter. These assumptions are also made for Proposal 105 and 132. As you can see in the meeting minutes from January 4th, our AC requested subsistence harvest information, but the Division of Commercial Fishery Managers did not have those numbers for the past 2 years. As you have heard from many of our residents, our subsistence needs are not being met. I'd like review on whether ANS has been met for the Chignik area the past few years for you.
At the last meeting in 2019, our sockeye ANS was reduced to require at least 2,900 early run sockeye and at least 3,200 late run sockeye. If you look at Table 2 or Table 32 on the Chignik Area Annual Management Report, you'll see the sockeye harvest did not meet ANS from 2018 to 2020. Although the numbers are not published, I believe that ANS has not been met in either of the last 2 summers. I want to state for the record and for the board to recognize deliberating on how they intend to allow more sockeye to return to our waters. Books have been written that attempt to understand the traditional values and held our tribes and communities together. We share our harvest, we share our foods, we share our boats, our nets, and we will help others who we see are in need. We've been protecting each other by keeping these values since before the good book was written. We also share the burden of conservation during times of shortage. Our tribe should not have to justify our credibility to feed our people and take care of our communities. We're here to provide the future for our communities to exist for generations. We've been managing to exist in today's world while maintaining our values of our past. It's not an easy task, but we are committed to merging our values for our children too. Everyone here needs to be transparent when the authority to change goals lies with so few on the top. We need to include the knowledge of the people in making these decisions. Since 2018, the department has known that we need to make a change to get more of our salmon back to the spawning grounds. Our AC has voiced that our opinions and comments and have not been taken seriously in the past few years. This is more than just 1 or 2 proposals. This is a recurring situation. The structure and working environment with the department needs adjusting. As a citizen advisory board, we can no longer function with the same guarantee that our time and knowledge are being valued. We struggle to work with the public in our communities when we don't believe the process truly works. The top-down management needs to go. Area managers are being run through the gauntlet of fear of what orders are coming down from the top. We need to come to a common ground on what is needed to recover from this devastating situation. We all have skin in the game, but Chignik has been treading water for quite some time, as all you know. We need your help over the next few days for Chignik to recover from this all. This is our opportunity to make a positive change. We don't have time to make it another season at the rate things are going. I thank you for your time and commitment to recovering our early sockeye and Chinook salmon runs. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Austin. Any questions? Appreciate your AC report.
If we still have just a moment, I just wanted to comment in our AC, it was unanimous unanimous in the entire direction. And as you heard, Austin just read a statement from our AC, and the statement that he read is a unanimous statement from our AC. We quite thoroughly believe in working together, and the willingness and sacrifice that we have made, it is together, and we fall or rise together. And that is something that I just wanted to mention.
Thanks, Ben. I don't see any questions. Thank you for that AC report, both of you. And Austin, if you'd like to give your personal testimony at this time, please begin.
Once again, Austin Schengen, Madam Chair, members of the boards, distinguished guests from around the state. My name is Austin Schengen. I'm a year-round resident in Perryville. I'm here representing myself. I'm an active commercial salmon permit holder in Area L and an avid subsistence user. Although both have been in the haven't been in the best shape in recent years. It's becoming harder and harder to hold a crew each year with the shorter seasons. I've been through the commercial fishing disasters and not being able to fish much in the last 5 years. This has been some of the hardest times sitting on the beach while others are able to fish around us. Waiting for those disaster funds to trickle in, people tend to move on and try other things. Look at our fleet. That's to make ends meet. They move to other fishing areas or taking on tendering contracts going to Bristol Bay or elsewhere. I believe that combining 2 runs into one is the absolute wrong thing to do right now. There are so many unknown variables. Disasters, look at our disasters, they're stacking up. Our King Run is a stock of concern. Our early sockeye run is a stock of concern, not the late run. Why combine them? This isn't the right time to be trying something new. You'll never guess where our subsistence needs are being substituted. The new Shigak. My family, we've had fish flown in from Dillingham to cover our needs. Excuse me. That's how much we depend on subsistence. This should be shocking to you all, that we can't even subsist on our own stocks. Our annual needs for subsistence are not being met. Subsistence should be prioritized. Last fall, we at Lake and Penn School District had to close Chignik Bay School. Families were forced to move for work and put their children in school or resort to homeschooling. This is heartbreaking. This is usually the final blow for our villages. I stand with the people of AYK and support 140. Proposal 140. 140 is our compromise. The law would have had the fishery closed. They're only asking for reduced time. There's a lot at stake for the villages in Area L. I'm not sure which way things will go. Just know whatever happens in the next few days.
Thank you, Austin. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony this evening.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Let's go ahead and take about a 30-minute break, come back on the record about 5:40, and then we'll do something similar to what we did last night and go till 7:30, and then resume tomorrow. So, 5:40. All right, everyone, let's go ahead and come back on the record to resume public testimony. We're at testifier number 181, Craig Titus. Is Craig present? No Craig? First call. Next up is Peter Jackson. Is Peter Jackson present? First call for Peter. Shantae Kachutin? Is Shantae here? First call, Shantae Kachutin. Yeah. Nadine Kachutin? Hi, Nadine. Thanks for sticking around. Welcome to the board.
Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Nadine Kachutin, and I'm from the communities of Falls Pass and King Cove. I spent every summer during my youth commercial salmon fishing out of Falls Pass with my parents and 3 younger sisters. We were drift gillnet fishermen and fished the whole of the Area M district from the South Unimac area all the way up to the North Line past Port Moller. I currently live in Anchorage, Alaska, but I return to the region every year to subsistence fish, mainly, and on occasion, am able to participate in the commercial salmon fishery. I'm fortunate to have a job that allows me to be able to do this. I have a job that allows me to work with Aleutian tribes and others in Alaska on environmental issues like climate change. Although my current job keeps me in Anchorage for the most part, returning full-time to commercial fisheries has always been a dream of mine. Although it's hard to consider a way for me to be able to return with current structures and the many great unknowns about the future of our Area M fishery. Will these other regions finally succeed one day in shutting down Area M for good? The science and current research tells us many things about the reasons for the salmon collapses in other regions, and no resolve for these issues points to further regulating fisheries in Area M. We cannot stop the rate of climate change, but we can at least listen to the best available science to base our management decisions off of. The rich resources of the Bering Sea and the North Pacific Ocean have sustained our Unanga communities and people for millennia. The name Unanga, which is the name we call ourselves in our own language, means people of the sea. We have always been fishermen. The constant attack on our fishery and our right to continue fishing in Area M threatens our way of life, which is ultimately a subsistence way of life. We shouldn't have to constantly defend our right to participate in our Area M commercial fishery. Salmon are a shared resource in Alaska, and to my knowledge, there are no fisheries that are not intercept fisheries. I wish to extend my support on the record for the fishermen and fisheries of the South Alaska Peninsula region. Please maintain the status quo for the current ADF&G Alaska Peninsula Management Plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nadine. Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Appreciate you. Rob Tripp. First call, Rob Tripp. Peter Hamray. Hi, Peter.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Peter Hamray. I'm an Area M seiner and lifelong Alaskan. The department put out some excellent science detailing all the causes, but behind the decline of chumps in the Yukon. But in plain terms, what they basically gave us was that the cause was climate change. Us fishermen saw the same things happening, not in tables and graphs, but in massive seabird die-offs. I'm talking, I've seen thousands of dead birds in the water at that time, around 2016. Huge jellyfish blooms. We could barely fish in 2019 because of the amount of jellyfish in the water in August. And we saw dead marine mammals washing up on the shore. We saw cod move in troves to the northern Bering Sea, and then later the snow crab population crashed. At the same time, Bristol Bay reds, Norton Sound pinks, and sablefish started doing really well. These dots are all connected. We were asked to shoulder some of the burden of conservation, which we did willingly. While I deeply empathize with the loss that Yukon communities are experiencing, which is profound, the science is overwhelmingly in our favor. Intercepting less than 1% of upper Yukon fish didn't lead to a millions of fish deficit, nor will shutting down our fishery rebuild that stock. While there is an urgent demand to do something about the problem, the burden of conservation should be proportional and directed at a solution if there is one. Shutting down our fishery is not currently a solution. Thank you very much for everyone for being here. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Peter. Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony this evening. Carleen Hoblet. Hi, Carleen.
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the Board of Fisheries. My name is Carleen Hoblet, and I serve as a council member of the Native Village of False Pass. As a council member, I wish to extend the Native Village of False Pass support on the record for the fishermen and fisheries of the South Alaska Peninsula region. I urge you to maintain the status quo for the current ADF&G Alaska Peninsula Management Plan by taking the following positions on the below list proposals. Please oppose the following proposals: 106, 109, 119, 120, 126, 128, 133 through 143, and 148 through 150. Please support the following proposals: 107, 108, 110, 112, 115, 116, 130, 131, 144 through 146, and 152. We have tribal members that participate in all facets of the fishery in the South Alaska Peninsula region. Our tribal members rely on the area and fishery support to support their families, put food on their tables, and maintain their connection to these waters that our people have lived among since time immemorial. Alaskans, including our tribal members, have participated in the South Alaska Peninsula salmon fishery for generations, but recently poor salmon runs have pitted communities against each other, with some claiming that the South Alaska Peninsula salmon fishery must be shut down or severely reduced to ensure the survival of other fisheries. However, the science doesn't support this plan of action, and if fisheries close, thousands of Alaskans will lose their livelihoods for no benefit. The entire Alaska Peninsula communities, King Cove, Sandpoint, Coal Bay, Akitan, False Pass, and Nelson Lagoon, are culturally dependent on salmon fishing. Subsistence is part of this fishery. Also, everyone in these communities fish commercially or work in a support industry for fishing. The economies of these 6 communities, including ours, die without salmon fishing. Thank you for your consideration. Please maintain the status quo for the current ADF&G Alaska Peninsula Management Plan by opposing the previously mentioned proposals and support the fishermen and fisheries of the South Alaska Peninsula region.
Thank you, Carleen. Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony this evening.
Thank you.
Karen Plotnikoff? Hi, Karen.
Hi.
Angang Kamagala, Madam Chair, members of the board, commissioner, and staff. I am Karen Pletnikoff, the Environment and Safety Program Administrator at the Aleutian Pribilof Islands Association, the Ununga Tribal Consortium of the Aleutian Chain, Pribilof Islands, and Lower Alaska Peninsula. APIA's Fisheries Committee only addresses issues of regional consensus, a high standard in a region that relies on every species, every gear type in the Bering Sea and North Pacific fisheries. Give the South Alaska Peninsula mixed stock salmon fishery the time and space to continue to demonstrate effective fisherman-driven conservation. The resident fishermen, most of them Ununga tribal members, conserve chum without an incentive process, regulation, or metric because we're committed to sharing this resource while still living our intergenerational, cultural, and family way of life. These fisheries serve as tribal fisheries where hundreds of fish a year are donated to our culture camps, where our children learn their threatened Ununga language and prepare foods that sustained our ancestors. For our commercial fishermen, commercial access is subsistence access. At $5,000 to fuel up a seiner, most residents can't afford a subsistence trip or have time or room for home packs until the spring debts and crew shares are paid. Ever-increasing food and fuel costs push this later into the season, reducing winter stores. But subsistence is not the only tribal right, interest here. We have a tribal right to an economy. Fewer openers in limited areas force tribal fishermen out, and these permits are purchased by non-residents, permanently removing that wealth and its annual jobs from our communities. Carving out a living in our large seas is no small feat, even more so in a small boat. Cuts in time force us out on waters rougher than these vessels are built for. Closed areas force us to cross larger open waters, further from shelter, to pay off company draws. And even when everyone makes it home safe, these pressures cause indiscriminate fishing. The current plan already limits areas and openers, but further limitations will make chum avoidance unworkable. By allowing adaptive voluntary measures over the next regulatory cycle, we can validate the chum savings that history shows us these other proposals will not create. We ask you to continue the hallmarks of Alaska fisheries management, managing to the best available science and innovating management in partnership with the fishermen who live these fisheries. Our Ununga tribes require the long-term stewardship of these shared resources as we look towards another 10,000 years on the water. Please see our full comments, PC2, and I thank you for your efforts and consideration.
Thank you, Karen. Questions? Thank you for your testimony this evening. Taylor Lundgren. Hi, Taylor.
Madam Chair, members of the board. Madam Chair, members of the board, refer to RC 29, please. My name is Taylor Lundgren, and I'm an Area M seine fisherman residing in Sandpoint. My wife is a lifelong resident, as well as our two children. I am standing in opposition to Proposal 140, which puts forth that after a century of sustainable fishing, we killed the entire Yukon chum run in 21. For years, similar proposals have been set forth using extrapolations of WASP data across the future returns, a practice specifically warned against in AF&G literature that have painted a picture of an Area M fishery of opportunity and fortune that has robbed the entire west coast of chum. We have spent decades and many board cycles defending ourselves against the notions like these with sound science. 140 would have you believe that a relatively small Area M fleet is a giant wall of nets strung across the only Aleutian Pass that coastal West Alaska or seawack chums can swim through. This notion, while I understand is psychologically and emotion behind it, is not based on fact. If you simply reference the migration map in RC 29, page 2, you will see that the Area M in red, you can clearly see that we aren't a giant wall of nets, but what amounts to a fly on a giant wall
of fish returning to the state. Many studies have proved that Unimac Pass is not the choke point. 140 wants the board to believe that Yukon chums know only to swim in the red areas. In this open ocean fishery that you can see in the RC, and none of the blue areas, I sincerely invite anyone involved in writing these proposals to visit our area and gain an understanding of the vastness. There are plenty of windows of no fishing for most salmon to successfully pass through the area, even with the single one of our nets in the water. We strenuously ask the board to review the department's most recent study of the genetic chum stock composition in our area, particularly the June strata, which now stands as a more relevant and applicable to current proposals. More so, any other extrapolations made from the WASP study. The new study reinforces our position that the genetic diversity in our stock and the minimal scale impact that we could possibly have on any one system has made us a successful and sustainable mixed stock fishery for over 100 years. Thank you.
Thanks, Taylor. Any questions? Thanks for your testimony this evening.
Thank you.
Charlotte Levy.
Sorry, it was already on. Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Charlotte Levy, and I'm the Natural Resources Assistant Director for the Aleutians East Borough, and you may reference RC 88 for my testimony. So my role is rather unconventional for our borough. I won't get into the details, but I like to help facilitate applied research for the various fleets in our region, both salmon and groundfish, often at the request of fishermen with great ideas or who are trying to solve real problems. The fishermen in this region don't have the luxury of waiting for solutions to come to them. This is a fleet that is proactive and constantly improving fisheries data collection and management, typically on their own dime and time. 2022 was an excellent example of this. Processors supported additional research and data collection within their facilities, and the Area M fleet organized a self-management plan for chum avoidance. Even during times of excellent sockeye fishing, fishermen voluntarily stood down, foregoing, I don't know, somewhere around maybe a third or 30% of their fishing time, depending on where they were. Because this was such an involved and complex effort, the Area M fleet asked to partner with the borough to improve and streamline the data sharing process going forward. I've been working closely with the fleet since last summer to develop a fleet management data portal. This is an application that uses real-time catch data to track chum harvest, allowing the fleet to make daily decisions about when and where to fish, and allows them to seamlessly record voluntary closures and immediately report them out to the fleet. But this program only works if the fishermen have the time and area needed to be flexible. We have the opportunity to learn hard lessons from other fisheries, specifically the need to move away from a race for fish and allow the fleet to slow down and make informed and deliberate decisions on when and where to fish. This portal has been integrated as part of a more formalized fleet management infrastructure, not faith-based, but one that requires full participation and can be in place for as long or as little as needed, in addition to existing in-season management authority the department already holds. In desperate times, it's understandable that people want to grasp at any tangible solution they can, regardless of if it's appropriate, and I think the most commonly used tool is to restrict harvest. But we are in unprecedented times, which calls for unprecedented solutions. And I think it will take real courage to look beyond what feels reassuring on paper and to find meaningful solutions to address the real concerns here. Proposals that seek to restrict fishing in Area M will not only penalize fishermen who have put forth comprehensive and voluntary solutions, but these proposals will not have the intended outcome of reducing chum harvest. So they will just be punitive and not productive. I want to close by reminding the board that choosing to support the proposed Area M Adaptive Fleet Management Agreement, which you can reference with RC 84, is doing something. It is taking action. And we recognize that this is a different tool than maybe what we're used to seeing, but you are still affecting change by supporting this program. And I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Your RC 88, could you give a very, very brief walkthrough on how this thing works?
Yeah, I'd be happy to, through the chair, Mr. Wood. So what you're looking at is just a snapshot of the homepage of this portal. It is in what we call a beta version, and what you're seeing is dummy data. It's not real data. But as you can see, you can get an instant snapshot of a 4-day harvest record. So you see it broken down by the Shumagins and the South Unimac areas. You can get a to-date season total at the top, as well as the current total for that period right below that, which is then divided by the red is sockeye and the green is chum. And then what you're seeing at the bottom, these blue bars, are the fleet closures, so these voluntary closures that they choose to do either by area, which is the closure button, or by kind of smaller sub-area, so smaller parts of the fleet that are moving around on their own, is under the green stand down. So every time they do that, it sends a message directly out to the fleet so they know where the closures are happening and what the expectation is, and then it's recorded on the calendar.
Okay, if there were to be a trigger of 450,000 fish that might allow some different action to take place by the commissioner, where would I find the total up-to-date, or to-date, I should say, catch, harvest?
Through the chair, thank you. So you're going to see at the very top where it says season, that is always going to be the cumulative total to date.
Where it says what?
So at the top where it says season, and then you see Shumagon Islands and South Unimac. So that's always going to be the cumulative total to date for the season.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Charlotte. I think it's interesting that the borough has somebody that is capable of, putting something like this together with fishing groups in the area. I think that's obviously a noble cause, and it was done in a really quick fashion to try and put something in place for last season. So I commend you for helping the fleet do that. I'm curious though, because of the time that's kind of elapsed since you first initiated this, is there anything different that is being added to the portal or to the program that wasn't available to the fleet in 2022 that might enhance this moving forward into the future?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Carpenter, for your question. So this portal will provide a more formal structure for what happened in 2022. As we've heard, it was kind of pulled together very quickly, and it was a tremendous effort. So I think this portal will streamline the data collection into a single place, which was difficult last year. It will allow for real-time data inputs by the processors, so the reports from the processors, the fish tickets, and on-the-ground observations by the fleet. It will make this data more readily accessible to the fisherman board, so the elected board who will be making these decisions. And it also can provide the department with ongoing updates of what the fleet is doing in season. But I think the really important thing to note here is that this portal will allow documentation that can provide reliable post-season review and reporting, which was not something that was easy to do last year. So you really needed a framework or an infrastructure to be able to document what's happening here.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate the work that you've been doing. Dale Peterson.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Dale Peterson, and I'm testifying on behalf of myself in support of the Area M fishermen and fisheries. I have also provided written testimony prior to today. That's PC 126. I'm born and raised in the native village of Sandpoint. I own a sit net operation and run a purse seine operation. We have all heard the testimonies about the science. We have all heard Area M fishermen have other fisheries to participate in. What we haven't heard about is the expenses of maintaining and operating these vessels require us to fish every possible season. The worst possible thing to do for the communities of the region would be to reduce time and areas to fish. Our communities rely on the fisheries to continue to exist. Over the years, we have seen a decrease in population due to our fishery cuts already. The sustainability of fishing has made it difficult for fishermen to live on the income made from fishing. I am urging you all to keep the status quo for Area M, and that's it.
Thank you, Dale. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony tonight. Grace Peterson? Hi, Grace.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Grace Peterson, and I'm a fourth-generation subsistence and commercial fisherman from Sandpoint, Alaska. I'm also a member of the Chagin-Taigungan tribe. I'm testifying in opposition to Proposal 140, as well as other proposals that would limit fishing time in Area M. I also reference this in PC 123. I am an Area M salmon seiner. This is something that I say with gratitude and pride because through this, I've gained useful knowledge and resilience that I can carry with me and pass on to future generations. It is a privilege to be able to learn from my dad while fishing on the same waters that our Unungan ancestors fished on. Being able to continue these practices is so important because it's ensuring younger generations can stay connected to their culture. It is hard to express the importance of fishing in my community as it is literally what sustains us. Salmon fishing is at the heart of all 6 Aleutians Eastboro communities, both economically and culturally. There is no doubt that our communities are going to suffer if we lose fishing time. Our communities are small, we are rooted in fish through a subsistence lifestyle, and we want to see this livelihood continue. It is devastating for any community in Alaska to experience declining salmon returns, and I sympathize with the people of the AYK region. If we focus on the science presented before us, we see that only 17.7% of chum caught in Area M in June were headed to central western Alaska. Even a smaller amount of these fish were potentially headed for AYK. There is no scientific data suggesting that reducing our fishing time would have any significant impact on AYK returns. I urge you, Madam Chair and members of the board, to think of the Aleutians Eastboro and our communities when making these decisions. Consider the young fishermen like myself who have seen and practiced sustainable fishing and use science to drive your decision-making. I ask you to please oppose proposals 106, 109, 119, 120, 126, 128, 133 through 143, and proposals 148 through 150. Thank you for taking the time and listening to our testimonies today.
Thank you, Grace. Any questions? Thanks for your testimony this evening.
Thank you.
Andrew Manos? Hi, Andrew.
Hello. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Andrew Manos, and I'm an Area M fisherman. I'm here to support the Area M fishermen in the fisheries. I was the program manager for the adaptive chum management plan that had taken place last June season. Or if Mr. Wood prefers, he is welcome to think of me as Yul Brenner from the Magnificent Seven. That name originally referred to the Magnificent Seven personalities involved in the adaptive management plan. I was apprehensive that this group would have a difficult time working together to put the fleet and avoidance of chums above our own individual interests. I was nervous that we were going to get it wrong. We were going to fish when we should have sat, and we were going to sat when we should have fished. We were 7 fishermen with 0 management experience. There were so many variables to consider, so many moving parts, and a fleet to convince that this approach was the best approach to ensure Area M would continue to be a sustainable fishery. I was nervous that through our decisions we would cost the fleet money or the entire June season, which is heavily relied on these days of fishing, as we have experienced incredible fish time cuts. And I was impressed. The cooperation and camaraderie the fishermen and the fleet put forth to work towards a common goal and prove that the adaptive management plan can and was effective in reducing the chum harvest. The adaptive management group came together, we communicated daily, which is no small feat once you consider the columns of our fleet. We certainly did not make all the right decisions, but we were able to correct what was not working incredibly quickly. We were able to manage tide to tide, set to set, area by area. That speed and flexibility is what made the program successful. We essentially had 7 managers working full-time on chum salmon avoidance. And I'll be happy to answer any questions after this that the board has. I'd like to use the remainder of my time to speak to Proposal 144, which I authored to ensure Area M is further protected and our sustainable fishery can continue. Proposal 144 allows fishermen opportunity in the month of August. Proposal 144 would allow the department to gather stock information without having to fly. In 2020, the fleet sat for a total of 2 weeks due to weather. In 2022, we over-escaped by 1 million pinks. 90% of August is a pink salmon return. I believe that allowing 2 short windows weekly would help with temporal dispersion with pinks in the stream. There's plenty to consider, and I believe that the adaptive management plan was proven to be effective. I urge you to support Proposal 144, and thank you for your time.
Thanks, Andrew. Mr. Wood.
Yeah, Yul, have you been active in the plan coming out for the future years as well?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much for your service. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I have a question for you. So do you think that there should be some sort of, first of all, thank you for the work that you've done in this space and the adaptations that the fleet has undertaken. But do you think that there should be some kind of element of enforceability within that sort of adaptive management scheme that you guys have sort of organically come to?
I guess, enforceability amongst ourselves or from the department?
From the department.
I believe that there is some form of enforceability in that 84, with a specific number even given. I think that, as everyone keeps saying, time and area is what's so important to allow this to be effective. If you have enough time, you can avoid what you don't want to catch.
Okay, you know, and the reason I asked the question is because, as we know, fleets change, things change, and while I think what you're doing is great and commendable and all those things, you know, there needs to be, in my mind, some element of trust, and with that, you know, sort of comes that enforceability piece beyond just your area. So I'm just trying to think through that a little bit. And as somebody who's been so engaged in that and done so much work in that, I just kind of wanted to hear your thoughts in that space.
I think that enforceability, I understand why that's important. I think that, to me, enforceability starts to sound a little bit like a hard cap, which have proven to be ineffective. If you can't change what you're enforcing to, and given there is change in the fleet, there's also change in the ocean. So if something changes, enforcement has to be willing to change as well.
Thank you. Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, just a follow-up on Madam Chair's questioning. I understood, well, there's 3 buyers basically, correct, in the area? And if you go outside of this adaptable management plan, you may not have a market. Is that a method of enforcement to keep people in line, losing their market if they don't go with the group?
Absolutely, and all 3 processors have committed to holding that side up. If someone chooses not to participate in the program that we've designed, they've been told they won't have a market.
Thank you.
I'm just sitting here thinking to myself, who gets to make the rules? The processors or the board? Just wondering. Anyways, thank you. Are there any other questions? Thank you, Andrew. Heimbach?
If I may just briefly follow up on that, that's actually a very good question. Who makes the rules? Okay, obviously we can keep processors. If we know how many there are, we would count that the majors will be the dominant force in enforcing the political realities of this. But there must have been discussions that you guys had within that, how to keep all 3 of them together at the same time. Because you're going to have if you do the hotspot management, you're going to have some very different situations. And It's going to be interesting, like, let's say processor X has a bunch of people catching chums and blah, 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 processor Y doesn't. Are some of those discussions unfolding in the development of this?
Yeah, I don't think that it generally doesn't lay out in such a matter that it's certain processors, whereas it's more certain areas. And generally, these areas have a mixed fleet, fishing for 2 or 3 of the processors. So it probably, that burden wouldn't fall on one processor specifically, but it would fall onto that whole fleet that's in there, if that.
And if I could follow up on that, is it conceivable that out of those 3 processors, is one person really might have drawn the short straw by the end of the season because of their fleets fishing differentially?
Yeah, but it wouldn't be one person, right? It would be the entire fleet that processor has fishing for them. And in my experience, if you are not somewhere where you're either able to fish or catching fish, you will move.
Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony and all the work you've been doing. Warren Wilson? Is Warren here tonight? First call? How about Colby Bolton? Hi, Colby.
Madam Chair, board members and staff, thank you for the opportunity to provide public testimony today. I'm Colby Bolton, Peninsula Manager for Peter Pan Seafood Company. Peter Pan has been a prominent name in Alaska for over 100 years. On the first day of 2021, Peter Pan came under new domestic ownership, a transition from the longtime foreign ownership. Peter Pan Seafood operates 4 shoreside processing facilities throughout Alaska. One is in King Cove on the south side of the peninsula, and the second in Port Moller on the north side of the peninsula, as well as a fleet support facility in Sandpoint, all of which are directly affected by proposals being addressed at this Board of Fish meeting. Peter Pan supports a science-based approach to managing fisheries and has compassion for all fishing sectors and regional areas participating in our Great Alaska Fisheries. We'd like to voice our appreciation to the department for its continued efforts to provide a comprehensive genetic study for better insight on the harvest that takes place in the Area M fishery. And we look forward to continued research over the years to come. As for addressing the South Peninsula chum issue, even with the 2022 genetic study showing only 5.5% of CWAC chum harvested in June from all gear types during the survey, Peter Pan will continue to support and will be responsible participants in the adaptive management agreement the fleet is implementing to minimize the chum harvest in the South Peninsula June fishery. Additionally, Peter Pan Seafood will sign the confidentiality waiver for 2023 to provide transparent data allowing the fleet and the members to make near real-time in-season management decisions. As for the north side of the peninsula, where we have worked with and have compassion for the fleet fishing in Nelson Lagoon, we are opposed to any proposal that significantly reduces the sockeye harvest in the North Peninsula region. To paint a picture, there are 3 processors buying sockeye salmon from the Area M fishery. We have the only facility that is solely dependent on the north side sockeye harvest. And even with the large return of sockeye salmon seen in 2022, when splitting the area's fishery by 3, it reduced the total volume being delivered to our Port Moller facility, creating a profitability of just over break even. Any significant reduction in sockeye harvest will jeopardize the opening of the Port Moller facility. If the plant closes, harvest from this area will have to be tendered to other facilities, increasing time between harvest and processing, reducing product quality, reputation, and market value. If that happens, everyone loses. Again, I appreciate your time, and thank you for your contribution to the industry working through these issues that are so important to all participants in Alaska fisheries.
Thanks, Colby. Mr. Wood.
Colby, you and I had a breakfast this morning with the president of Peter Pan, and he came out a little stronger as to what would be the business decision of Peter Pan should 120 pass. Are you available to repeat what he was thinking would occur?
Yeah, we would not be able to open up the fishery if that was the case, or the facility.
Thank you.
Colby, so, I mean, given the volumes that are coming out of Bristol Bay and the fact that they're moving fish down into the fish plants and, I think in other areas in the Alaska Penn area, why would you close a plant when you have tremendous volumes of fish coming out of Bristol Bay that the processors can't handle, and they're actively moving fish around to plants that are farther away? Why would that happen?
Well, that is true, but I think with the cost that it, requires us to be able to open one facility, it would still not be profitable for us to just open that one facility, even with fish coming from Bristol Bay. We even have operations in Bristol Bay, as well as the south side of the peninsula, so just have to look at it overall.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you.
Thanks.
Ben Stevens? Good evening, Ben.
Thank you very much for that. And thank you for your time and all your hard work trying to sort out some of these very complicated issues. Goodness. Again, my name is Ben Stevens. I am from Stevens Village, which is on the Yukon River, north of Fairbanks, located in the Yukon Flats. I grew up fishing for my family's food. Almost every summer, we would go and harvest fish out of a 100-foot set net. And we would stay there pretty much the whole month of July because that was how long it took us to gather enough fish for our needs. It would take the whole month at the Yukon Flats Fish Camp. That was about how long it took us to meet our subsistence needs. And I don't have to say it because I know that you've heard it. But my subsistence needs haven't been met for years. And we're sitting here talking about reducing it even further and increasing the economic activity of it. I think that's deplorable, but I'm not going to go that direction. Earlier, you heard of someone saying that they would appreciate just enough harvest for a decent profit. I'm not going to go that far. I'm going to say that the 5 families that I feed would just appreciate one decent meal. That's all, just food. And I'm going to beg that you support 140. We just need a chance. Madam Chair, the sign that I saw walking in here said every fish counts. I really, truly believe that that is true. I'm not going to comment on the other sign that said trust the science. Because I think we have. For 60 years, I think we have. And I'm not too sure I'm willing to trust the science anymore. So, Madam Chair, I would gladly take a question. I really do appreciate you folks staying late.
Thanks, Ben. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony this evening.
Again, thank you. It's late and we need you.
Gordon Westlock? Hi, Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Gordon Westlock Jr. I work for Quick Pack Fisheries in Monic. Most of you, or all of you, know that it's a fishery at the lower Yukon. So I've been working with Quick Pack Fishery for over 14 years. I started from the bottom as a 2-day plumber, and then it went to a deckhand on a boat, and then a captain. And before I tell you where I'm at now, I want to tell you where I started. So I became a captain for a few years, and then I became a port captain for a couple of years, 3 years, and then an assistant manager with my longtime friend and coworker, Jack Schulteis. And now here in 2023, I am the general manager for Quick Pack Fisheries. All my 14 years of hard work, it's a sad thing to say that everything I work for, it's because of fish that I'm here, and I worked hard to get there. To see the fish disappear just like that, all of my hard work, 14 years, to catch my dream, catch my goal. As soon as I got this goal, the fish disappeared. And then, working with the fisheries over in Monic, we have a fish and game station there. And right outside the fish and game station, they have a dock. And it's a very sad thing to see when you have 15 or 20 elders out there in line for one fish. Whatever elder takes that fish, or a widow takes that fish, they take it home with the biggest smile on their face. They have a fish, they take it home, they cut it into pieces, and they share it with their family. One fish divides into 3 or 4 families. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, Board.
Thank you, Gordon. Any questions? Appreciate your being here this evening. Thank you for your testimony. Ivan Dementev? Is Ivan with us tonight? How about Tom Murtha? First call, Tom Murtha. How about Kathleen Dementev? Is she here? Hi, Kathleen. Welcome.
Madam Chair and the board, thank you for letting me testify. I am here to testify from my village in support of Proposal 140. I grew up eating king salmon most of the summer. That was our staple food we grew up with. I believe our village subsistence rights have not been met to feed my village. Back in 1993, on September 4th, Fish and Game shut down fishing on the Dena'ina River due to low chum runs. Now we have the same issue with low runs. The state again shut our villages down, always opening for a few days when fish is not running, high water, and bad weather. Every village has bills and high food prices and had to deal with COVID. Our people have suffered for 3 long years without fish. Now is the time to take action to accept Proposal 140, so our fish have a chance to multiply before they go extinct. I know there are people in the villages that would have came to testify, but they can't make it due to funding. There's no jobs in the villages to make the money, job commitments, being a parent. Our ecosystem is causing animals to come into our villages, like wolves, foxes, coyotes, and bears. Right now, we have 2 young wolves was sighted in the city of Fairbanks. And for B4A, if the harvestable portion of the stock or population is not sufficient to provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses, the appropriate board shall adopt regulations eliminating consumption uses other than subsistence uses. And I just want to thank you for giving me an opportunity to testify. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. Are there questions? Thank you for being here to testify tonight. Earl Krieger?
I'm going to cite RC 51, RC 40, PC 150, and PC 29 during my testimony.
Could you repeat those, please, Earl?
RC 51, RC 40, PC 150, and PC 29.
Thank you.
Okay.
Welcome.
My name is Earl Krieger. I've been involved with fishery management from the Mexican border to the Arctic for 30 years. I sat on the Pacific Council for 10 years, on the North Pacific Council for 20 years, and was involved for about 8 or 9 years helping put together the U.S.-Canada Treaty on Salmon. I'm currently working with Chignik Intertribal Coalition. I come before you to voice opposition to RC4, the action plan that would codify Proposal 105 to combine Chignik's early and late runs as a single escapement goal. This action does not comply with or meet the intent of the board's RC 104. Rather, it seems an intentional decision to disregard the board's designation of Chignik's early run as a stock of management concern. The department cannot adopt a single escapement goal and still claim precautionary management to protect the early run using the methods they describe. That's RC 51, RC 40, and PC 150. Nor does the ADF&G illustrate the impacts on subsistence and genetic diversity. The department's assumption that productivity of the early run is down due to a bottleneck in Chignik Lake is fundamentally flawed. The productivity cannot be accurately and confidently known when much of the harvest in area M and K are excluded from the total harvest determination. Additionally, the department's run reconstruction that attempts to account for harvest outside of the CMA lacks transparency. RC 51 and PC 150. Despite the department's claim that productivity changes are due solely to freshwater changes, marine survival in the changing ocean, and an unaccounted harvest are more likely culprits. Further, the supposed bottlenecks within Chignik Lake are not new. It's an old issue described by Dr. Dahlberg and Narver in 1960s and later by ADF&G staff in various AMRs over the years. What ADF&G does not provide is real information that competition among juveniles has actually increased in Chignik Lake since the 1960s. In 2016, ADF&G's Bristol Bay management agreed to a peer review of their run reconstruction, which was embraced by the scientists and the public. I propose the board consider suggesting the department call for peer review of their proposed run reconstruction and escapement plan to promote transparency and gather public support. The board's sustainable fishery policy has language intended to guide precautionary management. It has been ignored in favor of development of area M fisheries with profound impacts on non-local stocks. PC 29 articulates the areas in which the department has allowed expansion of permits, time and area harvest in area M fishing to infringe on the sustainable fishery policy. At the end of the day, the most beautifully written policy that reflects Alaska as a gold standard of science-driven fishery management around the world is meaningless if it is not followed. Thank you.
Thank you, Earl. Any questions? I don't see any questions at this time. Thank you for your testimony. Wesley Ashby? Hi, Wesley.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. Dear members, dear board members,
My name is Wesley Ashby, and I support Proposal 140. I commercially fish out of Chignik. I'm against combining the two Chignik runs together because that isn't going to change the overall outcome of the fish returning to their spawning grounds. That's only going to hurt them more. I say that because the only reason that the department wants to combine the two runs together is due to the lack of escapement. Don't let them. We can't even get enough subsistence fish to have for winter. Instead of combining both runs together, there must be other ways to help them come back strong again. Even if that means more restrictions for other areas or other opportunities that will help rebuild our runs. Something must be done differently to replenish our future runs and make them strong again. If the department chooses to keep going down the same path, there isn't going to be any fish at all in Chignik for the future generations to come. Our people will be forced to move elsewhere and will have to depend on other ways of living. We will be forced to teach the younger generations different traits instead of what we know today. Thank you.
Thank you, Wesley. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Riley Ashby? Hi, Riley. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Riley Ashby. I am a resident of Chignik, and I fish in Chignik. This year was my second season. The past few years, I have not been really reliable, and we are low in value because of no fish. Fish is the main income, and why most people even go to our villages. The lack of fish has been tolling on the Chignik areas and many others villages. We depend on fish for years, and now for food and make money, and it has truly one of our most important resources. Because of the lack of people, I no longer have a school that I can attend, and I must be homeschooled to my disadvantages, as my father has worked, and I have very little help when needed. When I used to go subsistence fishing with my family, and there is no longer enough fish to be able to pay for fuel and make worthwhile. Because of donations from BB&A, we have received home packages, and there are only reasons why I am here today. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Riley. Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony. William Ostrom? No bill? Okay. Fred Huntington? How about Gabe Canfield? Alfred Dementeff? Rachel Fryer? Oh, sorry. Hi, Alfred. Hi. Thank you for being here.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members. My name is Alfred Dementeff. I'm from Holy Cross on the Lower Yukon River. I'm here in support of Proposal 140 because it may bring back our way of life. The reason I'm saying this is because I wish you all would witness what's going on. Drastic turn of events before we were regulated. That wasn't our problem. Our fish camps were our elders, families. They were all up and down the Yukon and the Kuskokwim River. All our fish camps were full, vibrant, and everybody was happy. And everybody's fishing for the winter, gathering fish. And now that's because of if you now look at our fish camps right now, they're completely just blown away and drying up, and there's no life at all on the river. So I wish you guys could all witness that, and then you would probably hopefully do something about this, because we got to bring back our way of life, and we need your guys' help really bad, just for our elders' sake and our people. Because our people have been fishing for thousands of years, and we never had this problem before. And it's happening out in the ocean, probably Area M. And I know it is, because in 2021, we got the chum salmon that's been coming up heavily, just got shut off completely. There is no more fish in the river, and if nothing's done, we're going to have no fish at all, or no kind of fish going up up our rivers. Our ecosystem is already disappearing, and we desperately need help here. And just thank you for your help.
Thank you, Alfred. Are there any questions? Thank you for your time this evening and sharing your thoughts. Rachel Freirich? Hi, Rachel.
Hi.
Good evening, Madam Chair and respected board members. My name is Rachel Freirich. I'm from Grayling, Alaska. I am in support of Proposal 140. Year after year, the Yukon and Kuskokwim River Village has been taking the sacrifice of no fishing to restore the fish population. Yet, our numbers are still declining. The state says that subsistence users should have top priority when it comes to subsistence rights, and yet we have not been able to fish due to low numbers entering the mouth of the Yukon River. Are the villages actually the ones to blame for the salmon not returning, even though we went without fishing for 2 summers, and a few years prior to that, we went without fishing for 2 to 3 summers? I believe this has to do with the fish being corked off or caught by all of the commercial fishing boats in Area M. Your board took an oath of office, and you are going against your own laws by not prioritizing subsistence fishing. We have abided by your leadership and decisions, and the fish have only declined, even more so over the years of us being completely restricted. If you want to conserve the fish, you will make an ethical decision on Proposal 140. We should all share the burden and do whatever it takes to restore the fish population. We need to come together as one to preserve the salmon. Thank you, and please support Proposal 140.
Thank you, Rachel. Appreciate your time this evening. Paul Isaac? Hi, Paul. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for this opportunity to speak. Hi, my name is Paul Isaac, and my Yupik name is Bavilak. I'm from Marshall, Alaska, and I currently go to a school called Kosovac Career Academy. I wish to extend my support on the record for the fishermen and fisheries of the Yukon region and support the proposal of 140. The number of fish gone down and has impacted my family and communities in lots of ways. The decline in number of fish caused my family to live check to check because we could not sell any fish. The short commercial seasons meant my family struggled. My family relies on this income to purchase needed goods for supplies and for the winter. Fish as a source food for my family also has declined. As the number of fish start to slowly go down, it caused many elders to get really sad because they sense that we are slowly losing our connection to the culture. For centuries, we caught many fish together and have ample fish when we have potlucks and for celebrations. Because of the decline of fish, some fishermen felt too lazy to even host any more potlucks. We have started to grow distant from each other. The decline of fish caused many families in the community to lose their strong connection with our culture. Finally, the decline of fish has led my family's freezer without enough food and has caused fear of not being able to feed everyone through the winter. This has been made worse by the lack of money subsidized of our native food supply. The number of fish had a great impact on many communities, all on the Yukon River. We are just one of the communities affected by the decline of fish. The subsistence needs of our family have not been met. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Are there any questions? Appreciate your testimony this evening. Thank you. I think we're going to pause there for tonight. Tomorrow morning, we're going to do first calls for Craig Titus, Peter Jackson, Shante Cochitan, Rob Tripp, Warren Wilson, Ivan Dementeff, Tom Murtha, William Alstrom, Fred Huntington, and Gabe Cantfield. So we'll begin tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. with first calls, and then we'll move into testifier number 210. Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would ask the chair to make some consideration, to make a judgment call whether we will be able to finish the public comments tomorrow. And if you feel that we still have too many to do that, that we stay here until we get the number down to where we can complete public comments tomorrow.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Wood. My intention is to try and finish public testimony tomorrow. And, you know, we'll see where we are in terms of time, in terms of whether we move directly into Committee of the Whole, Group 1. But my intention is to complete public testimony tomorrow.
Thank you. And even if that means we stay to 9 or 10 o'clock tomorrow night.
We'll be done.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll get her done. All right. Again, everyone, thank you for your patience and your participation. We'll see you at 8 a.m. tomorrow, 8 a.m. with first calls, or second calls.
Thank you. I just wanted to get that message out there.
All right, everybody get out so I can go home.
I didn't put it that way, did I?